Victor, who was preparing to use some very nasty method to end the situation, slowly opened his eyes wide as he sighed in relief. He slowly put the strange-looking talismans in his hand away, then wiped the blood off his finger. This was a really close call. He almost chose that nasty bugger broken bar. It would have been a real waste to use it on those weaklings though. Thankfully, he was right. His waiting had paid off. After Rebecca attacked him earlier, he plotted many different scenarios. Finally, he decided to bet and stall for time waiting for this memento broken bar. Too bad, the moment he waited didn't come. And when Mana hurried to help her young master, she didn't realize that she was limiting Victor's options, because he would have to take her into consideration. She really tied his hands. Victor didn't really blame her as he knew how much she loved him. But he would have to punish her later no matter what. Victor slowly stood up as he leveled up, filling up his mana and health bars. Yes, he leveled up. Ever since that midget told Victor that there was no boss on this floor, he felt that it was strange as he could clearly see the hall that was clearly a boss chamber on the map. All the pieces fell into their places when he saw Gustav. Victor had been waiting for this moment when the pouch was completely dissolved by the green goo. It was then the skeleton queen who was in it perished. Yes, as Victor expected, that bastard Gustav should have subdued her earlier, wanting to use her against the Lich King, or other players. And as the one who caused this, Victor von Wise earned a ton of experience and leveled up immediately. Thanks to his upgraded system, he didn't have to wait until the dungeon was cleared. Leveling up not only reset his attributes but also removed all temporary effects, paralysis to be exact. He was still poisoned though, so he quickly took another antidote pill as he quickly glanced at his log. Level up, level up, level up. Skills upgraded. Admin appraisal, +4. See players' skills and artifacts feedback, require authority x10. Master seal, +5. Added 1 slot. Can transfer attributes point to or from when slaves level up. Unlimited disguise, +4. Can disguise other players and artifacts. Skills feedback, require authority x10. New titles, Greater Than Last Breath Warrior. Survived a deadly situation in a dungeon with your health and mana below 10%. Once a month, if your health dropped to 0, it would turn to 1 instead. The queen was not that high leveled, so Victor only got 3 levels from her, but this was not bad. Name, Victor von Wise. Level, 122. Titles, Greater Than Dungeon Explorer, discovered a dungeon. Greater Than Dungeon Conqueror x2, triggered a dungeon clear event. Greater Than Savior x2, saved a human from an unavoidable death flag. Greater Than Avenger, killed a stigma title holder. Greater Than Master Demon Slayer, killed a demon 100 times stronger than you. Greater Than Last Breath Warrior, fought in a deadly situation in a dungeon. Status, authority, as health 4680 4680, stamina 3600 3600, mana 4020 4020, strength 335, agility 300, intelligence 375, luck 47, charm 55, order points 172. Class, Fate Weaver. Subclass, none. Class skills, Eyes of Destiny, X, +2. Destiny Shield, SSS, +1. Fate Tracker, X, +1. Fate Instinct, X, +1. Recognized skills, Womanizer, A. Face Slapping, C. Butt Slapping, D. Silky Tongue, D. Me, E. Pain Tolerance, E. Poetry, E. Creative Writing, E. Songwriting, E. Sword Arts, E. Sleeping, E. Poison Brewing, E. Acting, E. Lying, E. Evading, E. Self-healing, E. Dagger Arts, E. Needle Arts, E. Movement Arts, E. Martial Arts, F. Piano, F. Guitar, F. Quick Reading, F. Dismantling, F. Poison Resistance, F. Bleeding Resistance, F. Mace Arts, F. System Skills, Admin Appraisal, SSS, +4. Admin Merchant, SSS, +2. Master Seal, SS, +4, 5-6. Contractor of Doom, S. Unlimited Disguise, SS, +4. Eidetic memory. A. Super enhanced senses. A. Silent blade. A. Fire breath. A. Disabled due to the lack of fire magic affinity. Dagger throw. B. Health regeneration. E. Lie detection. F. Enhanced senses. F. Magic affinity. None. Bloodline. Elder dragon. AAA. 5% awakening. Fate strength. A. Equipment. Defense talisman. S. Dragon storage ring. S. Shadow shifter ring. SS. Area inspect ring. C. Levitation necklace. A. Hidden armor. B. Victor smiled and nodded. This is more than he had anticipated. Now it was payback time. Rebecca frowned and then returned her eyes to the clearing. She didn't expect the first boss to be eliminated at this time. Never mind, she needed to finish here then disappear forever with Victor's head. She coldly watched as the skinny man, who seemingly didn't care a lot about the announcement, slowly approached and grabbed Mana by the neck. Then a broken bar. He vanished. A broken bar. Not just him. Everything around her in the clearing vanished. She was surrounded by a white emptiness. Illusion. She yelled, then activated her area inspection. A broken bar. It didn't work. She quickly prepared for an attack, but it came from an angle she never expected. The sword in her hand suddenly became alive and began shaking at her, forcing her to throw it away. A broken bar. It vanished. A broken bar. SHT. She made a mistake. This was definitely Victor moving it. A broken bar. Rebecca got flustered as she reached for her storage pouch to take her dagger, but her pouch was not there. Suddenly she felt something go around her neck. A broken bar. It was some kind of a wire. She tried to pry it off or to kick the attacker behind her, but it was to no avail. A broken bar. It was as if she was kicking empty air. In her last seconds of clarity, she could barely see the bloody handsome face of her strangler. He was like a ghost floating in midair. His purplish black eyes were like an endless abyss, and his cold smile came straight from hell. Moments later, she passed out. She was lucky though, because she didn't get to hear the bone-chilling screams that followed. Martin, the von Zwei patriarch, casually stepped out of his practice cave just as an elder ran toward him in a way that was not fitting for a man his age. Master, a broken bar. Thankfully you are out. We are in trouble. Waham, a broken bar. He yelled, then began to cough as he tried to catch his breath. Zamoka, I always told you to stop smoking a broken bar. It is not good for your health. Look at you gasping for breath after a slight effort. Martin scolded as he watched the old man calm down. Aha, broken bar. Master. Here a broken bar. You a broken bar. Gusta broken bar. AAA. Have. Dead. Zamoka coughed a little more. Gus? The gardener. Why should I care? Martin raised one eyebrow. Did he touch the hybrid poison ivy? I warned him about it. No, Master. Gustav, not Gus. A broken bar. Gustav, the undead king. He is dead. His soul jade had just broken moments ago. Zamoka interrupted. What? Martin gasped. Gustav was one of the 5 nightmares, the pillars of the von Zwei family. Who did it? Where was he? We don't know. A broken bar. Master Gustav always acted secretly when he went out to collect new servants. A broken bar. Damn it, our broken bar. Martin yelled. Call the other 4 nightmares. A broken bar. We need to talk. Master, a broken bar. While you were in your closed practice cave, another one of the nightmares was killed. A broken bar. Zamoka said after some hesitation. It was Master Alvar. A broken bar. What? When? Wasn't he at the Warren mansion supervising that kid Troy? Martin asked as he checked Zamoka's expression, making sure that he was not joking. Master, a broken bar. Master Troy was killed, and the mansion a broken bar. It blew up with a nuclear bomb. A broken bar. It was about a month ago. A broken bar. What? A broken bar. It took Martin 10 whole minutes to get all of these. A broken bar. Zamoka had just told him that the family had lost half of its hidden cards in just 2 weeks. Who was it? Martin asked finally as his eyes turned red and his shoulders began to shake. One must know that Alvar was not only his uncle, he was one of the elders who supported him. We don't know yet. A broken bar. Then find out, Martin yelled, and make Levi come see me. He hissed angrily as blood seeped from his squeezed hand. His son would need to readjust his plan. Lily stealthily landed in the devastated clearing, followed by Mina, who quickly began to inspect the surroundings with shocked eyes. A broken bar. This was a bloody massacre. Not only were there random body parts and blood splotches around, but she could spot 11 freshly dismembered corpses. 3 were in the center of the clearing while the rest had seemingly been caught sneaking or lurking around. All the corpses had one thing in common. They had bloody holes dug in their nether regions. They were fresh as blood was still seeping from them. Maybe 15 minutes or less. What monster did this? Mina asked with an ashen face as she looked around in vigilance. The Nutcracker. Lily replied she knew who it was. A broken bar. Her young master. He was the one who told her to blow the crotches of anyone who dared to touch or even look at her improperly. She took it metaphorically as just kicking their balls off. She didn't expect Victor to mean it literally. What? The Nutcracker? Mina asked. Was it a monster? She heard that name before, but she had no recollection of when. It must be at the academy. We should leave. What if it was still lurking here? She said as she began to look around nervously. Don't be afraid. You will be cracked by him sooner or later. A broken bar. Lily said with a smile. No one can escape his grasp. She added as she began to giggle. Her mood had just super improved after noticing a mark on a nearby tree. The young master was close. Wow. A broken bar. Mina didn't get it at first, but after witnessing how Lily began to giggle as she started to hurry in a certain direction, she understood. A broken bar. Oh, a broken bar. She blushed, then awkwardly touched her cut hand. Will the young master accept her like this? She didn't have to wait long to know, as Lily quickly found Victor's trace and began to follow it until they reached a very dark and ominous place in the forest. A broken bar. Lily said nothing as she walked forward, then vanished from Mina's sight. Mina, knowing that this must be a safe area, quickly followed. The darkness vanished and was replaced by a small clearing. Victor was sitting there with Mana. They were scamming 2 poor girls into signing some shady contract. And a girl they knew, Margaret, was tied and hanging from a tree with a burning hot campfire below her. That slut finally got her due. That was what Lily thought as she smiled and ran to her young master, then threw her nimble body in his embrace as he stood up to welcome her. She took a deep breath, filling her lungs with his sweet smell. Sister, what happened to your hand? Mana suddenly asked, ruining the harmonious atmosphere. One of the guys before a broken bar. Mina began to tell her sister the story. Young master? Lily asked as she felt Victor's body tense up and release a murderous aura that she never felt before in her life. A broken bar. She slowly let go of him and stood to the side as she knew what this was about. A broken bar. She was not the one who needed his hug the most. Come here, Victor said as he reached for Mina, who was looking down, and pulled her into his chest, then embraced her hard. Don't worry, a broken bar, he said, no matter what, you are still mine. I will find a way to fix you up. A broken bar, he whispered in her little ear. A broken bar, she said as her tears began to tear up. She feared that Victor would not like her now that she became like this. Is that bastard still alive? Victor asked slowly. Probably a broken bar, she whispered as tears began to fall from her eyes. Don't worry, you are still my sweet Mina, he whispered and kissed her hair, reassuring her again. Mina didn't answer as she began to weep. She had been holding it all this time. She was just a teenager after all. Don't worry, a broken bar, he kept saying as the 2 girls, who had just been forced to sign their lives away, began to shake from the very scary cold look in his eyes. She slowly opened her eyes as she smelled the smoke and felt the heat on her foot. A broken bar. It was one of her sneakers. It was on fire. Wah! Rebecca screamed as she struggled and realized that she was tied up and hanging over a campfire. She had no time to think as she used her other foot to take off the flaming sneaker and then kicked it a while. Broken bar. This was a white dragon sneaker. Damn it. It cost her a fortune. But damn that it was close. She always wanted to look hot, but not that hot. Now where was she? Broken bar. She began to look around as she swung her burnt foot away from the flames, which were 3 feet below her. Her shoelace must have caught fire by accident. Was she captured by some cannibals? Was she about to be cooked and eaten? She wondered as she surveyed the clearing around her and spotted the 2 girls who were sitting to the side chatting and giggling. Weren't those 2 girls the ones who were with that twin? The ones who hurried to help Victor? Right, Victor, where was that paycheck? His head was her way to riches. She looked around using the rope that bound her to make a full rotation. There was no one else in sight. You too. She yelled a broken bar, making the girl look at her coldly. So you woke up, slut. One of them said as they walked toward her. How dare you try and hurt the young master? The other one spat. A broken bar. Why am I hanging? She asked. She knew the answer though. The young master said that your flesh is very tender, it would be a waste to kill you. The first one said, we will use you as a living food supply, we will only cut the parts we need to eat. The other one replied while trying hard to contain her laughter. A broken bar. Victor had told them to frighten her a little and they were more than happy to follow their new young master's command. Truth be told, the two girls were really miserable all their life. Both of them were orphans who were lucky to get to be chosen to be disciples for a 9th grade sect called the Raging Flint sect, which in fact was just a beggar's sect that collected orphans to try an 80% death chance awakening artifact on, then used them to work for the sect. So the two of them, like all their brothers and sisters, had two choices: either leave the sect and fend for themselves or go out and search for resources and then bring them to their sect master. As poor girls without a background, they knew better than to try to survive alone, so they began to go on missions to acquire resources. That's how they ended up getting scammed into this dungeon where they lived a life worse than hell. Thankfully they were pretty enough that those men didn't eat them, but kept them as pets. One day ago, they managed to escape from the base they were kept at, thanks to the twins, but due to their lack of supplies, they were captured pretty quickly by a more dangerous group. They heard rumors that the stoic men didn't leave any survivors. They thought that this was their end, but 2 hours ago, they were blown away by the charming Princia Broken Bar. No, by the young master Victor von Wise, who not only saved them but also killed no less than 50 evil players with ease. The girls should have been terrified by his bloody actions, but seemingly living on the edge for 5 months had changed their perceptions. The look of Victor cracking those men's crotches with a mace was unforgettable. He looked dashing. After that, young Master Victor took them to the secured area where he gave them only 2 choices: to become his maids and serve him forever, or to become his maids and serve him for eternity. They, as young girls who didn't know any better, chose the first choice with some reservations as they feared their sect master. But after Victor explained that he was an heir of one of the 5 families, they were blown away once again, surrendering immediately before signing the contracts he presented them without thinking. Their sleazy old sect master would wet his pants if he realized whom they would be working for. Now, after Victor left to finish off the guy who hurt his maid, they finally felt that something was wrong. They have just sold themselves into servitude. Why did they do that? They had no idea. A broken bar. After confronting each other, they realized that Victor must have used some kind of skill on them. But weren't system contracts only applicable if signed with free will? They had no idea, but after some thinking, they realized that this was much better for them. They have seen Victor kill many players after all, and he could have chosen to silence them forever instead of subduing them. Although they were just a little annoyed that he tricked them, serving Victor was not bad at a broken bar after all. In their sect, they were no more than servants to the sect master and the elders. At least here they will have a salary, a broken bar, a huge f-king salary, and the opportunity to get the protection of a grand family like the Von Wise. And to top it off, they would be able to serve that handsome young master a broken bar. Just thinking about his dashing smile made them drool. A broken bar. Rebecca shivered as she saw the 2 girls who eyed her with dreamy eyes and smile with drool seeping from their mouths. Was this really her end? A broken bar. Catch those beaches, the burly man said as he walked in a strange way. A broken bar. One of his legs was missing, so he was using a makeshift crutch to move around. That red-haired BTCH was the one who blew up his leg. Thankfully, one of his men saw her sneaking around and reported it to him, so despite having some difficulty walking, he took 20 players with him and was at the moment pursuing the escaping girls throughout the garden. This place had many dangers and dead ends, but getting stuck and having to live here for the last 2 years, those men knew this place like the backs of their hands. Boss, we cornered them. Those beaches ran to a dead end. It's the plantation. One man whom he sent ahead as a scout returned. If we close that stone gate they would have no place to go. Oh, our broken bar. The boss then started heading toward the plantation as he considered his options. A broken bar. He was a very cautious man by nature. What if this was a trap? Impossible. The girls didn't have their rings or any weapons. He saw their frightened faces and those can't be faked. Broken bar. Boss. A broken bar. What if this place had skeletons? A young man that had recently joined them interrupted the boss's thoughts just as they reached the location, earning himself a slap on the back of his head. Don't worry, the skeleton hates this place. A broken bar. It's very muddy. It had evil plants before, but 5 months ago, all of the groups worked together to burn it down. A broken bar. The boss said as he surveyed the location. Do you know those 2 girls? They should have come in with you. The boss asked the young man. They are in the other class in the academy. Broken bar. I heard that they are some kind of mates. A broken bar. The young man was not sure. He only got to survive here because the boss was his distant cousin's son-in-law's second uncle's son-in-law. Useless things. The boss cursed as he moved forward toward the door, then began to sniff the area for any abnormalities. There was none. Only the smell of 2 frightened girls. He looked at an old veteran who was one of his assistants. Keep the noob here with you. The 2 of you will stay outside and guard the gate. The rest will follow me. A broken bar. I haven't eaten twins in a long time. A broken bar. He said with a murderous look. This time he will not let them escape, boss. But we want to eat too. A broken bar. The young man who was ordered to stay outside complained. Shut up, I will save you a thigh or an arm. You have to earn your food here. We will go round up the other runaway sluts later. The boss said, winking to the veteran, then licking his lips before entering the plantation. The boss nodded and then walked inside the plantation. Perhaps this place was once some princess's private garden, but it was now his hunting ground. Although he was very annoyed because the girls ran. The feeling of being a hunter made him feel alive. It made him feel young again. A broken bar. Maybe some action every once in a while was not bad. Perhaps he would try playing with them a little before eating. The 2 who were ordered to stay outside used all of their strength to close the stone gate and then stood guards outside it. They could hear the jeers of the others from the inside and that made them very disturbed. Stay vigilant, the veteran said as he secretly checked the young man's figure. Not bad. The boss was right not to kill him with the others. I will, the young man replied, totally unaware of his companion's thoughts. Why didn't the boss leave more men to guard outside? He asked. The place inside is like a maze. He wants to finish this quickly. The veteran replied, not revealing that the boss, who feared for his life, wanted all of his men with him in case an ambush awaited them there. Oh, our broken bar, the young man said, then sighed. That's when he spotted something. A very pretty girl was walking toward them with an injured shoulder and stomach. A broken bar. She was bleeding heavily as she screamed for help, then fell to the ground behind a big tree. The 2 men looked at each other. Be careful. I will go check, the veteran warned. Watch my back. I understand, the young man replied as he started to survey the surroundings with a bow and arrow ready to be launched. The middle-aged veteran carefully headed to the girl and then stood there stunned. Can such a pretty girl exist? Old man. What's wrong? The young man asked, waking the veteran from his trance. A broken bar. It's a girl. She is badly injured. A broken bar, the veteran replied as he swallowed a broken bar. He really wanted this girl. He never wanted anything more in his life. He banged dozens of men in his lifetime. This was his first time feeling like this over a girl. Too bad he didn't have any life left to explore this new feeling as he failed to realize that there was a dagger piercing through his throat. A broken bar. The young man, who was pouting, made sure that there were no other enemies around, then turned back to look at his partner who had already pounced on that girl behind a tree. That bastard acted all high and mighty, but in the end, he couldn't even hold himself. He cursed as he ran toward his partner. He wanted some of her too. He carefully approached while being extra vigilant. His friend was busy raping that poor girl who was struggling hard. A broken bar. Soon he was close enough to see her face. Damn, this girl is pretty. That was also his last thought as he failed to notice the thin thread that was stretched across the 3 trees beside him. It was being slowly tightened around his neck. He watched as the girl stopped struggling, then pushed the old man's corpse away before rolling to the side, pulling the threads. and decapitating the poor guy who could still not understand how such a pretty girl existed. After hearing the headless corpse hit the ground, Lily slowly stood up, dusted her clothes, and then put her veil back. "Oh na broken bar, damn vermin. How dare they look at her like that?" Only her young master could do that. She slowly approached them and then used her mace that was meant to crush the skeleton to crush the two corpses' balls into oblivion. She sighed. Why was she so weak? If she was stronger she could have helped the young master more. Rather than using traps, she would have been able to watch those scream in pain before she killed them. A broken bar, damn it. She should train harder. Thankfully those idiots only left 2 men outside. She was prepared to deal with 4 at the same time. But her preparations were unnecessary. Hopefully, the young master and the twins would not take long inside. Her role at the moment was just to secure the gate from the outside and wait. "Monster, help." A man came flying over the plantation walls moments later, startling Lily, who just watched him hit the invisible barrier and then bounce back in. The young master was right when she asked him why he had to use all of those expensive barrier talismans when setting this trap up. He told her that she must always be 200% prepared when facing players. One can never know what kind of skills his enemies had. After entering the plantation and firmly closing the gate, the boss ordered his men to search around carefully as he began to survey the area with his nose. Damn it, those girls chose the right place to hide. In the past, it was filled with man-eating plants, but at the moment it was just a maze of charred trees and rocks. Too bad the ground here was very muddy and this place had some very disturbing foul burnt odor. That's why no group chose to use it as their base. Not even skeletons could be found here. The mud posed a problem for him too, as he could only walk using a crutch. It was all because of that BTCH. He will make short. "Oh broken bar, boss. Where are you?" A call from one of his men alerted him. A broken bar. Where were his men? They were beside him just a moment ago. Ugh! A scream sounded from somewhere. Broken bar. It sounded like one of his men, but which one was this? Why was his scream so high-pitched? Where was it from? Why can't he pinpoint the direction? Aha, broken bar. A broken bar. What is that? Another man screamed. He knew that one. He was his assistant. SHT. This was a trap. He was in some kind of formation. He quickly took a step back, but because he was not yet used to missing a leg, he fell down. That didn't stop him though. As a professional player, he knew quite well that those who usually survived dungeons were the ones who escaped first. A broken bar. He needed to find the way out. Where was that gate again? SHT, an illusionist. He quickly used his skill, a smell ultra sense. Despite the disturbing odor of this place, he could easily find the place where the gate was, as it was the place with the lightest foul odor. And it was not where he thought it should be. He almost fell for this illusion. Thankfully he had this skill. It has saved his life many times through the years. He would reward his nose later when he got the girls a broken bar. With an evil grin, he slowly tried to stand up, but failed. A broken bar. Where was his crutch again? Damn it. He looked around but couldn't find it. Having no other choice, he began to crawl his way toward the center of the plantation where he thought the gate was. He needed to leave this place fast. Maybe his men would buy him some time. Around him, he could hear the loud voices of his men screaming in despair. He wanted to avoid them, but strangely enough, he could not pinpoint their location. The voices were coming from every direction. "Come here, you BTCH. No, a broken bar. A monster. Where are you guys?" "Boss?" "You are not my boss." "No, Daddy." "Please, not a broken bar. No, a broken bar. No, a broken bar. No. May the Nutcracker have mercy on your balls. Spare us." "Where is he?" "Found you. A broken bar. A broken bar. No. Hail the Nutcracker." "Call his name." "The broken bar. The broken bar. The Nutcracker." "No. Not there." "No. Mommy." The voices of his men were slowly getting a few pitches higher the more the boss moved forward. He was really scared at the moment. What the hell was attacking them? Was it the gas in this place causing hallucinations? His men couldn't fall this easily. They were all veterans who knew how to survive. Soon the voices faded and the only thing he could hear was the frightened beats of his heart. That's when he saw it. A monster like no other. It was standing there, looking at him. A demon with 2 long horns, dark black hair, and empty eyes that spelled death. "Found you," it said in a monotone voice. Then the world turned black around him. "A broken bar." "Is this the guy?" Victor asked as he looked at Mina, who had just finished butchering some naughty men and was now covered in blood. "Yes, young master," she said as she glared at that unconscious man with hatred. She slowly approached, intending to smack his balls off. She had finally remembered what the nutcracker was, and she wanted to become one. Victor suddenly held her hand off, stopping her. "Wait. I have some use for him," he said. "Don't worry, he will get his due punishment, but not from you. Only I can finish him off. You are mine after all," he told Mina, making her nod and blush. Victor slowly knelt beside the man, popped a power-disabling pill in his mouth, then searched his body for treasures. That man only had one storage pouch. From inside it, he took out 2 rings that belonged to Mina and Mana. Storage rings were very rare after all, and this man probably kept them for himself and hid them from his team. He was probably waiting to kill the twins so that the rings would become ownerless. "Come here," he told Mina, then slowly held her left hand, then slid her ring into her finger, making her gasp and then smile with a blush. The girls always wore the rings on their right hands, but Mina, who had only one hand right now, had no other choice. "See a broken bar, that's what she would tell Lily later anyway." Until now, because of the girls being extra aware of their status in the family, there were only 3 who dared to wear their rings in their left hands. The first was of course Lily, who clearly made her point of being Victor's property no matter what. She wore the ring on her left hand ever since the young master gave it to her. The second was Margaret, who didn't have any shame, and lastly Alex, who was obviously a guy. Mana, who was a little jealous, silently watched her sister get her ring, then shyly lifted her left hand toward Victor while pouting. Victor gladly put the ring on her slender finger, turning her pout into a smiley broken bar. If the girls asked later, she would just say that she wanted to be like her sister, a broken bar. "You two will always be mine now, a broken bar," he said as he spanked their little butts, making them both look at the ground to hide their blushing faces. "Let's get this trash back to the base. I need to cut him up while he is still fresh," he said as he tied the man, preparing to drag him. "What is this place, young master?" Mana asked as she began to help him. "I didn't really have a chance to fully explore it, but it should have been some kind of plantation, a broken bar too bad those idiots burnt it up. It could have some nice specimens, a broken bar," Victor lamented, not telling the girls that he made sure to collect some seeds that he would try to revive later. He liked the idea of having a living plant maze around his base. Hopefully, the world would not reject those seeds. Victor pondered as slowly walked toward the door, where Lily was waiting. She quickly noticed the rings on the girls' fingers but said nothing. They earned them after all, unlike that slut Margaret. "A broken bar." Rebecca was cursing her bad luck when Victor entered the clearing while dragging behind him a large man covered in mud. Behind Victor, followed his veiled maid and the twins, whose bright smiles contrasted well with the blood of their enemies that covered their clothes. Rebecca didn't dare to say anything as she watched Victor tie that man to a tree beside her with a strange chain. "You are awake," Victor said as he looked at her after finishing securing the big man. "Aha, broken bar. Can you let me go?" she asked, still acting as Margaret. "I was joking, a broken bar." "Dear Rebecca, broken bar, do you think I am a fool?" he asked, making her gasp as she realized that he knew she was not Margaret. "What? Rebecca? Isn't she Margaret?" Lily asked in shock, earning herself a glare from the twins, who have long realized the truth. It was as if they were saying, "Do you really hate Margaret that much?" Lily hiccuped and looked away in embarrassment. She didn't really hate Margaret, but that slut made her feel threatened. So she was glad earlier when she thought Victor was punishing her. Victor chuckled and watched as Rebecca dispelled her mimic skill, returning to her old looks. That skill was really good, as it physically changed the looks, so even if the owner was unconscious it didn't break. "What do you want from me?" Rebecca asked coldly. She was trying to act strong, but her wet pants showed how scared she really was. "You will know later, a broken bar," he said as he looked at the 2 sect girls who were left to take care of this place. "Lena, Mila, did anything happen here while I was away?" he asked. "No, a broken bar, young master, a broken bar." The girls shook their pretty heads. Other than touching themselves while thinking about him, Nothing really happened. Good. Go help the girls wash out the blood off their bodies, said Broken Bar. I will ask this guy some questions. A Broken Bar, he said, then paused and waved his hand, making a thick smoke surround him, Rebecca, and the tied-up boss who was feigning being unconscious. I just want to have a private talk with him, a Broken Bar, he explained after noticing the girls' questioning looks. After that, he turned around and entered the fog. The girls didn't know what happened next. They headed to a nearby water canal, where they took a quick bath, washed the blood splashes off their bodies, then changed into fresh clothes. Lena and Mila acted as guards. As archers, they had good scouting ability. The girls finished their bath and returned to where Victor was just as the fog he created had disappeared. Victor, who was stretching his arms and neck, sat to rest near his oily portable cooking utensils that were still hot. As for that boss, he was no longer a man. He wasn't even a human anymore. He had long become just a piece of charred smoking meat. A lump of smoking meat with a hole where his crotch should have been. What did you do to him, young master? Lily asked curiously. A Broken Bar, the blood and oil splattered everywhere, told a very interesting story. A Broken Bar, even as an expert assassin, she was having difficulty figuring out the torture methods he used. Nothing, a Broken Bar. I just wanted him to vibrate a little, a Broken Bar, but he couldn't do it. Even after I drowned him in boiling oil. Victor sighed as if this was that man's fault. Maybe you should have untied him first, young master, so that he could vibrate freely, a Broken Bar, Mina said. She was completely content with Victor's revenge for her. This proved how much he liked her. Oh, our Broken Bar, good point. Why didn't I think of that? Victor said, making the girls giggle. It doesn't matter. I have a better toy. I didn't expect that dear Rebecca here knew how to vibrate so well, he said, making Lily finally look at poor Rebecca, who had witnessed the entire private talk Victor had with that man. She was still shaking wildly to this moment after wetting her pants 3 times, causing the campfire below her to be extinguished. It will be your turn next, a Broken Bar. Victor turned to Rebecca and told her as he slowly stood up, then walked in her direction. No, a Broken Bar. Please, a Broken Bar, spare me, a Broken Bar. She began to kick around and shake wildly, making Victor really consider sparing her. This girl can vibrate well. Who was the one who offered a bounty on my head? Victor asked as he slowly lowered her rope. I don't know. Your name was on the bounty list of the Assassins Organization, Pink Blood. It appeared 3 days before we entered the dungeon. She answered quickly and truthfully, a Broken Bar. She had seen how Victor interrogated that man who lost a layer of skin every time he told a lie. Victor had peeled him like a potato, cut him into small pieces and deep-fried him after that. All of this while stuffing him with the best quality healing pills to make sure he would not die. After a quick interrogation, Victor kept asking that poor man one question, a Broken Bar, how dare you touch my toys? The man tried every possible answer while screaming in pain, but in the end, he died without giving Victor a satisfactory answer. This young master was a crazy maniac. She should have never crossed paths with him. The organization's information only described him as a pervert. No one said anything about him being a psychopath. Pink Blood, a Broken Bar. Victor pondered. He never heard of it. According to Kai's information, there was a couple of assassins organization after him, but after the assassination attempt on the highway back then, the family should have already sent warnings to everyone. Only idiots would dare to attack him nowadays after his status as an elite heir was revealed. Oh, our Broken Bar, are you a member of this organization, or are you a freelancer? Victor asked. A member. I am a bronze-ranked assassin, she replied quickly. Rebecca belonged to a fallen noble family. Only she and her family managed to awaken in 3 generations. Although her family was relatively poor, they had firm ties with this assassins organization, so she joined them to take advantage of her skills. Who made the order on my head? Victor asked. I don't know, a Broken Bar. But the rumors were that the giver was someone the boss didn't dare to offend, she answered, making Victor squint his eyes. Is someone more fearsome than his family? He needed to investigate this. I see, a Broken Bar, Victor said as he carefully inspected the vibrating Rebecca. Do you want a chance to live? He asked suddenly, preparing to scam a new girl. Although she threatened his life before, she didn't really cause any harm, and he really appreciated her talents. It was already dusk when Lara returned to the mansion, where she quickly headed to the room, took a quick shower with Elle, then went downstairs for dinner. "How was your sleepover, Miss Lara?" Hilda asked as she prepared the table with the girls. They usually had their meal together. Victor made sure that they saw each other as family. "It was okay, broken bar," Lara said with a smile on her face as Elle, who sat beside her, secretly nodded. Lara made a lot of new friends. As a girl who grew up without any friends, she felt refreshed. Although that girl Stefani was a little snobbish, she was passable. "Good. You must remember not to trust people easily though," Hilda warned as she watched the other girls take their seats. Arya and Hana seemed to be getting along rather fine. Monica was still feeling awkward, but Theta, who became much more confident lately, seemed to be leading her by the nose, so she would be fine. "I understand a broken bar," Lara said as she pouted. Her mother and teachers on the island had already taught her how to be cautious. "Good. Now, let me introduce you a broken bar," Hilda said as she clapped her hands, and a little girl whom Lara hadn't seen before stepped forward. She was wearing a black suit that fit her perfectly and made her look super cool. "This is Yin. Young Master Victor has assigned her to be your personal bodyguard," Hilda said, nudging Yin, who seemed a little distracted inspecting the people around the table. That young Master Victor was definitely a pervert. Thankfully he seemed to be only interested in much older girls. "Aha, broken bar, nice to meet you, young miss. Please take care of me from now on," she said as she awkwardly bowed as Hilda taught her. Yesterday she had a crash course in proper etiquette. "Aha, broken bar, nice to meet you too. I will be in your care too," Lara said with a sweet smile. She liked having new friends, and this girl Yin looked really pretty nice. And her esteemed brother would only choose the best of the best to be her bodyguard. "Come sit with us. There are no strangers here," Lara added the same way Victor usually invited the girls. Yin looked for approval from Hilda, then grabbed a seat next to Lara, where she sat and remained silent as the girls began to question Lara about her sleepover. "Where is esteemed brother? Didn't he return from New York City?" Lara asked after putting a slice of potato in her small mouth. "Aha, broken bar, he had to go on a field trip with his friends at the Academy." "Broken bar," Hilda quickly answered. "He should return anytime today." "Our broken bar," she said. "It was just an F-rank dungeon after all." "Oh, our broken bar." Lara pouted as she continued eating. She wanted to ask for her esteemed brother's permission to invite her new friends for a sleepover here. Yin, who had finished observing everything, sighed and began to eat as she disabled her soul vision skill, before rubbing her eyes, which hurt a little. She had just inspected her new mistress, Lara. To her surprise, the girl's soul had something wrong. It was very pure, but somehow it felt strange. Like a withering flower. Victor had warned her not to reveal this soul skill to anyone though, so she would tell him about what she saw when he got back. But what really distracted her earlier was not Lara, but the little girl beside her whom Lara called Elle. Why was her soul so damn bright? Looking at her was like looking straight at the sun. It hurt her eyes. She suddenly paused and looked straight at a girl who was awkwardly chatting with the other girls. They called her Monica. She had a demon scent on her. It was very faint, but Yin could smell it. Was she a demon? Yin inspected her soul while using her hand to shield her eyes from Elle's dazzling soul light. Her broken bar, no, Monica was perfectly normal. It was not her. She must have met or touched the demon in the last couple of days. A broken bar. After finishing with the twins' revenge, scamming Rebecca into signing a very fair contract and getting some intimate sleep in his large sleeping bag, Victor, with his ever-expanding entourage of pretty maids, made his way through the garden. Yes, Rebecca was now with him and she had become one of his dogs. It was in her contract. Victor even put an electrified collar on her. The girls had to ask him why he had that thing on him, but he didn't reply and just smiled smugly. He didn't want to disappoint them by telling them he just took it from one of the men he killed. He wanted to create the illusion that he was always prepared. As for Rebecca, he was conflicted about her, but there were a couple of reasons why he decided to spare her. First of all, he didn't want a lot of his classmates to die, as that might cause the wedding to be delayed. Secondly, like the two girls Lena and Mila, he planned to expand his spy network, and a girl with mimic skills was really precious. It was an uncommon skill after all. Victor planned to make this girl join Alpha's spy organization after leaving the dungeon. Thirdly, She was still young and can be trained to his liking. Lastly, Victor needed a scapegoat to escape the eyes of his enemies. He was planning to use Alex, but that idiot got herself sent immediately to the lowest floor. So Rebecca would work as a good temporary replacement. As for his feeling of resentment about what she did in his past life, he will make sure she would feel them in her bones when he trains her later. He began to giggle in an evil way, then paused and threw a dagger at a nearby tree, making another poor player fall to his death. Now they were heading toward the base that Gustav used before, the Skeleton Queen's boss chamber. Along the way, Victor made sure to hunt every player who thought those girls looked yummy. Victor was in fact using the girls as a lure for the said players as he disguised himself. One must knows that Victor had already succeeded in killing all the leaders of the three biggest groups in the garden. Gustav, the boss who was after Mana, and the skinny guy who attacked him with Rebecca earlier. Only scattered shrimps were left at the moment, and Victor had no plan to go after them as long as they didn't try to get his toys. In the end, they reached their destination after eliminating 31 players and 14 skeletons. Victor looked at the grand cathedral-like building and sighed. This was the first boss's room. It was built on the fringes of the garden. Victor, a short pretty girl, jumped into his embrace as soon as he walked through the grand doors. It was none other than Lin, who as soon as she reached this floor was instructed by Victor to come here before him and clean this place up. Victor casually hugged her and patted her head as he inspected the hall. The floor was full of corpses that she cut into pieces. No, they were undead. Gustav must have left them to guard this place, and after he got killed they began to roam freely. That guy probably didn't have any living men with him, as all of his followers were undead. Are there any living survivors here? Victor asked Lin as he slowly let go of her. No, a broken bar. There were some fresh blood stains in one of the inner chambers though, she said as she followed Victor, who began to walk around inspecting this place. She sneakily pulled his hand and held it as she began to walk beside him. Although this place was designated as a boss room, it was more like a throne hall of some palace with a high gilded ceiling and long faded murals filling the walls. The girls walking beside Victor began to slowly walk around and inspect the area curiously. What with all of these gibberish symbols? Mila, one of the two girls Victor saved, asked as she inspected the engravings that accompanied the murals on the walls. They seemed to be some kind of writing. A broken bar, Lin replied as she tried really hard to ignore Lily, who was shooting daggers into her. A broken bar. A broken bar. Lin, who was distracted, bumped into Victor, who stopped abruptly at the largest mural in the hall. It depicted a pretty woman with armies of skeletons coming out of a strange coffin and kneeling in front of her. Below the mural, there was a long text that seemed to be describing the scene above. Young master, can you read this? Mina asked as she watched him squint at the text. Yes, a broken bar, Victor replied, surprising the girls. This language was not the one he knew, but it was very close to one he learned before when he worked as a librarian. High Elvish. Among all the possible languages in the world, the Elvish language had a very distinct feature. It was timeless. Elves considered themselves better than anyone else, and their language holy, so they disdained speaking in any other. Coupled with their long lifespan, it meant that the language didn't change a lot throughout the time and between the worlds. The elves sprawled through. That's why Elvish was considered one of the 10 lingua franca of the universe, and Victor in his research had learned 6 of those to some varying degrees of proficiency. The other 4 languages were impossible to learn for a human. Really? Rebecca asked in surprise. What does it say? She added, earning herself a glare from Lily and the girls. She quickly shut up, remembering her position. She was at the bottom of the food chain in this group. Victor didn't seem to mind the question though. It was a rare chance for him to show off in front of his girls. It tells the story of the owner of this place. My mistress, a broken bar. No, sorry, wrong subject. A broken bar. A queen, a broken bar. She was probably that same skeleton queen boss, Victor said as he carefully began to read the text. Elvish was not a language he liked, as every letter could mean different things depending on the social status of both the writer and the reader. A broken bar. Earlier he was reading it as a subject to the queen. The A Broken Bar Queen who conquered the something something Grand Dungeon owner Broken Bar, did what a Broken Bar, gave blowjob. Aha Broken Bar no A Broken Bar, ah yes a Broken Bar. She spared the demon boss and offered to make a deal with him and spare him in exchange for him serving her forever and granting her kingdom unlimited prosperity and a Broken Bar. Bananas? No, that's the word for fruit. A Broken Bar, strange a Broken Bar. Anyway, this mural was built to commemorate that scam a Broken Bar. No deal a Broken Bar. Yes, it's a deal, Victor said, affirming his words. He didn't recognize all the letters, but he got the general meaning. Although the mural didn't say what happened next, Victor could guess. Deals with demons never go well, except for Lin, who thought that Victor looked really good when he had that expert look. The other girls looked at Victor while unsure if he was joking earlier or did he really read that. Even Lily, who was taught to speak 5 languages proficiently as an assassin, had never seen anything like this before. Not that she doubted Victor, but lately she began having this strange feeling that he seemed to be always scamming the people around him. What language is this, young master? Mana asked just to be sure. Elvish, High Elvish to be precise. Broken Bar. I met an old hidden master once. He spoke it to show off, and I made him teach me a Broken Bar. Victor lied casually. He learned this from one of the pretty slave elf maids Julian gifted to him. She was a princess or something. Oh, our Broken Bar. The girls didn't know how to reply to that. What about the symbol drawn on the coffin? Lin suddenly asked, making Victor frown and look up again. He didn't notice it before because it was a little faded. This is not an elvish letter, but a hell symbol. A Broken Bar, he said with a frown. A very deep frown. Change of plans. A Broken Bar, he said as he turned to face the girls with a very grave expression. Hell was the name that people gave to the demon's original world. Any demons who came from there were not to be trifled with. Those guys were the real deal. The levels below would be much more dangerous than I expected. So Mina, Mana, Mila, Jinna. Broken Bar, I am Lena. She protested. Really? Whatever. Too many names to remember. A Broken Bar. Anyway, you girls with Rebecca will now make your way upstairs to the top floor. Then wait there, he said. Only Lin and Lily will accompany me. Victor really wanted to send Lily away too, but he didn't dare to. She would not like it at all if he was left alone with Lin. Taking care of Lily alone would not be too troublesome. He also wanted to level her up a bit before the wedding so that she would have enough stamina to face what would happen that night. A Broken Bar. A Broken Bar. Young master. A Broken Bar, the twins suddenly said. They wanted to protest. No buts, your safety is my top priority. With your level, you will only hinder me downstairs. Victor scolded, then turned to the 2 other girls, Mila and Lena. From now on, the 2 of you will act as if nothing happened between us. After the dungeon gets cleared, you will contact my team by the number on the card I gave you. The girl named Alpha would tell you what to do, he explained before looking at Rebecca, who began to vibrate. A Broken Bar. No, shake a little. After the dungeon gets cleared, you do the same, and my men. Women will contact you, he corrected himself. For now, I have a mission for you though. If you do it well, I wouldn't mind forgiving your past mistakes. I might even start giving you a good salary, he said, making her nod like a chicken. What should I do, Broken Bar? She asked. Mimic me, he said. Simply from now until the end of this raid you will be acting as an arrogant young master. A Broken Bar. A slightly injured young master, he added, taking a spare ring and giving it to her. Oh, our Broken Bar. She nodded as she grabbed the ring and wondered on what finger should she put it. This one has an extravagant tent and food. A Broken Bar. Use it with the twins when you reach the upper floor. Make sure that all the teachers and the students think that I am there, he explained, winking at the twins who nodded unwillingly. A Broken Bar. They really wanted to go with him, but this mission was important too. With this, Victor might be able to fool the Destiny sect, who would surely review the reports after this raid was finished. Harvey von Geldstadt kicked Tobias' chest very hard, breaking a couple of his ribs and sending him flying through a couple of walls and a dinner table. The poor man finally stopping after hitting the reinforced concrete wall on the other side of the mansion. Harvey slowly moved through the new openings in the walls and stood above his grandson, who was coughing up blood. The poor maids, who were shocked by the sudden destruction, All ran away as soon as they saw the patriarch's angry face. "Grandpa, that maniac killed Clint," Tobias screamed after wiping his mouth. "I had to do it. I already said that no one was allowed to make a move against Victor," Harvey said as a silver sword slowly formed in his hand. "Clint was already expelled from the family anyway. Do you think I didn't know you were secretly sending him money?" he added as he slashed Tobias's arm. "A broken bar, a broken bar, a broken bar!" Tobias screamed in pain as two men ran into the ruined dining room, nearly stumbling upon the crushed glassware on the ground. "Father, grandfather, please stop," they said. Those two were Colmer, the punishment hall master, and William, Gary's father and Harvey's favorite grandson. "What? Do you want to defend this bastard too?" he said angrily before beginning to cough hard, causing him to cover his mouth with his pale hands. A broken bar, black blood seeped through his fingers. "Father, appease your anger." "A broken bar," Colmer said. "You already cut his hand." "A broken bar, I think this is enough punishment. You must care about your health." "A broken bar, we already sent out an agent and removed the bounty on Victor." "Fine then." "A broken bar," Harvey said angrily as he glared at his son while wiping his hand. "But if anything were to happen to Victor, I will kill you myself," he barked. If Victor was hurt by his family, this would be some real trouble, as Victor had already made him sign a contract. Colmer sighed as he ran to help his father, who leaned on the wall for support. He became a little weak after his outburst. His health was not very good. "Will take your brother to the infirmary," Colmer told his nephew, who nodded and hurried toward Tobias. "Wait," Harvey said. "William, about what I told you last week, make it happen soon." "A broken bar, grandfather, but Elise is a broken bar. That man is a pervert," William said with a complex expression. "Shut up. Don't act as if you really care about the girl now. Your wives and sons almost bullied her to death last year. I shouldn't have entrusted her to you. All you truly care about is your f***ing image," Harvey scolded, then coughed a little. "But father, can't we arrange for her to be an official wife at least?" William asked. "No, it would take a lot of time for that. I need someone to carry the seed of the Von Wise as soon as possibly." "Broken bar, if my sources were right, their family might not last until the winter," Harvey said as he turned around and began walking to return to his office. With Colmer's help, he slowly passed through the broken opening in the wall, which slowly began to repair itself after him. "A broken bar, father. Wasn't this a bit too much acting?" Colmer asked his father, who was completely fine. He sat on his chair, raised his legs on a gilded mahogany desk, and watched the office's wall repair itself. "This wall material cost a fortune, as it can only be found in some specific dungeons, but it was worth it." "No, a broken bar, fooling the dark chamber is our priority now." "A broken bar, they must not know that I was cured of that poison," Harvey said after some pondering. "But wouldn't Tobias try to attack Victor again? Clint was his favorite son." "I am counting on that." "That fool Tobias is as useless as his son." "A broken bar, I am sure he will go and ask the Dark Chamber for their help very soon." "A broken bar, but didn't you want to protect Victor?" "If Victor can be killed this easily, then I would be a fool." "My hunch is never wrong. If the Von Wise family manages to survive this crisis, that kid might become one of their supreme elders, if not the patriarch one day," Harvey replied. "I just want to watch the chaos and wait for a chance to gain some benefits." "Further, a broken bar, you mean that Victor's latest blunder in the brothel was a cover-up?" Colmer asked. "He even dared to damage his own public image like this on purpose?" "Yes, I was pretty surprised when I met him the day in the auction. That kid is a snake. He has been deliberately building a certain image around himself, and he managed to pull a cover over everyone's eyes," Harvey said as he looked at the report on his desk. "And a broken bar, those toys he left at the brothel are very interesting." "A broken bar," he said. "Aren't they just normal toys? Do they serve some purpose?" Colmer asked. "No, a broken bar, it is just that those are handmade. You can't find things like that on the shelf. Or broken bar, they reflect some fine taste to a broken bar. Find out where he got them from." "Aha, broken bar, okay, broken bar." Colmer was not really sure what to reply. His father was beginning to revive his old habits after he was cured. Colmer was already expecting to gain a lot of new little brothers and sisters pretty soon. "Now leave me. I need to." "Broken bar, meditate." "To broken bar," Harvey said as he took out a leather-bonded book from his storage ring while waving for Colmer to exit the room with his other hand. Yes, grandfather, a broken bar, Colmer said as he walked out of the office while wondering what kind of top-secret things that book continued. His father always kept it with him. A broken bar. Margaret cursed as she began to bang her head against the rock-solid ground. A broken bar. It hurt like hell and she felt that it was about to explode. Why was this happening? She had no idea. The moment she ate that demon in her soul space, everything was fine. But the moment she regained her consciousness, she felt this pain. It was getting stronger, as if her very soul was tearing apart. She could taste the blood in her mouth and she knew that she had bit her tongue, but she didn't care. A broken bar. She had no time to care. She felt everything around her clearer than ever, but at the same time, the pain was 1,000 times more severe. She could feel the burning lines appearing all over her soul. It was breaking apart. Was she going to die? Just as the pain became unbearable, from deep within her soul a series of symbols shone as in Margaret's soul space. A large talisman began to form as it absorbed energy around it. The pain slowly subdued and then stopped. Margaret slowly sat up and focused on her soul space, where now a complete golden talisman was floating in front of her soul. What was this? Margaret had no idea, but she knew it was not harmful, as on it, Victor's symbol was engraved. A broken bar. Were you telling the truth earlier? Lily asked Victor as she watched the girls leave after getting their instructions. Victor usually told her the truth when they were alone. Although Lynn was with them at the moment, from the way Victor treated her, Lily knew that he would not mind telling the truth in her presence. About what? Victor asked. Everything. A broken bar. The moral. A broken bar, she said. Oh, a broken bar. About 90%. I only lied about one thing. Can you guess what it is? He asked as he eyed both Lynn and Lily. The one who guesses right will get a kiss, while the other would get her butt spanked, he declared as he inspected the rest of the murals. The language name? No, a broken bar. The woman on the mural is definitely an elf. Lynn pondered as she frowned, trying hard to remember what Victor said exactly. A broken bar. Is it about the deal with the demon? In the mural there was no demon, just skeletons, she said. The deal is true. A broken bar. This entire garden was probably the result of that deal. A broken bar. The demon is hiding in the black coffin, he explained, spanking Lynn's butt out of nowhere. A broken bar, she moaned in surprise, then blushed. That was not a voice a noble girl like her should make. A broken bar. She hoped that Victor liked her reaction though. Lily glared at Lynn hatefully. That slut was definitely trying to seduce her young master. You lied about the old man who taught you. It was definitely a pretty girl. That's the only reason you would listen to her. A broken bar, Lily said finally, earning herself a surprise reward kiss on her pouting lips as Lynn, who was glaring at them with some jealousy, rubbed her butt. She lost this round. Exactly. You are prettier though, Victor told Lily as he chuckled, then let go of her and began to move deeper into the hall. There is nothing in that direction, I already checked, Lynn said as she ran after Victor and grabbed his arm while glaring at the still stunned Lily with challenging eyes. Lily quickly sobered up and touched her lips with a smile, then, not wanting to lose, ran to Victor's other side and grabbed his other arm. There is something there. Broken bar, Victor said, then paused. Ladies, I might need my arms later. A broken bar, Victor pointed out, but none of the girls let go. A broken bar. Did he push them too hard earlier? Okay, since both of you don't want to let go, grab hard. This might hurt a little, he said as they reached a certain bland wall. Then the world around them wrapped as Victor used his shadow-shifting ring to pass through the wall. The girls watched as the scenery changed around them. They were now in a white room with a marble pedestal in its center. What is this place? A broken bar, Lynn asked as she tried hard to regain her balance and in the end, had to let go of Victor and sit down. A broken bar. Her mana was a little drained. The reward room for the upper dungeon. A broken bar, Victor said as he took a pill and put it in Lily's pale mouth. Her state was not good at all as the process of passing through the thick wall had drained all her mana. Her intelligence attribute was not high enough. First dungeon? Lynn asked as she watched Victor lay Lily on the ground slowly. This was her punishment for not listening to his command earlier. Yes. If I guessed correctly, this dungeon is composed of 2 or 3 dungeons above each other. What? Lynn asked. You saw the mural earlier. A broken bar. The elf queen must have found the dungeon below this one, and instead of clearing it, She must have made a deal with its boss. Victor explained. A broken bar. I presume that the deal must have had a curse that shattered the Elf Queen's world. But a broken bar, how could she leave a dungeon after entering it? Lin asked. Different worlds have different rulers. A broken bar, or maybe she had some artifact for that. A broken bar, I can't really tell, he said as he slowly walked toward the marble pedestal. On it, there was a small golden apple. Inverse soul apple. Convert energy to soul. SHT. This thing was amazing, Victor said with a smile. What is it? It looks like the ones in the garden, Lin exclaimed as she grabbed his arm again. Lean. A broken bar, we can be intimate. Lateral broken bar, Victor scolded, flicking her small nose with his finger. Lin bit her lip and then slowly let go of his arm. She was a bit reluctant, but his tone was clear. This apple is useful to me. A broken bar for others, it might be wasted, or be very dangerous. A broken bar, he said finally as he put the apple in his ring. What does it do? Lin asked. It allows someone to convert energy to soul power. A broken bar, basically, it is for enlarging one's soul. Why is it dangerous then? Lin, who didn't fully understand, asked. You must know that enlarging someone's soul recklessly is a very dangerous process. Souls are not usually that flexible. In fact, most souls have a hard limit. If they grew any larger than that, they might explode. A broken bar. I have ways to mitigate its effect that others can't understand. A broken bar, he explained as he surveyed the empty reward room one last time, then headed toward Lily, who slowly opened her eyes and sat up. Do we have to go through the wall again? Lily asked with a little fear. She had just recovered. No, a broken bar. The wall here can be opened from the inside. A broken bar, he said, moving a secret lever that opened the wall. We will rest a bit here, then move downstairs toward the second dungeon. A broken bar, he said as he frowned. That hell symbol thing? Lin asked. Demons that come from hell are very unique. A broken bar, you can consider them nobility among demons, who usually have some very tricky and underhanded techniques. If my guess is correct, that Lich King is such a creature, Victor said. We must rest and prepare well. The battle downstairs would certainly be hard. A broken bar, he paused as an announcement rang throughout the dungeon. System notification 2 # quest had been completed. The Lich King had been eliminated. SHT. What the hell happened? Victor asked as he read the notification while ignoring the girl's questioning eyes. 30 minutes earlier, in the dark, barely lit corridor, a group of valiant warriors was running. In front of them, hordes of skeletons of all shapes and colors were running too while totally ignoring them. FCK, what's going on here? Tom asked earlier when he and his team were slowly grinding against the skeletons. They were interrupted by the legions of skeletons. First, they thought they were coming to get them, so they hid in an opening to the side while preparing for a defensive battle, but to their surprise, the skeletons completely ignored them. It was after they saw Alex and Zoe, who were running while out of breath among the fleeing skeletons, they realized that all those were running away and that whatever was chasing them was not to be underestimated. A broken bar, but what was it? It only took one look to the back to join the stampede. All of them were now escaping the crawling darkness that slowly moved behind them like a tide while constantly changing its shape. When it turned into a frog, it would snap its tongue, grabbing a bunch of skeletons to eat them. When it turned into a snake, it would spit awesome black poison that melted whoever it touched into a black goo that the monster swallowed. When it turned into a slug that covered the entire tunnel with its slimy body. The ever-dark tunnels were now being lit by that thing's flame-like eyes. At least they had enough light now to wonder about the majesty of these tunnels. As if they had the time. What should we do? Alex asked as she crushed a slow skeleton in front of her so that she could pass. What is that thing first? Tom asked. We have no idea. A broken bar. It has been chasing us since the second floor blew. Zoe answered. I am presuming it is Isfagar the Great or something. A broken bar. The new boss. Did you try attacking it? Tom yelled as the girls around him cleared the path for him. It doesn't work, Zoe answered. I tried to throw some dagger at it, but they melted the second they touched him. A broken bar. She had already figured out that Tom was the leader of the other group. I have a plan. Follow me, Tom suddenly said and tried to move to one of the near side tunnels. Stop, Zoe wanted him, but it was too late. The side tunnel was packed full of skeletons that were not escaping but heading their way with sharp lances. The moment Tom tried to jump above their heads, a swarm of arrows began to fly in his way from the skeleton archers hiding behind. If it were not for Madeline, who jumped and pushed him to the side, he would have become a porcupine. Falling to the side with an injured shoulder, he realized that if he wanted to force his way he would be delayed enough that the thing in the back would reach him. He had no choice but to resume his running. At least the skeletons in the main tunnel were not attacking him. A broken bar. Wait, a broken bar? Why were the skeletons in the side tunnels not escaping? A broken bar. Those skeletons are not escaping. They are heading somewhere, Tom suddenly said as he caught up with the others again and took a healing pill, then gave one to Madeline. She was hit too. We know. Can you just listen for once? Zoe scolded. As long as we stay with the flow they would not touch us. But if we try to exit to some side tunnel, all of them would attack us at once. She explained, then looked back as the Isfagar who got stalled for 32 seconds on the side tunnel then turned and continued to run their way. Tom, a broken bar? Aren't they heading toward the black door? Peter suddenly said. A broken bar, right? Tom remembered. Black door? Zoe asked as she popped a stamina refilling pill in her mouth. She was getting tired. We saw it earlier. It should be the boss's room. It was heavily guarded, Tom said, tripping one poor skeleton to his side, then ran above him. We didn't dare to come closer to it before clearing the surrounding tunnels, Peter added as he watched Zoe use a giant bone to crush a skeleton in their path. I understand now, Tom suddenly said. That boss is collecting his armies, and the reason they are not attacking us is that he wants to use us. That's logical. A broken bar, Zoe said. She had been wondering why those skeletons were not attacking them as long as they didn't leave the flow. I have a plan, Tom suddenly said. What? Alex asked. We will wait for the two bosses to fight to run away, Tom said. No SHT. You call that a plan? Zoe scolded. No, you don't understand. Madeline here has a skill that allows her to create a repelling energy barrier. It's not strong, but the skeletons would not be focusing on us. It will only last for 10 or so minutes, but that would be enough as we just need to barricade near one of the door's posts and then hunt for benefits once the boss fights with each other. He explained while patting his succubus girlfriend's head. This seems dangerous, a broken bar, Peter said as he looked at Tom and his girlfriends with envious eyes. Why can't he get a harem too? He was both handsome and rich. Relax, we will just use the chaos when the two bosses are fighting to finish them off, Tom said confidently. What if they cooperate against us? Alex asked. Don't be a jinx, Zoe scolded. Earlier when they were running, Alex wondered if there were traps here, and seconds later a pit full of pointy sticks opened below their feet. Thankfully, Zoe was able to react on time and throw a rope to the other side. This Alex was a jinx. Don't worry, Tom said, the skeletons belong to the boss in the dark room. The guy is clearly not on his team, he said as he focused on conserving his energy. He planned to perform the killing strike slash a broken bar. That was his secret plan that everyone around him had already realized. We just need to wait for them to tire each other out. Can't we just run while they are fighting each other? Alex asked. If any of the bosses survive, they will be after us next, Tom explained. Get ready. Zoe, who was not entirely convinced, said just as a dark door appeared in the distance. They wanted to go forward toward it, but the swarms of skeletons who were running earlier seemed to have stopped and created a barricade in front of the gate. They were like an army in formation. Jump over their heads, Zoe said, then grabbed Peter to her side and jumped. She had long realized that he didn't have that kind of stamina. Tom also grabbed two girls, while Madeline caught another as they jumped over the skeletons' heads. Alex needed no help as she was already a few feet ahead after using her spear as a jumping pole for the third time today. She was getting proficient in this. The skeleton, as expected, didn't flinch as the spears in their hands pointed to the crawling darkness that they began attacking moments later. Zoe frowned as she escaped. She had just noticed that the skeleton spears were hurting that thing. Not a lot, but it was affecting it at the very least. Her weapons were completely useless against it. Too bad Peter was being carried by her and she didn't have any room to attack a broken bar. Wait, Tom, throw me that arrow that was stuck on you earlier." She quickly told Tom, who was running by her side, using the skeletons' heads as stepping stones. Tom frowned, then opened his eyes wide and nodded after noticing the same thing she did. "Peter, take this arrow and aim it at the monster," Tom said, making Peter, who was being carried like a stack of weed, curse. How was he going to pull this off? After some thinking, he formulated a way. "Zoe, turn me to the other side," he said, making Zoe throw him up and then catch him after he flipped in midair. "Now do it." "We will reach the door soon," Tom said. "Stabilize me for a few seconds," Peter said again as pulled the bowstring and then fired the arrow at the monster's burning eyes. A broken bar. The monster screamed as the arrow passed through its body, creating a burning line that vanished moments later. "It didn't slow at all." "It didn't work," Peter said. "No, it did," Zoe explained as she adjusted Peter again to be carried in a more comfortable position. "Weapons that come from this dungeon do work on him." "We reached the gate, everyone to the right side," Tom commanded as he formulated a plan. The group quickly found the place Tom told them about behind a grand pillar next to the gate. They quickly landed near it, killing all the skeletons round in a few strikes and then erecting the barrier. Zoe, who was not sure about Madeline's powers, also took out a few barrier talismans and pasted them around as the others kicked away a few skeletons who complained about it being too crowded. Isfagar reached their position after a few moments, turning into a slime that melted all the skeletons and began to melt the barrier. Zoe was about to order a retreat, but just then the black gate opened and a huge coffin appeared from inside. From it, a black ray of energy suddenly shot towards the monster that turned into a frog that opened its mouth wide and swallowed the ray, then shot it back. The dark energy shattered the coffin, revealing a golden skeleton with two long horns and dark eyes inside a broken bar. The skeleton didn't have a chance to do a thing as the frog's tongue shot at it and then garbed it and pulled it back to swallowed whole. Seconds later, System notification 2 quest had been completed. The Lich King had been eliminated. Just like that, Alex gasped as she began to step away. "Retreat!" Tom screamed as he began to run to the side over the now lifeless skeletons. He could hear the sounds of bones getting crushed behind him, followed by the sound of a barrier getting shattered. Tom, who didn't like that sound at all, slowly looked behind and discovered that the monster who turned into a slug had decided to go after them. It just leisurely followed their tracks as it devoured the skeleton's bones it passed over. His plan was a failure. "Whimsical system, help me!" Tom screamed in his mind as he raced with the others to run away. It has been a while since he asked for the system's help, ever since it began to bother him about Nova, but he had no other choice now. "A broken bar," Victor cursed as he used his blood slave ability to view what was happening below. He only ignored those guys for a few hours, and they managed to screw everything. "What happened?" Lynn asked as she saw Victor's face turn pale. "A big mess. The final boss will be heading here." "Broken bar. We should quickly head to the stairway and prepare a trip." "A broken bar. It would be the perfect place here." "Broken bar," Victor said as he began to review his options. He already had a plan to kill that thing, ever since he came to this place. "How long do we have?" Lily, who could stand up now, asked. 3 to 4 hours. "A broken bar. It should be an or broken bar," he said as he began to think about a backup plan and a second backup plan, just in case Alex was here after all. "We should split up," Tom suddenly suggested after 20 or so minutes of aimless running. The group had finally managed to outpace that guy by escaping through the narrowest paths they could find. That thing was having difficulty moving because of its size, which had grown 3 times after devouring a lot of poor skeletons. It could only move now after turning into a slug and squeezing through the tunnels. It was advancing relatively slowly, but from the creepy sound in the darkness behind them, they knew that it was still following them. Thankfully, after the Lich King got eaten, all of the skeletons got deactivated, so the tunnels were now empty again. They just had to be careful not to step on any sharp bones. "I will go right on the next fork." "A broken bar. You guys go left." "A broken bar," Tom explained to Zoe. Due to the darkness of the tunnels, an intersection would only be visible a few feet before they reach it, so he made sure to make things clear. "Don't listen to him," Alex suddenly screamed. "He knows where the exit of this floor is. He is planning to head there by himself." She explained. She knew this because 10 minutes ago, She received a 8 talisman message from Victor, giving her the map and telling her to meet him on the 5th floor if she was still alive. Although she was still hesitant to meet Victor, fearing his punishment because of the toys incident. She knew that he was probably the only one who could kill this thing. She has witnessed his power and shrewdness firsthand in the spider dungeon. Alex had already noticed how Tom was slowly guiding them toward the exit for the last 10 minutes. She was sure he has the map too. Really? Zoe, who noticed Tom's reaction earlier, asked, forcing him to quickly hide his annoyance. I have no idea where the exit is. How could I? Tom said, hiding the fact that the whimsical system had already given him the map of this place. Splitting up his logical a broken bar. Zoe said after some thinking. That thing had slowed down, but they were getting tired, and it would catch up with them sooner or later, as they would never be able to sleep or rest. And even if Tom knew where the exit was, which she had a hunch he did, as long as Isfagar followed him, she could just stay here and find a way to kill that thing from behind a broken bar. No, she would not risk getting trapped. Let's do it. But I will go to the right, she declared finally, just as they reached the next fork in the tunnels. She didn't wait for Tom to say anything as she went right, giving Tom, who began to curse silently, no other choice but to go left with his group. The system had warned him not to divulge anything about having the map after all. A broken bar. Shit, that arsehole. It took Zoe 5 minutes to begin cursing loudly. Uncle Falcon had warned her to stop with this vulgar language as it was not fit for a lady, but at the moment she couldn't help it. The monster had chosen to go after her and Alex, who seemed to have also followed here. A broken bar. Why did it go after them and not the bigger group? What kind of bad luck was this? We will split up at the next intersection. A broken bar, she said. She had the strangest hunch that the monster was purposefully following Alex. She needed to get away from this jinx. No need. I know where the exit is. A broken bar, Alex said. She didn't want to stay alone. Just follow me. We can leave this floor safely. Really? How did you know? Zoe asked, squinting her eyes. Aha, broken bar on a broken bar. It is my navigation skill. Alex lied. Now turn left, she said, turning to the left. Zoe frowned, then decided to follow. She didn't want to end up trapped at a dead end with that thing behind her, and with Alex, she can always escape if things went wrong. A broken bar. In another tunnel on the other side of the fork, Tom moving stopped after realizing that Isfagar stopped following him. FCK. He cursed. Is everything alright? Peter asked as he glanced at the empty corridor behind him. He was worried about Zoe. Although she was not his type, as he didn't like tomboyish girls, she was his classmate after all, and she saved his life earlier. Aha, broken bar. Yes, a broken bar. Just need to collect my thoughts, Tom said as he closed his eyes. System, is there another exit? He asked as he began to examine the map in his mind. Zoe went through the only tunnel leading to the exit, and if he followed now, that thing might turn and attack him. The whimsical system pities you for getting outsmarted by a little girl. Unfortunately no, there's only one stairway for this floor. Why are you in a hurry to exit anyway? Isfagar is no longer after you. You can go back and check that Lich King's room now. It would surely be filled with treasures. Does this whimsical system need to teach you everything? Ah, that's right. Tom quickly opened his eyes wide and smirked. He never thought of that. Follow me, he said to his entourage as he turned around and began to run. Why are we going back? One girl asked as she followed. She was still shaking after the earlier encounter. You will see, Tom answered mysteriously while trying his best to appear charming. The system, although it had a sharp tongue, really treated him well. A broken bar. In the safe zone on the top floor, Isabella frowned as she watched Victor walk into the safe zone with 2 unfamiliar girls and the twins. One of them seemed to be missing a hand, but she was not sure which as she couldn't tell them apart. Thankfully both of them survived. Mina, what happened? Mr. Gold ran quickly to check on Mina's hand as the still shocked schoolmates watched from afar. This was the first dungeon raid for most of them, and now they were scarred for life. We had an accident, a broken bar, Victor said. Where is Lynn? Didn't she meet up with you? Elma, the girl who was with Lynn and Mr. Gold, asked, still shocked after witnessing Tristan's ugly death. She said she will search for the other students. A broken bar, Mina said. Butte, a broken bar. What if the nutcracker got to her? Elma asked, making Mr. Gold frown and Victor shiver and involuntarily yelp as if that name reminded him of the very horrific scene. "Oh, our broken bar." The twins didn't know how to answer that. "Did you meet with it?" Mr. Gold, who noticed how Victor reacted, asked. Teacher Isabella, also tuned in. Mr. Gold had already told her about Tristana broken bar. Was this nutcracker real? She wondered. Yes, a broken bar. We saw it work from afar. A broken bar. More than 40 players died under its hands downstairs. A broken bar. Thankfully they were all bad players and not anyone from the academy. A broken bar, Mina said, carefully controlling her expression. A broken bar. The fake Victor's expression was genuine though. She had seen him work a broken bar. She wanted to forget, but she couldn't. A broken bar. How could she? He warned her that she would suffer the same fate if she acted badly again. He made her sign a contract too. "How did you escape?" Elmo asked. "We got lucky as it was after some very strong players." A broken bar. Mana replied this time. "Those poor guys didn't have a chance." "See, a broken bar. I can still hear their desperate screams when I close my eyes," she said as she tried her best to appear frightened. "How can you leave Lynn alone there?" Mr. Gold looked at Victor and scolded. "Lynn is your fiancée tilde copyright, isn't she?" "A broken bar. I couldn't stop here." "A broken bar," Victor replied as he quickly took out his tent, placed it in a corner, then went into it, not wanting to argue any further. "I need to rest," he explained in a frightened voice. Mr. Gold. "A broken bar. When we met that thing, a broken bar, the young master stood in front of us to protect you." "A broken bar. Don't be hard on him," Mana said as she quickly followed Victor inside the tent. Mina and the two other girls also followed under the shocked eyes of the students. "A broken bar. This tent was meant for 1 or 2 occupants max." "Pervert," Isabella spat as she stood up. "Where are you going?" Mr. Gold, who was frowning, asked. "I will go down," she said. "I need to find the rest of the students." She lied. She just was worried about Tom and was going to search for him. "Be careful. A broken bar. Return as soon as you locate any." Mr. Gold, who knew that he couldn't stop her, said after hesitating for a moment. This dungeon had just turned into an S rank. They should follow the protocol and protect the students while waiting for help that would definitely come. Thankfully, Victor had given them the energy bars that solved their need for food. Although a little eccentric, Mr. Gold felt that Victor was a good young man. "A broken bar." A lewd sound shattered the serious atmosphere. Seconds later, it came from the tent. "Damn that pervert." "A broken bar." Alex and Zoe were utterly exhausted when they reached the stairway, and Isfigar, who seemed a little annoyed after eating most of the skeletons, began to pick up his speed again because the tunnel had widened near the exit. The escaping girls had no other choice but to run as if their lives depended on it! No, wait, their lives did depend on it. They quickly climbed the stairway as Isfigar, who had turned into a snake behind them, hit the door and then shattered into smoke before reassembling into a slug and squeezing behind them. It took them exactly 1 minute to run their way up the stairs and into the bright garden. They stood there in shock for mere seconds as their eyes adjusted to the brightness. "Oh, Zoe," Victor, who was waiting there while relaxing on a sun lounger, said as he sat up. "Victor, a broken bar. Run, a broken bar. It is after us," Zoe said, pausing for a second to catch her breath, as Alex, who totally ignored Victor, kept running into the distance until she tripped and fell. "A broken bar. Is it here?" Victor asked in shock as he stood up abruptly, nearly stumbling. "Yes," Zoe said as she began to run again. "How did you?" "A broken bar." "Quickly follow me. This area has a trap that I set." "I was trying to act as a decoy to lure it in," he said, grabbing the exhausted Zoe's soft hand and quickly dragging her, and began to run, totally ignoring Alex, who he purposefully stunned and left on the ground. Zoe didn't know why she couldn't resist Victor's hand as he dragged her, maybe because she was tired. It took them a few seconds to reach an area far away that had been camouflaged. From here, they would have time to escape if their plan failed. "Young master," Alex pleaded as the black fog began to appear at the ominous stairway gate. Seconds later, a delicate hand grabbed her and pulled her into hiding. It was Lynn, who was hiding to the side. "It is coming." "A broken bar," Zoe said as she swallowed and stepped back. "Yes, a broken bar. It is time for revenge," Victor said. "Wait, a broken bar, cousin," Did you also meet that boss before? Zoe asked. What boss? This was a trap meant for the Nutcracker, Victor said. Isn't it the one running after you? The Nutcracker? What Nutcracker? No, a broken bar. I was being followed by a monster who had just eaten the boss of the dungeon. I think it is the last boss, Zoe said as she wondered if she should continue running. A broken bar. Victor's hand, which didn't let go of hers, stopped her though. What? Bosses can't leave their chambers, Victor said. A broken bar. This was something he had been pondering about for a while now, and he had a theory. I am not sure a broken bar, Zoe said as she just realized that what he said was true. This was taught in the academy. Could it be that this thing was not the boss? She frowned as she watched the slug that slowly crawled from the stairway. Its appearance was not clear in the tunnels because of the darkness, but here, she could see it clearly. It was a slug made out of bloody jelly with all kinds of floating skulls filling its innards while howling in pain. Victor frowned as he gripped Zoe's hand hard. Prepare, he said. Although it is not the Nutcracker, my trap should be able to finish it off. He added as he pondered, waiting until the monster crawled onto a set position. Now, he shouted, making Lin activate a talisman. Kaboom! Zoe, who didn't expect this, flinched from the giant explosion and was about to fall to the ground in shock, but Victor's strong hands quickly hugged her. Sorry, I should have warned you, he said as he softly hugged her while eyeing the smoke that slowly began to drift away moments later. Confirmed visual. The enemy is still standing. Lily's voice came from above the trees. A broken bar. Run, she said as her voice trailed away. She was already on the move using the network of ropes she prepared beforehand. Victor didn't wait to see the results for himself. He quickly carried the still shocked Zoe like a princess and began to move away. Lin did the same with Alex, except that she dragged her like a garbage bag. Seconds later, a giant frog landed on the spot where Victor and the girls were seconds earlier and began to look around with its ominous flaring angry eyes. It was injured, not because of the bomb, but because of the tree twigs that Victor had purposefully sharpened using the green goo before placed everywhere. Things from this dungeon seemed to be able to hurt it. Too bad the damage didn't seem to be that effective. What the hell is that thing? Lin asked as they ran. I have no idea. Your driver, Alex, saw it first, Zoe replied. Watch out. It's going to jump again, she yelled as she watched the monster begin to flex its muscles. Victor didn't flinch as he took out a talisman and then activated it before ducking with Zoe in his hands. Kaboom! Another explosion sounded, but this time it was way softer as it only caused the floor below the giant frog to collapse and it to fall into a lake of green goo. 9 trees around the pit toppled over seconds later, trapping it. Agagagaga! The monster shrieked in pain for the first time since its awakening. Did we get it? Alex the Jinx asked. No, Lily replied from above. It is unaffected, she added, making Victor, who had stood up and resumed his running, frown. That sound was surely a sound of pain. A broken bar. Put me down, Zoe finally said as they reached a clearing. She was blushing slightly. Oh, our broken bar. Sorry, just bear with me for a minute or two. Broken bar, Victor said as he continued to run across the clearing until he reached another camouflaged area where he gently put her down behind a tree. Lin casually threw Alex to the floor while glaring slightly at the blushing Zoe. Is there another trap here too? Zoe, who was trying hard to hide her blush, asked as she noticed the crate in the middle of the clearing. Yes, a broken bar. This was meant for the Nutcracker. Damn it, a broken bar. Hopefully, that thing won't attack us from the back. He began to talk nonsense as he used his binoculars to observe the monster that had turned into a black fog in the shape of a snake and was slowly crawling out of the green goo and passing through openings between the topple tree trunks like smoke. It appeared to be unaffected, but Victor realized that it lost all of the bones and skulls that were filling it. This smoke was not physical at all. Damn it, the soul poison, his best trump card, wouldn't work against such enemies. What is the origin of this thing? He wondered as he prepared to activate the last trap. Alex, were you the first one to meet that thing? Victor turned and asked the nervous girl as he unblocked her ability to move. He waited for the monster to reach the clearing. Its movement had slowed down considerably after the green goo bath. Aha, broken bar. Yes, a broken bar. Alex replied nervously. She was still worried about facing Victor because of the toys. And now there is this monster, a broken bar. He would surely punish her. Her butt was about to be erased. Did it appear like this when you met it? Victor asked as he inspected the monster. Isfigar the Great. STR 1 Agi 1 INT 54841884511110 LCK 14 CHM unavailable. Skills: Devour, S. Ethereal Body, S. Body of the Smoke, S. Death Touch, S. It didn't have any strength or agility at all. It must have been using the skills of the things it ate earlier. At the beginning, but not as solid as it is now, there were maybe some bones under the altar. A broken bar. She quickly shut up after realizing that she spoke too much. What altar? Victor asked as he looked back at the now sweating Alex. Aha, broken bar. You see, a broken bar. When I found it, it was hovering on top of an altar. A broken bar. She lied, trying to pick her words carefully. Did you happen to touch that altar? Victor asked, causing Zoe to look at Alex with a gaze full of hate. She knew it. Maybe a little broken bar. A broken bar. Alex began to explain. A broken bar. The monster began to howl again, interrupting the interrogation. Victor quickly looked at the monster as it slowly formed back its foggy body, but it didn't use bones this time, but the wood splinters of the fallen trees. It slowly crawled its way toward Victor and the girls, devouring everything in its way. A broken bar, including a certain lonely crate. Zoe quickly clogged her ears with her fingers, expecting an explosion, but nothing happened. There were no bombs in the crate. Zoe frowned as she watched the crate dissolve in the smoke. It was full of wine bottles that began to dissolve one by one. We should run. A broken bar, Zoe said nervously. That thing will not get drunk, and it's probably immune to poison. It's not that, Victor said. He began to slowly pull back. Lynn, take Alex and go at a broken bar. Zoe, prepare to run on my signal. The monster slowly followed, very wary of traps as it left the clearing and entered another batch of trees where it began to devour everything. Those trees had some very ripe fruits. Run, Victor said as he grabbed Zoe's hand, then activated a haste talisman and began to run away. Kaboom! A big explosion, far larger than the previous one, shook the entire dungeon. It threw Victor and Zoe to the ground despite them being about a mile away at the moment. The explosion was so big that one of the giant lanterns that illuminated the garden fell from the ceiling and cracked over the ground not far from their position. It took Victor 1 whole minute to slowly stand up. A broken bar. Shit. He lost his hearing. He quickly took a healing pill as Lily's screaming voice finally reached his mind. It seems injured, but it is regathering. She was shouting. What? Regathering? It survived that? Victor frowned and slowly focused his eyes to see that the wooden snake had been totally shattered. He could see that random wisps of black smoke were beginning to gather in the deep pit that was left after the explosion. Star broken bar, he said as he grabbed Zoe and carried her like a princess again. She would not be able to run fast enough. Are you okay, cousin? He asked as he forcefully pushed a pill into her little mouth. I am fine. A broken bar, she said with a blush. Or broken bar. He took the hit for her earlier. Why can't she fall in love with someone like him? A broken bar. What was she thinking now? It is not the time for these. A broken bar. Where to? Lynn, who was running to Victor's side, suddenly asked. Their prepared traps have all failed. I don't know. A broken bar, he said for the first time. Did he really need to use that bug? That boss's elimination won't be registered if he did that. Thought for broken bar, it would be a waste. To a broken bar. Why is it this strong? Zoe asked. How could it survive that? Exactly, this thing was supposed to die by that final attack. It could have only survived if its soul was not entirely here. Broken bar. A broken bar. He stopped abruptly and then gestured toward Alex, who was still running, making her trip and fall to the ground again. A broken bar, she screamed as she hit the dirt with her pretty face. Dear Alex. A broken bar, Victor said as he gently put Zoe down and then walked slowly toward the poor Jinx girl. He was really tempted to finish her off. Or broken bar, this was all his fault. He should have spanked her butt more. A broken bar. What? Alex asked as she turned around, then intended to stand up and failed because he was over her, making her fall on her poor butt. Did you by any chance take anything from that? A broken bar. Altar? he asked very coldly, sending shivers down her poor spine. A broken bar, yes, a broken bar. A broken bar. I remember now, a broken bar, she said as she nervously took out a sword hilt from her ring. It is useless. I tried swinging it at him but it didn't work, she explained as Victor quickly grabbed the hilt from her hands and began to inspect it. Sword of the Lost Ones, SSS. Like this sword have no blade. It can only be wielded by those who have no head. Strength plus 100%, agility plus 100%, intelligence plus 1%. Skills: Soul Lock, absorb a part of the enemy's soul and lock it in. SHT, Victor said. Victor now knew how that thing was sealed. This sword must have contained Disfigure's soul, a broken bar, not its entirety as the fruit had worked on it, but probably just a part of it. That's why it could leave its chamber, as the real boss chamber was technically this sword. The idiot Alex had been dragging it with him all this time. Young master, a broken bar. Why are you looking at me like that? Alex asked as she felt that Victor was really intending to kill her. Just deciding on your punishment, a broken bar, he said as he looked at the sword hilt again. A broken bar. SHT. He cursed again. He pondered if he should destroy the sword with the soul poison, but he had no way to make sure that the soul part in it would not escape as the sword lost its power. If the soul really escaped, that thing would be free and would never fall for his tricks again, and it would be a waste to destroy this. But as long as that thing exists, the dungeon would not close. Young master, it is on the move again. Lily, who was tasked with the surveillance, reported again. That monster was building itself again using dirt. Zoe, quickly bind this weapon, then use it to kill the monster. Victor finally thought of something. This sword should be able to kill it. A broken bar, you should do it. She said she was not really confident about her ability. I can't. This weapon requires its wielder to be headless. A broken bar. I don't want to lose my head, you see. A broken bar, my pretty face is the only redeeming feature I have left. A broken bar. He began to mumble some nonsense as he pushed the sword into her hand. Cousin, a broken bar, I am not headless. A broken bar. Zoe began to speak, then paused as the sword hilt began to shine in her hand and an ethereal blade appeared above it. She was shocked. As a hero, you can wield all kinds of weapons regardless of their wielding conditions. Victor whispered in her ear. Name: Zoe von Wise, Bolt, Level 0, Class, Hero, SS, Authority, 3, Strength, 40, Agility, 45, Intelligence, 29, Luck, 20, Charm, 27, Order, 10, Skills: Hero's Aura, SS Versatile, SS Last Breath, SS Combat Expert, S Quick Learner, S Leadership, A Survival, B Cooking, B Poison Resistance, D Sword ARTS, D Dagger ARTS, D Cleaning, E Pain Resistance, F Staff ARTS, F Equipment, Defense Talisman, S Storage Ring, B Von Weiss Elite Family Token, B Fate Status, Fate's Power, SS Defined Fate, Greatness, Destiny List less than 10 Order Points to Unveil, Bloodlines, Elder Dragon 40%, 45%, 5%. How did you know? A broken bar. She didn't continue to ask as she felt his hand grab hers. Not now, you are not in a good shape, I will help you deliver the hit, he said, preparing to use her state as an excuse to share the reward for the final hit. I can do it by myself, she protested with a blushed face. He was too close to her, and she could feel his breath on her ear as he held her from behind. I don't want you to be hurt. A broken bar. He softly scammed her, making Lily, who was watching, spit to the side. Why was her young master a pervert? Why can't she have a nice, well-behaved young master? A broken bar. Zoe wanted to protest. No buts. We don't have time, Victor said as he carried her light body and jumped forward, then flew with the help of the levitating necklace to position himself right above the monster. Zoe had no time to think when she heard his voice. Aim down, he said, helping her adjust the ethereal sword in her hand to direct down onto the monster that had just reformed and was crawling out of the pit. The moment it touched it, the black smoke forming the monster's body began to burn, then suddenly exploded like a chamber filled with gas, hurting both Victor and Zoe, who were now surrounded by the fire. Zoe screamed in pain, but suddenly she heard a shattering noise and felt her body getting hugged by a warm embrace as she began to levitate upwards. It took her a second to realize that Victor had surrounded her with his body, taking most of the damage. He could barely fly a little away from the burning pit before falling to the ground on its side. Young Master Victor. Lily and Lin ran to his side to check on him. He was really burnt badly. Even Alex, who was at the moment considering how to escape, forgot her plan as she hurried toward him. They totally ignored the system prompt. System notification. 3 quest has been completed. Isfagar the Great has been eliminated. Zoe looked at Victor, who collapsed over her with panic. Tears began to fill her eyes. Although she rarely cried, she couldn't help herself now. Don't worry, a broken bar. Victor spat with difficulty as he flipped over to lay on his back, then began to laugh like a maniac. The girls surrounding him frowned as if wondering if his head was injured, then began to smile as he miraculously began to heal. Level up, level up. Level up. Skills upgraded. Contractor of Doom, +1, can convert normal contracts into system contracts. Voluntarity conditions apply. Time limit 60 minutes after signing. New titles: Greater Than Hero Party Member, defeat a boss as a part of a hero's team. Plus 10% to all normal attributes when assisting a hero. Greater Than Hero's Journey, help a hero survive a hopeless situation. Plus 30% charm, plus 30% luck. New system skills: Night Vision, D. Fate power upgraded. A Greater Than A+. Recognized skills had been upgraded. A broken bar. Victor had risen by 21 levels, and his contract skill had improved. Maybe this was because he used it a lot to scam little girls in the dungeon. No matter what, this would spare him a lot of headaches later. Warning: the system is trying to add 2 authority points. Allow. He quickly pressed. Failed points were reallocated to order. Name: Victor Von Wise. Level: 143. Titles: Greater Than Dungeon Explorer, discovered a dungeon. Greater Than Dungeon Conqueror X2, triggered a dungeon clear event. Greater Than Savior X2, saved a human from an unavoidable death flag. Greater Than Avenger, killed a stigma title holder. Greater Than Master Demon Slayer, killed a demon 100 times stronger than you. Greater Than Last Breath Warrior, fought in a deadly situation in a dungeon. Greater Than Hero Party Member, defeat a boss as a part of a hero's team. Greater Than Hero's Journey, help a hero survive a hopeless situation. Status: Authority, as Health 5780, Stamina 5440, Mana 4150, Strength 395, Agility 350, Intelligence 415, Luck 48 plus 14, Charm 56 plus 16. Order points: 1371. Class: Fate Weaver. Subclass: None. Class skills: Eyes of Destiny, X, +2. Destiny Shield, SSS, +1. Fate Tracker, X, +1. Fate Instinct, X, +1. Recognized skills: Womanizer, A. Face Slapping, C. Butt Slapping, D. Silky Tongue, D. Sword Arts, D. Me, E. Pain Tolerance, E. Poetry, E. Creative Writing, E. Songwriting, E. Sleeping, E. Poison Brewing, E. Acting, E. Lying, E. Evading, E. Self-Healing, E. Dagger Arts, E. Needle Arts, E. Movement Arts, E. Mace Arts, E. Dismantling, E. Torture, E. New Martial Arts, F. Piano, F. Guitar, F. Quick Reading, F. Poison Resistance, F. Bleeding Resistance, F. Castration, F. New Formations Art, F. New System Skills: Admin Appraisal, SSS, +4. Admin Merchant, SSS, +2. Master Seal, SS, +4, 5-6. Contractor of Doom +1, S. Unlimited Disguise, SS, +4. Eidetic Memory, A. Super Enhanced Senses, A. Silent Blade, A. Fire Breath, A. Disabled due to the lack of fire magic affinity. Dagger Throw, B. Night Vision, D. New Health Regeneration, E. Lie detection, F. Enhanced senses, F. Magic affinity, none. Bloodline, Elder Dragon, AAA, 5% awakening. Fate strength, A+. Equipment, Defense Talisman, S. Defense Talisman, S. Dragon Storage Ring, S. Shadow Shifter Ring, SS. Area Inspect Ring, C. Levitation Necklace, A. Leather Armor, A. Congratulations. The dungeon has been cleared. Finalize in 1 hour. Victor, who was lazily lying on his sun lounger, watched as an army of summoned gargoyles worked tirelessly to collect all the debris from around the garden. Lin was using them to clean up before the dungeon closes. They were summoned earlier in preparation for the battle against Isfagar. They were meant to be a part of the last trap but ended up without a job. Why don't we descend and search for the reward room? Lily asked as she carefully fed her young master a grape. It would take at least 4 hours to reach the first room and at least 20 to reach the one at the bottom. Victor replied after a sigh, we better take what we can here. Broken Bar. You have a map too, don't you? Zoe, who was watching the show while resting to the side, suddenly asked. Of course I have. He replied. How do you think Alex was able to find his way here so fast? I sent him the map, he explained, making Alex, who was tied by her ankles and hanging from a tree, look away as Zoe glared at her. A broken bar. She lied to her earlier. How did you get the map? Zoe asked. It's a system reward. A broken bar. That's all I can tell you for now, as you still can't get it, Victor said as he slowly looked at her slightly annoyed face. Don't worry. One day I will tell you. A broken bar. Now I need a favor, he said. What? She asked. After we leave the dungeon, they will probably question us. I want you to claim that you killed the monster alone with Lena. Broken bar. Don't tell them anything about meeting me or Alex. A broken bar. No, that won't do. Broken bar. Just replace Alex with some poor player who died in the battle, he said. Aha. Broken bar. Why? It was all your work. I can't take the credit. I could only be carried around by you. A broken bar, she said, then blushed as she trailed off in a low voice. Cousin, this is important, Victor said seriously. You might not know it, but my situation in the family is very delicate. If I became too strong all of the sudden, some factions might decide to eliminate me. What? That can't be. Broken bar. The family might appear united, but it is a mess nowadays. Victor interrupted her. You don't have such restrictions as you don't belong to any branch unlike me, he explained. A broken bar. No buts. I don't want to ruin the image of a pervert young master that I crafted for myself, he said. Stop saying the word a but so casually, like no one is noticing that. And why do you always act like a pervert anyway? Can't you just be normal? Zoe asked. From knowing Victor, she realized that he was a very dependable person, but he always acts like this, ruining his image. If you act decently, with your strength, you might get to be an elder in the future or even the patriarch. I told you. A broken bar. I have many enemies, and will definitely have more in the future. And why would I ever want to be an elder or a patriarch? Those are some very tiresome jobs. I just want to relax and enjoy my life with my harem. A broken bar. He started, then stopped talking as Lily stuffed his mouth with a bunch of grapes. I can help you. A broken bar. But I have a condition. A broken bar. Zoe said, totally ignoring the pouting Lily, who might be trying to murder her young master. What? Victor asked as he chewed his way out of suffocation. Tell me how you knew how to use that weapon, she asked. It was only a handle. Why was he so sure it would work? Oh, our broken bar. That's easy, but keep what I tell you a secret. A broken bar, Victor said as he lowered his voice, and looked to the sides to make sure no one was listening. A broken bar. Alex tried to eavesdrop, but Victor used his disguise to make sure she couldn't. Zoe nodded. I have a very strong inspection skill. I can examine everything I see, from weapon to players. I can even figure out your 3 sizes. A broken bar. You don't have to wrap your chest that tightly. No one would. A broken bar. He was interrupted. It's not your business, and you don't have to say that too loudly, she said with a blush as she put her hands on his mouth, making him briefly let go of the rope in his hand before catching it again as Alex stepped a few inches toward the boiling cauldron below. Young master, spare me! Alex cried out as she twirled around helplessly, making Zoe, who finally noticed her ambiguous position over Victor, quickly let go and then sit to the side as she crossed her arm, hiding her chest with a blush. She regretted asking her shameless cousin, "Why can't he just be normal? And why does he smell this good?" She questioned herself silently. Victor, who could easily read the thoughts of a little girl, chuckled, then softly bit Lily's finger that forcefully pushed an entire fig in his smirking mouth. A broken bar. She was getting jealous again, but that's to be expected. She was probably afraid that someone would take him away from her before she could have a chance to take a bite. Well, when she gets to taste his strength after the wedding, she will definitely beg him to take more wives. Hee. What are you grinning about? Zoe suddenly asked, ignoring her embarrassment. His grin was just too lewd. Nothing, a broken bar, just wondering that you are not that different from me. You too hide your true beauty, he said. Shut up, she said as she blushed and looked away again. It was what her late mother taught her. She was used to staying low-key. Being a beauty in a poor mountainous village was an invitation for trouble. Victor, who was watching her pout, sighed. In his previous lifetime, when he met Zoe at the Imperial Palace, she proudly walked around like a queen, digging the eyes of anyone who dared to look at her proud chest. A broken bar. What made this sweet girl so nasty? He quickly looked at her, sacrificing 10 order points to look at her destiny list. Destiny list: Scion, greatness with the world's blessing, defend the world's fire gate, kill 9,999,999,999 demons, decapitate the world eater, destroy the book of space, find a good husband, solve the mystery of father's disappearance, help rebuild my village, help Oliver overcome his sorrow, defeat evil everywhere, 30 days, great misfortune. So that's what they had back then. A broken bar. Zoe turned up to be one of the mysterious 5 Gates protectors. That's why the Imperial family respected her greatly. Victor pondered. What? The Book of Space? Did this have anything to do with the Book of Time? A broken bar. Yes, the Book of Time was discovered across the fire gate. What if he tried to get it before Zoe destroys it? Could it be done? Stop glaring at me, Zoe had to say finally, to wake him up from his contemplation. Why was she feeling like this? A broken bar. Oh sorry, I was just enchanted, he said, then turned around, grabbed Lily's hand, then dragged her, forcing her to fall on his lap. Ah, young master. A broken bar. Lily complained softly as he glared at her clear eyes. I can only look at you now, he said jokingly, making Zoe pout for no reason, while Lily chuckled. The truth was that Victor wanted to take the opportunity to check Lily's fate. Destiny list: rule the world, destroy the Fate sect, marry the young master, give birth to the young master's children, be always beside the young master and protect him, be the young master's favorite, find out about my original family, get filthy Margaret away from the young master. Holy sht! Victor suddenly cursed, making Lily flinch. Young master. A broken bar. Stay still and let me think, he scolded as he began to carefully inspect her like a porcelain doll. She didn't really mind, but the jealous glares she was getting from the girls and Alex were a little uncomfortably. Broken bar. Why was Alex glaring at her like this? She had no idea. Victor on the other hand was pondering about many things. First, he quickly scrolled through his log file and searched for the entries he got when he upgraded his class at the auction. Log: Lily X birth destiny /death /overwritten, 10 million pints. Log: Lily A, ID _X_1473337, destiny /death /overwritten, 5,000 pints. Ever since then, he has been pondering about Lily's 2 death fates. A broken bar. The first one has clearly turned from death to rule the world. Why was that? He had a hunch it had something to do with her family, but was not really sure. A broken bar. The second death destiny was caused by that artifact, ID _X_1473337, which Victor was now pretty sure belonged to the Fate sect. It meant that they wanted her dead. She was meant to destroy them. They must have known about her. But the question was whether the Fate sect knew her real identity or they were using some kind of an identifier or a trace to target here. A broken bar. Victor suspected it was the latter. Wait, a broken bar. Could it be that the great misfortune curse was not aimed at him, but at Lily? He must have unconsciously disturbed some of their plans in Vane City. But couldn't they just target Lily specifically? Why did they need to fish her out like this? It made no sense. Should he make Lily his blood slave and use his disguise skill on her? No way. This would be very detrimental to his plans and to her too. This would need to be delayed until after she got baptized at Black Nest Castle. For the first time in a while, Victor had no idea what to do. There were many things he didn't really understand about fate. Maybe he just needed to play along a broken bar. His plan would need to be readjusted though. Young master, a broken bar, a broken bar. My hair is burning, a broken bar. Can you at least lower the temperature a bit? Alex's repeated pleas broke Victor's line of thoughts. Enough whining. This is your punishment. Take it like a man. A broken bar. If you told me about the sword hilt as soon as you reached this floor, I wouldn't have had to waste all of those gems. That explosion cost me a fortune. Victor scolded. A broken bar. He didn't care about the gems. Even with a sword, he would have needed to weaken this figure first. Victor was just using this as an excuse to punish Alex. A broken bar. Her bad luck was flaring very dangerously. He had to make sure that she got miserable enough to suppress it. All of this without making her hate him. It was a delicate balance. Oh, our broken bar. Can't you spank me instead? Alex asked, making Zoe, who was listening, blush. Or broken bar. How can a man ask another this? Could it be broken bar? She gasped. No way, I can make Lily spank you instead. Thought you for broken bar. Victor replied, making Zoe breathe in relief while Lily glared at poor Alex dangerously. No thanks. A broken bar. A broken bar. I am fine here. Broken bar. I am a man. A broken bar. I can take this punishment. Alex retreated. Unlike Margaret, who was a little lenient with her before, the merciless Lily would surely dig out every ounce of flesh from her tender butt before she got satisfied. A broken bar. Tom, we are rich, Peter said as he began to stuff his pockets with gems. The moment the announcement sounded, all the skeletons' corpses collapsed, leaving behind mountains of gems. Yes, a broken bar, Tom said with a frown. He had just ransacked the reward room behind the Lich King's chamber, which was full of treasures and had 2 very unique artifacts, but his happiness didn't last as the dungeon was conquered moments later, and he didn't get a chance to level up. System. What happened? Who defeated that monster? Tom asked with annoyance. Calculating a broken bar. The monstrous figure the Great was defeated after a bloody battle by Zoe von Wise by utilizing a sacred sword. You wouldn't have stood a chance. Tom frowned but said nothing. He was not satisfied with the system's analysis. Warning: critical mission. The Nutcracker had set his eternal eyes on you. Prepare a tribute and pray for survival. Survive for 24 hours. Reward: 10 million coins. In case of failure, a broken bar. The system does not need to punish a dead man. What is the Nutcracker? Tom asked. The Nutcracker is a multi-dimensional demon that was set free when this dungeon was opened. What? Tom wanted to question it more, but the whimsical system, being whimsical, decided to hold its silence. A broken bar. The zone around the dungeon gate was a mess. Report. The gray-haired 3-star general who slowly descended from the black unmarked twin dragon jeep ordered his right-hand lieutenant as he looked at the ominous-looking gate. Sir, 97 hours ago, player Naomi Chill reported finding a disguised talisman under the gate and discovering an anomaly. The Players' Council directly ordered our dispatch a broken bar. I know that. I want to know what the appraisers found. Sorry sir, it is an S-ranked gate just as we suspected. Sir, did the headquarters send any new instructions? Will they send a raid to save the students, or would they just ignore it and bury the gate like the one near Green Mist Town? Sir, they intend to conduct an emergency council meeting tonight. A broken bar. They would probably delay the decision. A broken bar. The lieutenant said. Oh, our broken bar. It has already been 2 days. What's going on? Inside the dungeon, there are 2 students with sensitive backgrounds. They are elite heirs from the Von Wise family. A broken bar. Oh, so this turned into a political game. A broken bar. Yes, sir. Raiding an S dungeon is not an easy task. Even with 10 master players, there is only a 20% chance. A broken bar. The council member would surely force the Von Wise family to handle the cost. Probably, sir. Well, let them fight this out. We are only here to collect our paycheck. Let's just hope that a broken bar. The general was interrupted as the gate began to pulsate. "Sir, a broken bar, is it going to explode?" the lieutenant asked. "No, it has been conquered," the general said as he squinted his eyes. "Clear the perimeter," he ordered in a loud voice just as the dungeon's vortex began to slowly expand, making everyone step away and watch. The vortex soon grew to fill the entire area around the dungeon gate, then began to retract, leaving piles of collapsed players. "Don't let any player leave, make them wait to be thoroughly questioned," the general suddenly ordered. He had just noticed that most of the players who appeared were not teenagers. Those were not students from the academy. "Now, once again, you said you were saved by a broken bar. Describe what you saw." "A broken bar?" the old sergeant asked a haggard female teenage player as he filled the document in front of him. He was trying hard to ignore the old man in a black robe who was sitting behind him, carefully inspecting the player and supervising the questioning process. They were sitting in one of many tents that was built to debrief players privately. "Aha, broken bar. I saw this monster while I was hiding." A broken bar. It had long black horns and ominous eyes. He was chasing this evil man. "A broken bar?" The girl squinted her eyes trying to remember a broken bar. "Yes," the man said to the monster. "A broken bar, nutcracker, spare me." But the monster didn't care. He cut the man in half, then crushed his broken bar. His crushed a broken bar. He crushed it with his giant mace, she said with a blush. In another tent, another player was saying the same thing. "Those men are broken bar. I had to work with them. They forced me." A broken bar. Then it came a broken bar. It only had one sentence, a broken bar. It didn't say it, but we heard it in our minds. "Hail the nutcracker, a broken bar. Fear the nutcracker," it kept repeating. That's when I remembered my grandma's old saying that all men are cowards. "So I ran a broken bar." The man began to cry. If he wasn't a 7-tall giant with puffed muscles, the sergeant would have really felt sorry for him. During this debriefing, similar stories were getting told again and again. Other than how those players got scammed into here, the nutcracker kept getting mentioned all over the place. "Some of those players are faking it. Our broken bar," the sergeant said to the general as they walked between the tents. "That's why we separated them immediately and forbade them from talking to each other. We will cross-examine their statements later," the general replied, looking at the clearing to the side where the players were sitting silently 3 feet apart. "I just can't believe things like cannibalism happened," the lieutenant said. "If you managed to live long enough, you would see more." "A broken bar," the general replied. He didn't take the stories about the nutcracker seriously. He considered that it was just a monster in the dungeon, and was probably eliminated. "Are we going to let them go just like this?" "Some of those guys are worse than monsters," the lieutenant said. The general sighed and said, "Our job is just to file the reports." "A broken bar," the council would make the call later. "A broken bar, just make sure to search for any storage pouches. Everything they got must be reported." "Isn't this against the rules?" "Council order, this was an S dungeon after all," the general said. The council was really evil, using the pretense of conspiracy to investigate the players' trophies. While nothing would be taken from them today, after a few days some of those players, who got the really nice stuff and had no background, would be visited by some nice macho men. This is life. Survival for the strongest. He pondered to himself, how many of the academy's students survived? The general asked suddenly. "About 60%. Thankfully the really important ones didn't die." "A broken bar." "This is to be expected. The top families always provide their heirs with protection treasures," the general said as he looked toward the few other tents where similar debriefings were happening. A soldier suddenly ran from a nearby tent toward the general. "General, a broken bar. A girl is making trouble. She is refusing to cooperate." "Can't you even force a little girl?" the general shouted, earning himself some strange looks from some of his soldiers who took his words out of context. "She claimed to be the concubine of the von Weiser. A broken bar. She said she can only be interrogated with the approval of her young master," the soldier replied awkwardly. "True, a broken bar. The families have such rule as a broken bar. Let's go see her." The general sighed awkwardly, then gestured to the soldier to lead the way. Inside the tent, A burly sergeant was about to lose his mind arguing with the unreasonable girl who was sitting on a metal chair in a very seductive way. She had no shame in displaying her pretty long legs. "I know the rules. You can only question someone from the families under their master's supervision. And like I said, this ring contains sensitive materials concerning my duties. My young master has entrusted me with these," she argued just as the general walked into the tent. "Where is your young master?" the general asked immediately, realizing that this girl was not as dumb as she appears to be. "In the other tent, probably flirting with some girl." A broken bar, she said, puffing her rosy cheeks. In the other tent, a young master was busy wrecking the nerves of a pretty female sergeant who was debriefing him. "As I said, the nutcracker pulled that guy's balls from his mouth," Victor said as he moved his hands to visually demonstrate the disturbing action. "I couldn't even believe that such a thing was possible if I didn't see it with my own eyes." "And why did it spare you?" the sergeant asked, glancing at the cloaked man in the back who was frowning, not sure if Victor was kidding or not. "Yeah, broken bar." Victor hesitated, then lowered his voice. "Because of my handsome face." "I think it was Gaia broken bar." "Shut up." The sergeant pounded the table. "Take this seriously, or I swear I will leave you rotting here all day," she scolded. That's the most she could do. "Fine, a broken bar, but don't tell anyone." "I am only telling you this because you are pretty," he said before looking around, making sure no one was listening, totally ignoring the cloaked man and the fact that his statement was getting recorded. "The truth, I said broken bar. I was so scared that I peed." "No, forget that, a broken bar. I meant that I had to grovel on the ground, call its name loudly and give it my storage ring. It accepted it before looking at me with admiration, then leaving," he whispered while looking disturbed. "So that's why you don't have any storage artifacts?" the sergeant asked, writing some things on her paper. "Yes." He nodded, displaying his empty finger. "I even had to beg my maids for some change, food, and a tent after that," he explained, making the sergeant not help but notice that he was truly wearing purple pants. Little did she know that these were Victor's own lily-picked pants, which he had to change into after spilling green goo on the other ones. "I see a broken bar," she said sarcastically. "So after facing the a broken bar monster, a broken bar, what happened?" "It is called the Nutcracker." "Whatever, what happened next?" "Give me a kiss and I will tell you, a broken bar," he replied with a wink. "Why don't you go f*** yourself?" she cursed angrily. Whatever good impression she had on this handsome guy when she met him had long evaporated. "I treat a broken bar, although it sounds physically impossibly broken bar." "Shut up." The sergeant was about to lose her mind. How can a man be this shameless? Now she had an extra disturbing image in her mind to erase. The cloaked man in the back was suffering from the same problem. "Sergeant, a broken bar, you have to make up your mind, a broken bar. I can't shut up and answer your questions at the same time," he stated the obvious. The pretty sergeant was really considering taking out her gun and shooting this young master in the head when the general entered the tent. She quickly stood up and saluted. "At ease," the general said, then looked at Victor. "Young Master Victor, I presume?" he asked. "The one and the only," Victor said arrogantly, as if he didn't just confess to wetting his pants. "Are you finished here?" "Mostly, but we have some things to clarify, a broken bar," the sergeant replied. "We can do those latter, a broken bar," the general said before turning to Victor. "One of you, a broken bar. Concubine as a broken bar is refusing to cooperate. Can you perhaps talk to her?" the general asked. "Of course," Victor said as he stood up, then quickly followed the general into a nearby tent, not forgetting to give the sergeant a wink on his way out. "A broken bar." "Young master." Margaret, who was pouting, quickly jumped into Victor's embrace and hugged him as soon as he entered the tent she was in. "I thought I would never see you again," she said as she groped his ass from the back, making everyone frown. "A broken bar, how can this girl be this shameless?" Little did they know that her other hand, which was sandwiched between hers and his body, was busy drawing certain letters on his chest. "I missed you too," Victor said with a satisfied, wretched smile. "Why are you giving those nice men such a hard time?" he asked. If the female sergeant who was questioning him earlier was here, she would have shot him immediately. It's not that a broken bar. They wanted me to show them what's inside the storage ring. A broken bar. Isn't this against the rules? Victor asked in surprise. Council orders. The general coldly explained. Then we have no choice. See, a broken bar, Victor told Margaret apologetically. But young master, it is that ring. A broken bar. What ring? The one you let me carry for my nightly duty. A broken bar. Victor exclaimed, then paused in shock before turning to face the general. General, a broken bar. Can you make an exception? He said with a troubled expression. No exceptions. It was not the general who replied, but the man in the black cloak. Victor had long noticed him. Name, Elton Blackwing, Vonzoi. Level, 69. Class, Inquisitor. Authority, 6. Strength, 181. Agility, 200. Intelligence, 201. Luck, 15. Charm, 11. Order, 19. Skills, lie detection, appraisal, a perfect memory, a torture, a kissing, intimidating aura, alchemy, B speech reading, B poison resistance, B pain resistance, B stun resistance, B energy shield, C cleaning, C staff art, D dagger arts, D cooking, F equipment, identity hiding robe, a Vonzoi family token, a storage ring, A fate status, fate's power, C no defined fate, destiny list, less than 10 order points to unveil. SHT. Not again. Victor cursed as he had enough of this bad luck. The man who monitored him in the tent previously didn't have a lie detection skill, so Victor wrongfully presumed that they would only use lower-ranked inquisitors. The situation had become a lot more complicated. A broken bar. Although he had long expected this interrogation after the dungeon changed into an S rank, he didn't expect it to be this thorough. He was not unprepared though. Not only did he instruct the girls on what to say and how to say it, he also made sure that all of the valuables in the girls' storage rings, except for Margaret's, had already been emptied beforehand just in case. Thankfully Margaret knew what to do without his instructions. I can make you see what is in the ring, a broken bar, but you can't take anything out. And you can't tell anyone. This might affect my reputation, Victor said after some hesitation as he quickly readjusted his plan. Fine by me, a broken bar, the old man said. He will just write a report later exposing everything. Give him the ring. Victor said, a broken bar. But a broken bar. Just do it, and wipe it first. Don't think I don't know where you usually keep it. He scolded, making Margaret blush as she wiped the innocent ring with her cuff, then ignoring the weird looks from the audience, she gave it to the old man. The old man hesitated for a second before grabbing the ring. He closed his eyes, inspecting the things inside one by one, totally unaware that Victor was manipulating what he saw. The old man's face changed slowly from a stern expression to utter bewilderment. A broken bar. Aren't those torture tools? No, they are too fluffy for that. And what is that? He didn't have to think for a lot to know the answer, but he wondered how it could be this big. Could this fit? Master Elton, is everything all right? The general asked after 5 whole minutes, causing the old man to wake up from his bewilderment and then throw the ring at Margaret with disgust. Continue with the debriefing. What a waste of time. He cursed as he sat back down. He would not be able to sleep tonight. Margaret, who caught the ring like catching a treasure, quickly put it on her finger and then slowly sat down. Now would you answer the questions? The old sergeant asked. Can I? Margaret asked Victor, who nodded before finding a seat to the side to relax. On a broken bar. The others didn't notice, but while the old man was inspecting the ring, he had already secretly told her how to act. She was to only tell the truth, as briefly as she can, and if she ever needed to lie, she would raise her foot a little so that he could intervene in time. Thankfully he didn't need to do that. So broken bar, what happened? The sergeant asked. I just found myself in a closed room and couldn't get out. I spent the entire time being stuck eating shitty snacks. Is that it? Yes, a broken bar. She blushed, causing everyone to wonder what exactly she spent her time doing. Did you meet any other players? No. Was there anything strange in the dungeon, or the room you were in? No. She frowned. Did anything out of the ordinary happen? No. Did you find any treasures? Not as far as I know, a broken bar. And like that, Margaret's troublesome interrogation ended. The Inquisitor never realized that she was lying because she was not. Although Victor could disguise the investigator's lie detection skill results using his upgraded disguise skill, this was a very delicate job that required a lot of concentration as he needed to know the lies beforehand, especially with the Inquisitor having that speech reading skill, meaning that Victor would have also to match Margaret's lips precisely, which was a very annoying thing to do. So he preferred to use another simpler method. He just changed the questions Margaret was hearing. Do you like your young master? ... Yes, a broken bar. Are you a virgin? No. Do you like your cousin? No. Do you have any STDs? Not as far as I know, a broken bar. Now that I am already here, how about you bring my other servants too? I don't have all day, Victor said as soon as Margaret questioning finished. That's possible, the general said as he looked at the old man Elton, who nodded just as a soldier entered the tent in a hurry and then gave a piece of paper to the general. What? The general exclaimed after reading a few lines, then looked at Victor with disgust. He always felt that he had seen him somewhere. Is there anything wrong? Elton asked, making the general give him the paper before turning to leave the tent. They have just finished the background check on Victor. Elton frowned deeply as he read the data, then glared at Victor. Let's get on with these. A broken bar, he spat, squinting his eyes. He was wondering about the toys in the ring for a while now. Seemingly they were genuine. What a pervert. A broken bar. So one by one the girls entered the tent for the debriefing. The first one was Lily, who made sure to appear as miserable as possible as she told them everything from finding the injured Mina until stumbling upon the Nutcracker trail of destruction at the garden. She didn't have to lie until that point. What did you do after that? The searchers who were doing the questioning asked. A broken bar. I found a few marks in the trees and following them, I met with the young master who was with Mana and two other girls. A broken bar. She didn't really lie but chose her words very carefully. Just that? You did nothing else until the dungeon ended? The young master ordered the girls to go upstairs. The Nutcracker was in the woods. It was very dangerous. I was ordered to remain at the garden level, to keep an eye on the Nutcracker's activities, she said with an aggrieved look in her eyes. A broken bar. Still not technically lying. A broken bar. She had been keeping an eye on her Nutcracker young master all this time. Alone? Elton interjected. Yes, a broken bar, she said after hearing an entirely different question. Did you see the final battle? Elton asked again, making her pause. No, a broken bar. Where were you at that time? She paused for a second. Having a bath. A broken bar. Did you stay there until the end? The sergeant this time asked. Yes, a broken bar, she answered again truthfully to a totally different question. Then we are finished with you, a broken bar. I need to see your face. Elton suddenly interrupted, making Lily frown, then nod after getting her young master's consent. She slowly lowered her veil, revealing a face that even her mother would not dare to kiss. Okay, put it back on, Elton said with a disturbed expression. Next was Mina, who told the same story Lily did, except when she said that she went upstairs after the young master ordered the retreat. Her broken bar. Her story was very credible, especially with her missing hand. Mana on the other hand completely skipped the story of how Harvey captured her. She told a fabricated story about how she first met the two beggar sect girls who were in the woods and then met Victor after that by chance. A broken bar. Victor had already trained them beforehand just in case. He was expecting worst case scenarios because of the misfortune curse. Is that all? Elton asked, feeling that she was hiding something. Yes, a broken bar. She paused for a second. You can ask the two beggar sect girls too. They were there with me, she said. We will question them when it is their turn, the sergeant said sternly. I think you should question them in my presence. Victor suddenly interrupted. Those girls are now mine. I should witness their debriefing too. A servant relationship should be official in order to a broken bar. Elton scolded but was interrupted by the two ownership contracts Victor showed. They were signed with blood. Those two girls were so scared of the Nutcracker that they offered their bodies to me in exchange for protection, he said, making Elton curse and order a soldier to prepare the girls for interrogation too while silently cursing. This young master was really evil, he thought. Fine, let's continue the debriefing, the old sergeant said. He was getting tired after getting interrupted repeatedly. What happened after you met Victor? After that a broken bar. Mana continued with the same story Mina told earlier, picking her world very carefully. The two beggar sect girls, who were brought in seconds later, also said the same things with minor variations that Victor added here and there to make it more realistic. They all said that their younger master told them it was too dangerous and ordered them to escape to the upper floor. When they were asked if Victor escaped with them, they all heard a question of whether they were biologically female and answered with a yes and a blush. After finishing with all the statements, all of the storage rings the girls had were checked one by one. Of course, nothing of value was found. Just a lot of gems and a few B and C ranked artifacts. "Are we finished here?" Victor asked finally after he was questioned again in the presence of Elton. He appeared to be a little absent-minded, but little did they know that he was at the moment helping Lin, who was getting debriefed. "Yes, a broken bar, you may go," Elton said after looking at his report. Something was definitely wrong. His intuition was telling him that, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Victor, who was very cautious, nodded to everyone and then turned to leave when he was stopped by one final question. "Do you know anything about the broken bar Nutcracker, other than what you told us?" Elton asked, making Victor shiver. "Please don't say his name like that out of the blue. Broken bar. What if he heard you and came here?" Victor said, "And no, a broken bar. I told you what I know." He added, "How do you know its name?" "I told that pretty sergeant before. Whenever he is around, you hear strange words like hail the Nutcracker, fear the Nutcracker, a broken bar." Victor whispered in a low voice. "Good, a broken bar," Elton said, then gestured everyone out. Victor nodded, then exited the tent to meet with the girls who were waiting outside. "Let's go back home," he said as they walked out, making sure to pass by the clearing where the players were waiting. He did that to send Rebecca, who was waiting, a message to go and hide in the ladies' room and then wait for his signal when he returned. Reaching outside of the camp and walking for 100 feet or so, Victor quickly found his car where Alex was waiting. She kept her hiding disguise when the dungeon was cleared and made her way out as soon as she regained consciousness. Although Tom and his party saw her inside, Victor could always claim that they saw someone else who died inside, and the council had no power outside the dungeon's perimeter anyway. If any of the Inquisitors were to recognize her as the Thunder Sect's young master, it would be a lot of mess, and Victor was not going to risk taking chances with her bad luck. Victor quickly hurried inside the car and lay with the girls at the back, then scolded poor Lily because she was slow. He ordered her to drive home. Alex, who was keeping her disguise, just in case, had to be pushed under the girls' feet to the car's floor. There were many sentries around after all. A broken bar. When Victor returned to the camp 20 minutes later, he made sure to keep his disguise as he checked the tents one by one, then cursed. 3 of the 5 tents had Inquisitors with lie detection skills. This was a close call. If any of the girls made a mistake, he would have been in danger. Lin had already ended her questioning and she was now on her way home. She told the story they agreed on with Zoe, and with Victor using his disguise skill through her, he made sure to cover her words when necessary. The only remaining variables were Rebecca and Zoe. A broken bar. Victor was considering drugging one of them to delay her debriefing, but thankfully, he watched Zoe enter one of the rooms, so he quickly followed. Rebecca, as a girl, can take her time in the toilet. Zoe's story was the truth, of course. She even told them about Alex and how he ran like a maniac. This made Elton frown as he heard nothing of Victor's driver being in the dungeon. The true problem was when Zoe reached the part where she climbed to the garden floor. Broken bar. Met with Lin there, she stopped talking, trying to keep her sentences as short as possible. She was not good at lying. "And a broken bar." She hesitated. "We fought the beast." That idiot Alex seemed to be the one who woke it up. He confessed after getting his ass kicked. "A broken bar. We were in a really bad situation. A broken bar." "Oh, a broken bar." Alex had this sword hilt that he took when waking the monster. "A broken bar. A broken bar. The moment I held it, it changed into an ethereal sword." "A broken bar. The monster exploded as soon as it touched him," she said. "That's it?" "Yes, She answered the question of whether she was a girl. "You mean you were the one who cleared the dungeon?" both Elton and the sergeant asked in astonishment. "Not a linear broken bar." "But yes." "Can I see the sword?" Elton asked. Zoe hesitated for a moment, then took the sword hilt from her ring and handed it to him. He inspected it with a frown. "Can you really activate this?" he asked. Zoe nodded and touched the hilt, then focused, making the ethereal blade appear again. "I see a broken bar." Elton nodded, managing to hide the greed in his eyes. "Did that driver, Alex, survive?" Elton asked finally. "Of course not," she replied angrily. After another few questions, Zoe's interrogation ended. "I need to know what your class is a broken bar," Elton finally said after some hesitation. "Oh, it is a broken bar." "A broken bar." "Stop!" A commanding voice sounded as an old man pushed his way into the tent, then punched Elton without saying another word. The poor Inquisitor tumbled to the floor with his hand over his stomach. Moments later, he almost fell on Victor's feet. "Uncle Falcon!" Zoe exclaimed. "Didn't I tell you to not reveal a thing?" Falcon scolded her as he looked at Elton. "Elton, a broken bar. It's been a while. Did you forget the lesson I taught you 20 years ago? Don't you know the rules?" he asked as glared at the sergeant, who was trying to call for help, making him fall to the ground in seconds. The smart man didn't faint but acted as if he knew his place. Elton spat blood then stood up slowly. "Falcon, don't overestimate your power. You are no longer with the council." The brass had already requested that all relevant data shall be collected. The family would see to that, Falcon said as he grabbed the shocked Zoe's hand and then walked out. Victor, who was watching this, almost cursed loudly. What the fuck was wrong here? Why was Zoe's luck so good? She was truly a scion. Looking at the injured Elton, who could barely throw himself into a nearby chair, Victor smiled. "A broken bar. Sorry Uncle Falcon, you will have to take the blame for these a broken bar," he said, adjusting his position to make sure that the sergeant, who was still playing dead, would be able to witness the nutcracker in action. A broken bar. Rebecca's turn came 3 hours later. There was a delay after some chaos ensued due to one of the high-ranking Inquisitors getting kidnapped by some monster. Investigators found nothing but a hallucinating sergeant. There were talks about delaying the questioning, but after multiple complaints from the teachers, the questioning resumed briefly. Thankfully Rebecca didn't need Victor's help, as the Inquisitor who questioned her didn't have a lie detection skill. She told her story perfectly, totally skipping the part where she met Victor. At the end of the day, Victor was utterly exhausted as he sneaked out of the base. Using the disguise skill while on high alert was a very hard job. Too bad that his day was not over yet. He still had one very important thing to do. A broken bar. "What else did you reveal?" Falcon asked in a tired tone as he inspected the sword hilt. He always knew that Zoe was lucky, but now he was suspecting whether she was a scion. "Nothing. Victor had already instructed me." "Oops." "Victor?" Falcon exclaimed. He mentioned nothing of this sort when she told him what happened earlier. "Ugh, please don't be angry." "But it is like this." Zoe slowly began to speak. She chose to tell the truth this time. Falcon was like her father after all. "I see." Falcon squinted his eyes after hearing the full story. His evaluation of Victor has just reached a new degree. "You did well." "Did that man Elton ask any questions about the family secrets?" he asked. He had long suspected that Elton secretly worked for the von Zwei family when they worked together in the council forces. Too bad that before he could find sufficient evidence, Falcon, who was a commander back then, was kicked out because he helped Zoe's father escape. "No, but he kept asking some very inappropriate questions." Zoe, who was totally unaware of some old secrets, said, puffing her cheeks. "Inappropriate? Like?" "Ugh." She blushed. "He asked if I had any STDs. He also asked if I was a virgin. And if I would like to sleep with him." She whispered shyly. "That bastard." Falcon flared. "I will make sure to break his balls the next time I see him." Too bad. Falcon had no idea that the Nutcracker had already done that. "Tom, you are amazing. How did you manage to hide your storage ring?" Peter asked as he walked out of the camp with Tom, Madeline, and 2 other girls who had just become Tom's new lovers. "This is one of my secret skills," Tom said smugly. silently praising the system for helping him hide his ring, which contained not only his but his group's entire loot. "Let's go party," Madeline said, winking and Tom in the process. "Yes, a broken bar, Tom." A shout made them stop. It was Teacher Isabella who finally managed to finish the mountain of paperwork she had to do. "Teacher, a broken bar," Tom said nervously. "Are you okay?" she asked. She was planning to go search for him in the dungeon, but it was cleared before she could manage to reach the lower floors. "Thankfully he survived." "Yes, a broken bar," he said nervously. He didn't want his friends to know that he was banging the teacher. "Not yet anyway. I will not be able to attend the private lesson tonight." "A broken bar. Maybe we can arrange it tomorrow?" he asked. "Oh, our broken bar." "Yes, a broken bar," she said seriously, hiding her blush. "See you then, a broken bar." "A friend of mine wants to meet you though, so can you come a little early?" "Of course," he said with a dashing smile. "I am very happy that you survived too, teacher," he said, making her nod, then turn and return to the camp. She still had work to do. "Let's go have a bite," Tom told his friends as he chuckled, making Peter, who totally notices the chemistry between his teacher and best friend, almost burst out cursing. Why can't he have a girlfriend like this womanizer? He tried to approach some girls from the normal class in the academy, but those girls were too smart for him. "Warning, the Nutcracker is approaching. IT is targeting you. IT will kill anyone WHO stands in IT's wretched way. Run, run, run and survive via broken bar. Survival probability 11.14%. A sudden warning caused Tom to stop walking. "What?" Peter asked. "I need to go fetch something." "A broken bar." "Why don't you guys go open a room in the Blackfish Bar?" "A broken bar." "I will catch up with you later." "A broken bar," he said as he began to run off the road. "Where are you going?" "Shall I come with you?" Madeline asked, thinking that this was one of their usual games. "A broken bar." "A broken bar? No, I'm good." "A broken bar," he said as he began to run faster, totally ignoring the strange look in his friend's eyes. He ran and ran, purposely choosing to go off the main road. The dungeon was in a remote mountainous area anyway. "System, a broken bar. Did I lose him?" "Warning, IT is here. IT is too late to run." "Praise the Nutcracker. May IT have mercy on your balls." SHT. Tom cursed and wanted to turn and run again, but suddenly he lost all the power in his body. He just collapsed to the ground, totally unable to move. The world slowly turned dark around him. In his mind, he could hear many howling, overlapping voices. "Hail the Nutcracker! Praise the Nutcracker! Fear the Nutcracker!" A demon soon appeared walking out of the darkness. It was a tall, muscular humanoid creature. It had 2 long black horns, 2 long wings, and white hair that covered a pitch-black face. Only the eyes were shining with a red ominous light. It opened its wide mouth, revealing its sharp teeth, then howled as it reached him. It was planning to eat him. Tom could see the hunger in its eyes. He wanted to move or use his skills, but he failed. His body was not responding. Suddenly a blue screen appeared in front of Tom. It was the system defending him. He could see it from the back. The Nutcracker, who was preparing his meal, paused as he read the ancient letters engraved on the blue screen. He sighed, then looked at Tom with admiration. "Chosen one, I cannot kill you. However, the ancient pact must be upheld. Unworthy offering is a must." With that, the Nutcracker reached for Tom's finger, making the hidden ring appear again. Under Tom's astonished gaze, the demon simply unlocked the ring and then began to browse through it, taking out treasures one by one. Thankfully it stopped after taking 3 artifacts that Tom didn't recognize and was planning to get appraised later. The Nutcracker threw the ring back at Tom, then began to laugh crazily as it vanished. Minutes later Tom could move again. He just sat there questioning life. What the hell was that thing? Why did his pants feel wet? Mission complete. Congratulations on surviving an encounter with the Nutcracker. The reward had been issued. It was a couple of hours before dawn when Victor finally reached his mansion. That bastard Tom sure knew how to run, but the Nutcracker caught with him eventually. No one could escape from his clutches. Victor casually greeted the 2 chicks dressed in suits who were guarding the front gate, then walked in. He noticed that there were quite a few cement bags here and there in the front yard, proof of recent construction works. It seemed like Hilda had already started renovating the basement. Entering the mansion, Victor was immediately assaulted by Lily, who was of course the only one waiting for him. She hugged him hard. "Did the girls go to sleep?" Victor asked after he dragged his body and hers, which was now glued onto him, to the study. He just threw himself on the leather chair and relaxed. He was utterly exhausted. Broken bar. They were tired after all the stuff that happened in the dungeon and the interrogation yesterday. "Hilda wanted to wait for you, but I told her to go get some sleep," Lily said as she adjusted herself on his lap as if this was the most natural thing to do. She put her head on his chest, relaxing to the sound of his heartbeats. She was feeling very frustrated because she wasn't of any help in the dungeon. That vixen Lynn was more helpful than her. Even that idiot Alex played a role. Name: Lily von Krona. Level: 33. Titles: Greater than Hero Party Member. Defeat a boss as a part of a hero's team. Status: Authority: 5. Health 1510 1510 Stamina 1520 1520 Mana 920 920 Strength 100, Agility 102, Intelligence 92, Luck 13, Charm 52. Order points: 79. Class: Shadow Dancer. Subclass: None. Class skills: Area Inspect, S. Shadow Cloak, A. Mesmerizing Dance, A. Recognized skills: Cleaning, B. Pain Tolerance, B. Seduction, C. Sixth Sense, D. Me, F. Sword Arts, E. Dagger Arts, E. Needle Arts, E. Movement Arts, E. Martial Arts, E. Acting, F. Poison Brewing, F. Hiding, F. Lying, F. Evading, F. Quick Reading, F. Dismantling, F. Poison Resistance, F. Bleeding Resistance, F. Mace Arts, F. System Skills: Penetrating Dagger, A. Air/A. Wind. Quickstep, B. Eidetic Memory, A. Super Enhanced Senses, A. Health Regeneration, E. Lie Detection, F. Enhanced Senses, F. Magic Affinity, Wind. Bloodline, Crown Crow SS, 49% Awakened. Fate Strength, E. Defined Fate, None. Destiny List: less than 10 order points to unveil. Equipment: the Soul Pearl of Io, SSS. Blood Gem Storage Ring, S. Defense Talisman, A. Levitation Necklace, A. Hidden Silk Armor, C. Trusty Hidden Dagger, E. Victor sighed as he watched her attributes. She gained a lot in this dungeon as part of the team who took out the boss. She even got a magical affinity. Unfortunately, although both Victor and Zoe were holding the sword that delivered the final strike, the system had given most of the XP points to Zoe. She was now at level 110. Her authority had even risen to 13. The family would surely be having a celebration at the moment. That's if Falcon allowed her to tell the truth. Victor only managed to raise a handful of levels, while Lynn and Lily got to raise by 30 or so. Broken bar. This was to be expected though. The Scion always got the largest piece of the pie. Even that stupid Tom got to level up by 20 levels. That's how the world worked. It was totally unfair. "Is there anything wrong, young master?" Lily suddenly said, startling him. "Oh, Broken bar, why are you saying that?" he asked, raising his eyebrow. "Your heart is telling me, Broken bar," she said. "It usually beats smoothly when I am near you, but today it sounds troubled." Broken bar, she said, making Victor sigh. This girl was getting more and more sensitive as her level grew and her blood awakened. "Don't worry about it, it is just that everything happening recently is very troubling." Broken bar, he said, but didn't elaborate. For the last 2 months, he was running around without rest. Now he had a shitload of problems that he had yet to decide how to solve. The first one was Nova. That girl was a time bomb. He knew that if he gave her to Tom, she would definitely end up dead one way or another. Destiny does not lie. Victor was conflicted about whether to just send her to her death or use her. Tom, who was psychologically scarred after he met with the Nutcracker, was at the moment busy getting healed by his teacher. In the morning he would surely hear about the wedding though, and would surely begin to cause problems. That was another dilemma that Victor needed to fix. After that, there was trouble with Alex. Victor was initially thinking of finding a way to clear the fate that caused her to be a dark scion. But there was no fate like that. The world was after her because she was a princess from a very strong alien race. This painted a huge target mark on her. Sorry, but there was also a myriad of troubles ranging from the dark chamber to the fate set her broken bar. There was also that Caspian of the heavenly sect who would definitely appear at the wedding. Victor didn't expect that changing his destiny just a little would cause all sorts of echoes. The biggest trouble of all was Lily. She would have to leave him sooner or later. He knew that. He could try hiding her, but that would not be good for her. She needed to be baptized in her family. But after that, he was wondering how to take her back. A broken bar. Her family would surely value her a lot, but she would also have to face a lot of enemies from within. With the purity of her bloodline, she would be a candidate to hold a very prestigious position in the von Kroner family, and some parties would not like that at all. He knew that well after living in the shadow of the royal family in his past life. No matter what, she was destined to rule the world. A broken bar. No wonder that scions kept popping up like mushrooms. It had nothing to do with him. It was just that their fates were dragging them to worship their ultimate mistress. Being with Lily had proved to be a very dangerous position, far more dangerous than Alex and Nova. Victor frowned, wondering what he should do. If only he could manage to be like Caspian with his deep background, von Kroner would surely welcome him as a son-in-law, though reluctantly. A broken bar. Wait. He smiled in a very evil way. What if he did that? It would be dangerous. Very dangerous. But with his current skills, it was possible. He would be able to move many elements. He might need to collect a few things though. He might get a chance at the wedding. A broken bar. He might even be able to solve Nova's problem once and for all. A new very evil plan sprouted in Victor's mind. Young master. A broken bar. What are you thinking about? Lily asked as she saw the wretched smile on his face. Nothing. A broken bar. Just thinking about our wedding night. A broken bar. He lied, making her blush heavily as she buried her face in his chest. Pervert. Young master. A broken bar. She mumbled as she hugged him harder, making him slowly pat her head and kiss her forehead. A phone rang, breaking the romantic atmosphere. It was Theodore, Victor's father. Victor gave Lily a troubled look and then answered. Father, I am a broken bar. A broken bar. Shut up, you piece of SHT. Do you know how much mess I went through to clean that stinky ass of yours? If you want to satisfy your fetishes, do it privately next time, Theodore scolded. He had just finished cleaning the brothel scandal. Sorry. A broken bar. Victor was really awkward. He couldn't tell his father about Alex, as that would raise more questions. No, you are not. Anyway, a broken bar. Don't worry about it. We used AI to replace all the videos online with similar ones but featuring another guy. The world now thinks that you are misidentified. A broken bar. Be careful next time. Theodore sighed. This cover-up had cost him a lot of money and favors. It also cost the 20 journalists, who refused to cooperate, their jobs. They were now at the bottom of the ocean having intimate conversations with the sharks. Oh, our broken bar. Oh, our broken bar. Victor already knew that his father would clean his ass. In his previous life, there was a similar accident with his half-brother John. But it involved HCs instead of grannies. I managed to fool your mother this time, so don't tell her anything. The poor lass almost had a heart attack. A broken bar. Tell her I said here. Broken bar. I will. A broken bar. Now, how was your dungeon raid? Didn't you already read the report? No. A broken bar. Falcon had seemingly killed the Inquisitor who questioned you and then grabbed all the reports. A broken bar. Although he denied it, we knows that he did that to protect Zoe's secret. A broken bar. What a good man. Will he be alright? Victor asked with a troubled look. It was he who stole the reports. He had already sent them to Alpha to go through them and search for any interesting things. He will be questioned later, but as long as there is no evidence, no one can pin anything on him. A broken bar. Now, about the dungeon owner. Broken bar. Are you okay? Yes, perfectly fine. A broken bar. One of my maids lost her hand, but that's it. A broken bar. That's a very good result for an S dungeon. You guys were lucky Zoe was there. Broken bar. Did you level up? Yes, I am now at 33. I see a broken bar. What? SHT. Even you? Zoe is already at 45. Theodore was shocked. He was currently at level 57, but when he was Victor's age he was only at level 14 or 15. A broken bar. He was not sad though. He was extra glad. Victor had proved to be as good as Mike, who was at level 40 the last time he checked, and Alice was at level 37. He was suspecting that this had something to do with Elena, as his sons from his other wives were still at level 20. Maybe he should try to get another child with her. A broken bar. Yeah, I got lucky. Victor, who didn't know what his perverted father was thinking, replied, "Lucky my ass. You just rubbed some of Zoe's luck." "Did you get any good loot?" "Yes, a broken bar." "Good, keep it a secret," Theodore said. Unfortunately, the Vonzoi had put their hands on the dungeon. Seemingly they owned the land around it, but didn't know it. He said with a sigh, "I see a broken bar." Victor squinted his eyes. This definitely had something to do with the necromancer, Gustav. "Now, according to the regulation, I will need you to come to the family island for an assessment to mark your progress. But you can do that after the wedding." A broken bar. "Maybe at your grandmother's wedding." A broken bar. "Wedding? Did I say wedding? No. I meant her birthday." "Oh, wasn't it cancelled?" Victor asked. "We will be doing a small gathering." A broken bar. "Nothing major. The elders can't stop thieves." A broken bar. "I understand. I will be there." "Anything else?" "Yes, a broken bar. As you might know, your cousin Titus used to be the manager of Vane City. That position has been transferred to you after his incident. The procedure with the council had been finalized 3 days ago. So you need to do missions for the council and the family as the manager of Vane City from now on." "Oh right, a broken bar. I almost forgot about that." A broken bar. Victor frowned. This was a little troublesome. "Good. Most of those things are random and can be delegated to your man." A broken bar. "I sent Kai the details, just call him and ask." A broken bar. "I will." A broken bar. Now a broken bar. There was something else. A broken bar. "I already prepared the wedding venue in the White Grand Hotel. This is an important event, so it will be managed by the family. Just make sure to pass by and check if things are to your liking." "I understand." A broken bar. Victor nodded and then said goodbye to his father before ending the call. "Is everything okay, young master?" Lily asked. "More trouble." A broken bar. He said as he called Kai, who took a while to answer. "Young master." A broken bar. Kai yawned. He was asleep. "Are there any missions for me?" Victor asked directly. "Ah yes, a broken bar. There were 3. A broken bar. 2 of them were just routine checks, which have already been fixed remotely by me. The last one is a little troublesome. It comes from the council. I will send it to you directly." A broken bar. Kai said. "Okay." A broken bar. "Good. Anything else?" "No." A broken bar. Victor hung up imminently and then looked at the message Kai sent. "Council mission, rank E, urgent. Location, Wyron Principality, Vane City. Jurisdiction, Vane, Von Wise. Manager, Von Wise, Victor, Elite." On 24/6 there was an incident in the slums of Vane City. 9 men aged 17-21 were burnt alive. Their initial tests suggest the use of otherworldly, electric energy, with an unknown signature. Witnesses had sighted a girl running away in the perimeter. No security footage was recorded due to the location's circumstances. Suspected, unregistered players with a power level of 15. Mission: identify and locate the rogue player. Integrate or eliminate. The Players Council, Players Management, Players Crimes Office. Director: Asana. Triple gold. Victor frowned as he showed the message to Lily. "Let me do it." A broken bar. She said. She wanted to prove herself. "No." A broken bar. "I will do this myself." Or broken bar. He said. Lily was not suitable for such missions. The Players Council usually left the mission to uphold the rules and the A status of secrecy to the managing players in the areas where they don't have a local office, so there was nothing strange about this request. When players got discovered, the council usually would send someone to register them and explain the rules to them. After that, if they were deemed powerful, they would usually offer them a chance to join one of the powers. They can't force them though. This was one of the rules of the council. In fact, this was how many familiars built their focus. They found those loose awakened players and then offered them a lot of benefits, employing them into their own teams of broken bar the same way Victor employed Margaret initially. The only exception to this was when newly awakened players commit crimes using their powers or undermining the status of secrecy that the council supervised. In that case, not only would they lose their freedom, they would only have two choices: to join one of the families or get wiped out. This case was a good example of such circumstances. Victor had never heard about this in his previous life, as he was just a random pawn at this period of time. But the words electrical energy reminded him of a certain incident that would happen about 4 months from now. It was a massive blackout during a thunderstorm. Back then he remembered accidentally meeting his father who was in town. Theodore was injured back then, but he said nothing when Victor asked him about it. Could it have something to do with this? No matter what, he planned to see to this in a couple of days when he went to check on the wedding venue. He was too lazy for this now. Today he just wanted to relax and check his loot. Victor casually took out 3 treasuries from his ring and put them on the table as Lily, who was still on his lap, watched. Are those from the dungeon, young master? Yup. I got a good dog to fetch them for me, Victor said as he drooled. He had other things too, but they were not as precious as those. What are those? Lily asked as she took a handkerchief and carefully wiped his mouth. First of all, Victor said as he held a black little box, about an inch tall. This is called the Light Eater box. It is an S-ranked artifact. When this box opens, it absorbs all the light in the area around it, leaving it pitch black. Even with a strong flashlight, you would only be able to see 2 feet ahead. He said, its range depends on how much energy you can supply it. On the 6th floor of the dungeon, this was used as a part of an array to cause the entire floor to grow very dark. He added, too bad that stupid greedy dog didn't stop to study the formation below it as he destroyed everything to snatch the treasure very quickly. The whimsical system had no time to warn him. Victor still managed to get a glimpse of it though, but he would need time to study it and maybe fill any damaged parts. Oh, our broken bar, can I have it? Lily asked with a pleading look. This thing would help her to kill and castrate a lot of poor souls. Yes, a broken bar, but be careful though. If the area you are trying to block is too bright, this thing would not work. It might even be damaged because of all the energy it would be absorbing. Victor warned as he gave it to Lily. Don't use it now. I don't want to alarm the entire mansion. He scolded when he saw her try to open it. A broken bar, sorry, a broken bar, she said as she put the box in her storage ring. She would try it later to startle the SHT out of Margaret. Next we have this, Victor said as he grabbed a jade key. This is the second one I have got, he said, taking out the one he grabbed from Sebastian earlier and putting them together. They were very similar except for the symbol on its head. Each symbol represents a number. Victor got numbers for Sebastian's, and 177 Tom's. Victor was not sure what those meant though. What does this open? Lily asked. A door, obviously a broken bar, he answered, making her pout a little. Don't worry about it. In the right time, you will know, he added, rubbing her hair. It was too early to tell the girls about the Jade Gate. He would have time for that after the tournament. Lily frowned, but could only hold her curiosity for now. Finally, is this? Victor said, showing Lily a block of silvery metal. He looked at it with very greedy eyes and drooled again. This thing was inside the casket of the Lich King. The casket was scrapped, but this didn't even get a scratch. Will you tell me what this is? Lily asked. She was still pouting. If I do, you will take it away from me, he said, carefully caressing the block as if it was a naked girl. I promise I want a broken bar, she said casually. She was beginning to really suspect the possibility that her young master did suffer from some brain damage in the dungeon. He got blown away by a lot of explosions lately. She would love him regardless though. This is called Helion. It's not iron though, but people use that name for it. As its name implies, it is a type of metal that only appears in Hell, a broken bar, the main world of the demons. Victor said. It is super rare. This metal block is extra large. What can it be used for? Lily asked. Is it like those very strong fantasy metals in stories? She was tempted to take it from him. Not exactly, it is strong, but there are much stronger metals. This one is special, it a broken bar. Suddenly, a knock on the door startled him. Come in, he said before a pretty girl in red pajamas walked in. It was none other than Margaret, who seemed to be quite awake. "Good morning," she said as closed the door behind her. She casually inspected Lily's ambiguous position as she walked in, then sat on a chair near the desk, stretching her legs on the coffee table to the side. "Did you just wake up?" Victor asked. "Yup, I knew you would be late flirting with some hooker, so I went to sleep as soon as we got here," she said, yawning and totally ignoring Lily's threatening glares. Sadly, there were no hookers this time, just a stupid dog. "What exactly happened in the dungeon?" Victor asked. He didn't have the opportunity to ask her. "As I said in the debriefing, I was transported to this strange vault, a broken bar. It was just full of treasures, and there was that stupid gate door that refused to budge. A broken bar, a broken bar, a broken bar, a broken bar, a broken bar." Margaret slowly began to tell him exactly what happened, from entering, till she defeated that demon solar broken bar. She didn't mention anything about what happened next. She planned to tell Victor about it privately later. "Oh, our broken bar." Victor frowned after hearing her story. "Are you guys checking your loot?" she asked as she saw the things on the table. Her eyes sparkled when she spotted the metallic brick that looked very familiar. "Yes, a broken bar. There are other random things, but those things here are the really precious stuff," he said. "That brick, a broken bar, is it precious?" Margaret asked, squinting her eyes. "What does it do?" "Yes, I was just telling Lily. This thing is called Hell Iron. It has the power to conduct mana like copper conducted electricity," he explained. "What is that good for?" Lily didn't really understand. "Everything, a broken bar basically. You can create tools that need mana to work with them. Something like magical tools, mana computers, and puppets," he said with a wretched smile as his eyes sparkled. "Are you going to build some kind of magical SX robot with it?" Margaret asked as Lily looked at him coldly, not even bothering to wipe his drool this time. "It is called a puppet warrior." He didn't deny it, as he watched Margaret raise one eyebrow. "Would this thing be even enough?" Margaret asked again. "This might be sufficient for a..." She paused and pointed downward with a mysterious smile. "One block of metal is enough to create 5 full puppets. This metal would only be used as wires. I can use other materials for the other parts," he explained. "And, young master, what would this a puppet warrior do exactly?" Lily asked very coldly as she looked very dangerously at the block of metal. "Everything. It can even achieve humanly impossible positions," he said, teasing Lily. "It can fight. It would be perfect for dangerous missions." He quickly corrected himself, feeling the drop in the room's temperature. "I totally understand, young master," she said. She was clearly not convinced, and was definitely planning to assassinate this block of metal. "Don't worry, it can't move on its own. It would need someone controlling it. Our broken bar. I will need some other precious metals to build it. For broken bar, and it is not easy to build. I will need a good engineer," he explained. "How much is this thing worth precisely?" Margaret suddenly asked, liking her lips. "It depends. A broken bar, if you don't know how to use it, it's not that precious. But if you have the key technology, it is priceless. It can fetch 100,000 coins per gram." "SHT. She cursed. This was a very hot potato. "How much would you pay for those then?" Margaret said as she threw her ring at the table. Victor didn't have the chance to check it earlier. Victor grabbed the ring she placed on the table and began to inspect it. "Our broken bar." Then he froze. His mind simply stopped responding as he began to drool. There was a mounting of Hell Iron bricks in there, not to mention the other random treasures and carcasses of demonic beasts. It would take him days to sort those things out. Margaret did tell him she got a treasure, but this was not just a treasure, but an entire vault of treasures. Victor's astonished look made Lily frown. "How much metal did Margaret get you?" Lily asked, pressing her lips to his ears. "Ah." Her soft breath woke him up, but he didn't know how to answer. "About to mount a broken bar. I would need you to pay cash." "A broken bar?" Margaret, who was very interested, interjected, demanding her reward. She didn't give him those for free. She also wanted her private army of puppets. "Don't worry, I will give you a few puppets when they are finished." "Eat a broken bar," Victor said after swallowing. He really wanted to hug and kiss her now, but Lily, who was hugging him, made this impossible. "Not enough," Margaret flatly rejected. "Fine, You can have Alex to a broken bar. No, keep that jinx to yourself for broken bar. How about this? Keep those things for now, and I will gain the right to ride you anytime I want," she said after thinking, causing Lily to gasp in shock as she looked at Victor and awaited his answer. "Fine. I would even give you my chastity for it, our broken bar, but you have to take care not to upset anyone who is watching," Victor said, making Lily pinch her young master's thigh very hard, not realizing that the two perverts were not only teasing her but talking in code. Margaret had just told him that she would be using the finances in her hand more freely, and Victor responded by telling her that she could do that, but she had to be extra careful. "Do you plan to make an army of puppets now?" Lily asked finally after discovering that her feeble strength was not affecting her young master at all. She has just imagined Victor laughing like a maniac in a sea of SX robots. "With the amount Margaret got me, it would be a waste. There would be some robots, but I want to build something better, a broken bar. I will tell you about it when I finish the plans." "A broken bar," he said mysteriously. "What's better than an army of SX robots?" "Does such a thing exist?" Margaret asked with a mischievous smile, but Victor didn't reply. He only smiled mysteriously. What he was planning to build was something that even after the reckoning, was deemed impossible because of the enormous cost. A broken bar, but before the reckoning, there was a bug that he could exploit. He really needed a good mana engineer though, and he had no idea where to get one. Even after the reckoning, those guys were hard to find. Let alone that the mana transfer theory he needed has not been discovered. A broken bar yet? A broken bar? Yes. Can't he just get that scientist who established that theory? Build a broken bar. Is she a girl? Lilt suddenly asked. What? Who? The one you were thinking about just now. A broken bar, she coldly spat as Margaret squinted her eyes. Yes, a broken bar, Victor confessed before looking at Margaret. Margaret, I will need you to travel to the Orange Pearl Islands, a broken bar, create a ship construction company, and buy a certain laboratory. A broken bar. Oh, our broken bar ship construction? That means a shipyard, a broken bar, and a laboratory. What is it for? Margaret asked. Is this urgent? Yes, the earlier the better. A broken bar, I would need this for the future. Do it under a shell company. It should have nothing to do with me. A broken bar, he said, and make sure that a scientist who goes by the name Zolan is there. If not, hire her. He added with a complex look, making Lily sigh in relief. It seemed that this Zolan girl was ugly, otherwise, Victor would have decided to go there himself. Late in the morning, Yin stepped into the dining room following behind Lara and Dell. They have just finished taking a shower after their morning exercises. Lara had been making Elle and Yin tag along. In the last few days, Yin managed to get familiar with everyone around this mansion, and to her surprise, it was not as bad as she expected it to be. It was like a big family. To tell the truth, she really liked it here. Everyone treated her nicely, and took her shopping, buying her all kinds of pretty clothes. And the girl, Lara, really needed someone to take care of her. Yin was amazed by how sheltered and naive a girl her age could be. No wonder Victor asked her to protect his sister, and no wonder he made that little girl Elle her servant. She really knew how to guide her mistress by the nose. Big brother. Lara was flustered when she saw Victor, who was eating his breakfast surrounded by his harem and Alex. Welcome back, she said as she quickly saluted by bowing politely. Come on in, have some breakfast. A broken bar, Victor said casually as he continued to enjoy his meal. A broken bar. Lara nodded, then quickly grabbed a seat followed by her entourage. Victor was carefully observing her, and as he expected, although her symptoms had subdued, she didn't have much energy. He needed to fix her bloodline fast. Yin was looking at him as if she had something to say. He just suggested to her to wait until later, then looked at Hilda. Hilda, did you finish redecorating the basement? He asked. Mostly, you just need to wait for the paint to dry. A broken bar, she said with a sigh. Rushing this cost a fortune. But money really did make things go fast. Good. Hana. Victor nodded, then looked at Hana, who was enjoying her meal too. Yes, she asked. Was it time for work at last? For the last few days, she was literally in heaven enjoying the best treatment. In the Immortal Abode sect, she had to live a hermit lifestyle. They didn't even have electricity or running water. But here, She was really enjoying her time. Victor was treating her as a guest. If only he didn't force her to work for him. Follow me to check on your new lab after the meal at Broken Bar. I will show you something interesting at Broken Bar, Victor said with a wretched smile that thankfully Lily didn't see. She was ordered to get some sleep, or she would have made sure to stuff a couple of eggs in his dirty mouth. I understand, a Broken Bar, Hana said. She looked worried. Victor nodded and continued to eat. Theta was taking care of feeding him this time. Esteemed brother, a Broken Bar. Lara suddenly spoke. Yes, yeah, Broken Bar. Lara hesitated, but Hal held her hand under the table, encouraging her. I want your permission to invite my friends here for a sleepover at Broken Bar, she said, not daring to look at her brother. How many friends? Aha, Broken Bar. 7. A Broken Bar, she said. Good, a Broken Bar. I am fine with it. Just let Hilda perform a security check on them. A Broken Bar. Already done, young master. They are clean, Hilda responded. Then do it, he said with a smile. A Broken Bar. You come to a Broken Bar, Victor told Yin as he dragged the reluctant Hana toward the basement. Yes, young master, a Broken Bar, Yin said as she quickly followed. Reaching downstairs, Victor began to inspect the changes. As he instructed, the basement was divided into multiple sections, including a vault, a dungeon, and a lab, with various other preparation rooms. Is this lab your design? Victor asked as they entered the alchemy lab. It was relatively empty, but Victor did notice the tables arranged in a way that they would later be filled with many instruments. A Broken Bar. Hana nodded. She always dreamed of having such a lab, but her sect was very old-fashioned, preferring old alchemy methods over new ones. It's not bad, a Broken Bar, Victor said as he sat on a wooden chair. Yin closed the door. We have something to talk about, a Broken Bar, he added, making Hana flinch as she watched the little girl block her last way out. She shouldn't have asked Hilda to make this door soundproof. She already began regretting her design choices. Sit down, we need to speak, a Broken Bar, Victor commanded as he looked at Yin. First, Yin, what did you want to tell me? He asked. Aha, Broken Bar, that girl, Monica Broken Bar. She had a demon smell on her, a Broken Bar. It was faint, but I could smell it, a Broken Bar. Is she a demon? Negative, just a trace. Yin shook her head. I will talk to her later. I have an idea what this is about, a Broken Bar, he said. Good job, a Broken Bar. A Broken Bar. Lady Margaret also had a strange smell today, a Broken Bar. Her soul seemed to have become brighter, a Broken Bar. A demon? A remnant, a Broken Bar. Oh, a Broken Bar. I understand, a Broken Bar. Victor didn't have a chance yet to talk to Margaret. He knew she wanted to speak with him privately though, and he planned to do so when they go out today. Then I will take my leave, a Broken Bar, Yin said, intending to leave the awkward atmosphere here. No, a Broken Bar. You should hear this too, Victor said. Now, Hana Broken Bar, did you notice anything strange about Lara? He asked. Other than her pale complexion, nothing strange, a Broken Bar, Hana said. That's exactly what I meant. What I will tell you here is a secret, he said, glancing at Yin, who nodded. Don't tell anyone, no matter what. I understand. The girls replied. My family is not that harmonious, you see, a Broken Bar. Lara, she was the victim of a scheme, a Broken Bar, a family scheme. Let me phrase it like this, one of my stepmothers wanted to hurt her, he added, making Yin gasp as Hana frowned. Did they poison her? No, that would be too foolish even for them, Victor said. You might not know this, but the Von Wise has a very unique bloodline. All the children in the family would practice a certain art that would help strengthen that bloodline. A Broken Bar. Lara, like me, has a very pure bloodline from birth, he said. They hurt her bloodline? Hana, who knew better, asked. Kinda. My stepbrother, who was supervising Lara's training, fooled her by changing some of the art steps. A Broken Bar. Practicing it caused her to unconsciously burn her pure blood. A Broken Bar, he explained. Didn't your family notice something? No, the changes in the art must have been done by a master who taught it to Rex, my stepbrother. A Broken Bar. The art does not hurt directly, on the contrary, it makes the practitioner stronger, but in exchange for their potential and bloodline purity. Oh, a Broken Bar, I see how that can be done. Hana totally got it. She had some knowledge about such arts in the memories her family gave her. Did you tell your family elders? She asked. No, I plan to fix this silently. He didn't elaborate. Young master, a broken bar. The art Miss Lara was practicing in the morning, a broken bar. Yin suddenly interjected. Don't worry, it is something I taught her. I already wanted her not to practice that art, but it was too late. Her potential was nearly exhausted. He said, smiling at Yin. He really liked this girl. She took her job seriously. That awakening scroll was totally not wasted on her. Maybe he should try teaching her some business knowledge to test her. He needed to help Lara build her team before her awakening. That girl was too naive for her own good. You want me to craft a drug to heal her? Hana asked after pondering for a moment. I don't have that knowledge. A broken bar. She began to complain when Victor suddenly took 3 sealed barrels and put them in front of her. Blood. Hana immediately recognized the smell of broken bar baby's blood. She yelled, making Yin frown. Hana looked at Victor with anger and disgust, making him surprised. She was more knowledgeable than he expected. It's not mine. I took it from a bad guy who was secretly murdering babies in my family. That's why you need to be perfect with it. I don't have a lot. He explained. I want you to make a pill with a broken bar. It is called the True Blood Pill, he said, taking out a small booklet and putting it on the barrel. This recipe was very simple, yet very complicated. Hana quickly snatched it and began to leaf through it. Do you have all the ingredients here? She asked. Yes. He added, taking out another sack and throwing it to the table. It would be very complex, a broken bar, she said finally after reading through the entire recipe. I know, let Theta help you. A broken bar, he said. That girl has some really good luck. Oh, our broken bar, I understand, Hana said coldly, but her eyes began to sparkle. She really liked doing alchemy, especially this kind that saved people's lives. And Victor was really taking care of her according to their dealer. Broken bar. No, her pride would not let her work for free. What would I get as my payment? She suddenly asked as she watched him walk toward the broken bar. Although she was his slave now, she wanted some payment. How about a book of super rare alchemy recipes? He asked. Isn't that benefiting you? She said coldly. She was very tempted though. Don't worry, the things I plan to give you later would benefit you greatly, he said mysteriously with a smile as he walked out. Yin quickly followed after, nodding to Hana. A broken bar. Tom, who was having an omelette for breakfast in Isabella's apartment, froze as he read the news feed on his phone. A broken bar. It was there in bold print. Victor White boldly announces to the world that he will marry Lynn Cross and Nova Astra at the same wedding. A noble marriage in this day and age. The scandal. 2 at a time. What's next? 3 at a time. In the Granny's incident, it was another guy. We ask him why he did. What were those toys? Many asked. We can't tell you, but we found out WHO sells them. The toys, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Here we asked the experts, and they replied, +18. We are making our phones slow to make them better. White technology states at a press conference. Spider Boy, WHO was he? Here's what I think. +18. The auction of the year had just ended. What fashion lessons did we learn? Victor White proposes to Nova Astra's parents. They accept. Dragon Hero 4 is in cinemas next week. Would John Sigma save Myra again? Myra, the highest paid actress of all time, is now in The World Is Your Dungeon. Filming now. In the cinema next year. Jane Armstrong had escaped from the asylum. Wanted dead or alive. Attempts to rectify marriage law failed after congressman was arrested for abusing a minor. How to take care of your harem. 3 pieces of advice from an expert. Brothels near your house. Are grannies the new fad? The princely funeral that no one attended. How did Prince Troy really die? 20 journalists died in a boating accident. They were having a no-why with the captain. Tom's hand began to shake as he read the first article carefully. He then began to scroll around reading the other disturbing news. Victor. He spat coldly just as Isabella walked into the kitchen with another girl. Tom, this is Naomi. She wanted to meet you. A broken bar. She paused as she noticed Tom's pale white complexion. Tom, are you all right? She asked. She was a little worried about him. Last night he kept mumbling incomprehensible things and wasn't even able to finish the job. Yeah, broken bar. I need to go. Call you later. A broken bar. He took his jacket and then walked out, bumping into Naomi on his way out. completely failing to realize that she was naked. That's how much he was distressed. "Tom!" Isabella yelled after him, but he didn't reply as he closed the door behind him. "You F-king son of a system. What the hell is happening? Didn't you tell me that you will protect Nova for me?" Tom cursed loudly as he left Isabella's apartment and began to walk aimlessly. "Caution. Watch your language with the system. This whimsical system comes from a reputable whimsical family that does not condone the use of such vulgar words." A quick electric shock ran through Tom, making him regain his senses. He wanted to start yelling again, but he quickly noticed the other system message. Nova was well protected. The system did disable Victor von Weiss's power as a man, but fate intervened. "What do you mean?" Tom asked as he frowned. "Due to Nova's dark fate, SHE fell under a love curse. SHE doesn't love you anymore." "Damn that Victor. I swear I will fuck him a broken bar. An electric shock to the balls sent him howling to the ground. "Watch IT with the language. IT was not Victor's fault. IT was yours." "Why?" Tom yelled like a madman, startling a few pedestrians who were passing by his side. "Mommy, why is that guy clutching his crotch? Does he want to pee?" a little girl asked. "Don't look at him," the mother scolded as she dragged her curious daughter away from the pervert. Tom totally ignored them as his bloodshot eye glared at the emptiness in front of him where the system was showing his message. By stopping Victor from getting to Nova, a demon has set his eyes on her. SHE is that pretty after all. The whimsical system could not interfere with the causality of the world. That guy is very troublesome. "What?" WHO? Tom asked in shock. "A broken bar. This whimsical system can't reveal anymore, but IT can help you find out on your own. Before we continue, you have to make a choice here. Broken bar. The system will give you 3 options. Fight the world and save Nova, then get her to love you. Fight the world, save Nova, then let her go to her loved one. Ignore this problem and find another girl." "I choose the first," Tom said without even thinking. "The whimsical system will now calculate a path for saving Nova. Please wait." A broken bar. 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 Tom waited. Calculation finished. Saving Nova is possible. Nova mission number 1. Nova is under a demonic curse. Find out more. Sneak into Victor von Weiss's mansion at midnight after 3 days and search for clues. Find out WHO Nova's secret evil lover is. Success. The next step in saving Nova would be revealed. Failure. A broken bar. Nova will marry the demon. A broken bar. A broken bar. "Dear Monica," Victor said as he looked at the nervous girl who was waiting patiently behind him as he finished his very constructive conversation with Tom. "Yes?" she asked nervously while looking around, wondering why he brought her here to this dungeon. Why was there a dungeon in his basement to begin with? She didn't dare to ask. "Have you adjusted to living here yet?" he asked. Such a question would have been completely normal if they were not surrounded by cages. A broken bar. She nodded nervously as she looked down. She was trying hard not to look at Victor. Whenever she sees his handsome face, strange things start happening in her body. "Good," he said as he checked the sturdiness of the iron bars and turned to look at her. "Did you get a strange package or letter recently?" he asked directly. "Aha, broken bar." She frowned. "I got a letter from one of my friends 3 days ago." Broken bar. She said. "That Connor?" Victor asked, remembering that he told Alpha to keep an eye on that demonized guy, but she lost track of him as he strangely disappeared. "Yes. He invited me to go on a cruise trip." A broken bar. "Don't get me wrong, I will not go." I wanted to tell him that though, but he was not answering his phone and the message didn't have return address. "Just a ticket." "Can I see the ticket and the message?" "It's in the trash." A broken bar, she said nervously, earning herself a smile and pinch on the cheek. A broken bar. His touch was like electricity. It made her start to breathe faster. Why was her body reacting like this? "Good girl," he said with a smiley. Broken bar. The meaning of throwing the ticket was that she didn't want anything to do with Connor. She had decided to devote herself to Victor. "Na broken bar. Na broken bar." She was about to moan but she held it in as she squeezed her legs together. "In 2 weeks, I will be holding a wedding." A broken bar. Victor, who was amazed by her looks, suddenly said, "A broken bar." She nodded, somewhat annoyed. Why was he telling her this now? Prepare L for Broken Bar. I plan to announce to the world that I will be accepting you as a concubine at that time, Broken Bar. He explained. Broken Bar what? Her heart began to bounce as she looked at him. Broken Bar. Aren't you marrying Miss Lin and that other girl? She asked as she fought the desire to jump on him. I am. I will also surprise the world by accepting a few concubines. Broken Bar. You are among them. Broken Bar. Aha. Broken Bar. Monica Fruzier. Broken Bar. Echo. Broken Bar. A Broken Bar. Concubine. Broken Bar. Yeah. Broken Bar. What? She gasped. This was too sudden. She felt that she should be angry. Broken Bar. He was talking about some really absurd things after all. He was even proposing to a girl while telling her that he will marry her with others. Break up with him. Escape. That was what her rational mind was telling her, but the feeling in her stomach was something else entirely. Broken Bar. She was excited. Broken Bar. No, beyond excited. She was in heat. She was happy. Broken Bar. She didn't know how to respond. Are you against this? He asked. She didn't know how to answer. If you have some friends, make sure to invite them. Broken Bar. Don't worry about what other people would think. When they see how happy you are, those idiots will die of jealousy. He spoke casually as if her approval was granted, slowly brainwashing her. She didn't respond, and he stopped talking, slowly brushing the hair that was now covering her deeply blushing face. I need some time to think. Broken Bar. She said after 5 minutes of awkward silence. This was too sudden. She didn't even know what to think. Take all the time you need, he said as he walked to the door, but if you take too long, the other girls wouldn't even leave scraps for you. Broken Bar. He said with an evil smile as he walked out. He was right. He had been starving those girls for too long. A Broken Bar. Will I be one of those surprise brides too? Margaret asked in a low voice just as Victor walked out of the basement. She was eavesdropping from the outside. Yes. A Broken Bar. Don't tell Lily yet. A Broken Bar. I don't have a death wish. A Broken Bar, she said as she looked away, hiding her blush while cursing in her heart. This Victor was a big bastard. Couldn't he be more romantic? Did he have to confess like this in the basement? Wait. A Broken Bar. Who else would you marry to? She asked. I am not sure yet. A Broken Bar. I need to ask the girls for their approval after all. You didn't ask me, she protested. There is no need. You are already mine. A Broken Bar. And I already got your answer that day in the hotel. She didn't answer. He was right. A Broken Bar. She wanted him to go on his knees. For once thought for Broken Bar bastard. Margaret followed as Victor casually walked toward the kitchen where Hilda was washing the dishes with Mana. Mina, who couldn't help, was sitting to the side getting healed by Ruby. Young master, she said and quickly stood up when she spotted Victor and Margaret. Sit down. A Broken Bar, Victor said, then turned to Hilda. Hilda. Broken Bar. Do you have Monica's letter? Yes, young master. A Broken Bar. I planned to give it to you in the evening, Hilda said as she quickly wiped her wet hands with her apron, then ran to a side room before returning with a ripped envelope. As the house manager, this was her task to take care of such things. She had been keeping an eye on Monica ever since she entered this house. Victor casually opened the letter, where only a few casual lines were written, inviting Monica to attend a birthday party. There was a ticket attached for a luxurious cruise trip. Send a photo of the ticket to Kai and let him find everything about it. A Broken Bar. Already did. He didn't respond yet. A Broken Bar. Good. A Broken Bar, Victor said as he put the letter in his ring for later use. He had no time for this at the moment. Anything else? He asked. Nothing really. A Broken Bar, he said, then turned Ruby. How is the healing going? He asked. As an eldritch healer, Ruby should have the ability to heal severed parts. Young master. It is working, but I am trying my best, but I keep getting tired. It's mana deficiency, because of your level. Try to do it slowly and take a pill of these every time you get tired, he said, throwing her a big bottle of pills. Would the healing be finished before the wedding? I will try my best, she said. Good. He nodded, then turned heading to the door. Oh. He stopped and looked at Hilda. Pick 2 good dresses for the twins. A Broken Bar. We already chose the maid's dresses. A Broken Bar. Not that. They will not attend the wedding as maids, but as brides. Bang. A Broken Bar. A dish shattered on the floor. What? Both of the twins gasped, ignoring the broken dish. What? I will be doing a grand wedding. I need all the pretty brides I can get," he said casually, too casually. "Don't you want to marry me?" Victor turned and asked with a frown. The girls didn't know how to answer such a question. Of course, they wanted to marry him. They have already confessed that they were his broken bar, but this was too sudden. It was only yesterday when they were being a little salty about the upcoming wedding, cursing at the bride as a broken bar. Now they were the brides. Even Ruby was feeling a little jealous, but as someone who worked at a brothel, she had no such aspiration. Little did she know that Victor had plans for her, but they didn't mature yet. "The girls will be ready," Hilda, who was trying hard to hide her smile, said as she noticed the twins' red tomato faces. A broken bar. They were in shock. "Good, a broken bar. If they have any relatives, make sure to invite them too," he said, totally ignoring the girls' shock as he walked out. "You call that a confession?" Margaret smiled fiendishly as soon as they left the kitchen. "No, that was a statement," he replied. "The girls are already mine, to begin with. I have nothing to confess." A broken bar." She shook her head as she snickered. "What?" he asked. "I just realized something about your broken bar," she said in an amused voice. "What?" "You are a coward," she said while nodding to herself, earning a glare from Victor. "Don't get me wrong, I mean in love affairs. You could have easily told the girls at the dining table, but you chose to do it like this. A broken bar." She quickly defended herself. He didn't answer. She was partially right. Although he lived a long life, he didn't really like to completely expose his feelings. This was a habit from the past. In his previous life, after his wife died, he had to live in fear of that guy finding him again. And he also hid his past from Julian, so he hid his feelings deeply to move on. All the girls he knew after that were prostitutes and slaves. Margaret sighed when she noticed that Victor stopped talking. She really wanted to know what happened to him in his previous life. "Do I need to invite my relatives too?" She suddenly changed the subject to break the awkward silence. "Yes, a broken bar. Invite Peter and Tom. A broken bar. And don't forget about your aunt and the two piglets you call cousins." "You are trying to create a mess at the wedding?" "Yes, a broken bar. The bigger the chaos, the easier it is to hide things. A broken bar," he said calmly. His plan had many variables, and the larger the cast, the more pieces he might be able to move. "Will you tell me what your full plan is?" she asked. "Latter a broken bar," he said mysteriously, revealing nothing. She just sighed and silently followed him into the garage, where he took the keys to one of the new cars, a black smoking Penguin that Margaret bought just to fill the garage. This car was not very luxurious but had a big trunk that gave it a gangster car air. "So, you at the wedding. A broken bar. How many more brides do you plan to add?" Margaret suddenly asked after noticing something out of the window. "I told you, we will see a broken bar." "I have yet to ask Arya and Myra." "Will you also propose to Beto and the others?" "No, a broken bar. I really like them and want to marry them too, but I don't want the world to know about them yet." A broken bar. He sighed. He wanted them to act as his hidden hands. "Didn't you already show the world that you are with Theta at the auction?" "She is a minor." "Do you want me to go to jail for that kind of crime?" he exclaimed as he opened the car door. "Like that would ever happen." A broken bar. "Where are you going now?" she asked as she watched him climb into the driver's seat, then followed to sit beside him. "To take care of things." A broken bar. "Too many things," he said as he turned the car on. "Now, tell me, what exactly happened in the vault?" A broken bar. Alex, who had just finished her spa with Beta, sighed as she watched Victor drive away with Margaret. Thankfully, she was not punished after returning to the mansion, but somehow she was feeling a little depressed. Victor had been totally ignoring her. Couldn't he at least spank her a little? No, a broken bar. What was she thinking? A broken bar. Damn it. A cursing voice alerted Alex and Beta. It was Theta, who was cleaning the shrubberies beside the garage, and happened to hear Victor's statement. A broken bar. "Are you okay?" Beta asked with a frown. "I am fine," Theta snapped as she walked away. A broken bar. She was really annoyed. Why couldn't she be a few years older? A broken bar. In a dark cell, Yulian cursed as he crushed his cellmate's balls with the plastic slipper on his foot. I told you that I only wanted to finish my sentence. Did you really have to go and try to kill me? Yulian yelled. Please spare me a broken bar. The man whose hands and legs were already twisted out of shape screamed in pain. Shut up. Who told you to stab me? Yulian asked. It was the boss, Big John from the yard. He said that you have bad paperwork. A broken bar. Did he tell you why I am here? Yes, a broken bar. There are rumors that you were planning to assault some female students. A broken bar. The man fainted in pain as the guards hurried into the cell. Yulian, do you want your sentence to be extended? The guard asked as he checked the injured inmate. A broken bar. He saw everything through the cameras and hurried here. Don't worry, a broken bar. He will live. He tried to kill me. You can find the dagger he used in his butt, Yulian said as he sat on his bed. He was all friendly until yesterday. I don't know what went into his head. Thankfully, due to Yulian's strong body, he successfully managed to protect his chastity until now. His family's test was really brutal. Couldn't they find him some competent lawyer at least? This one went crazy too. The guard sighed as he flipped the collapsed man and then checked the bloody dagger in his ass with worried eyes. He quickly called another inmate to help deliver the man to the infirmary. Were there similar accidents? Yulian asked. He was staying in his cell lately. Because of his really bad reputation of being a pitifully broken bar. It was all because he refused to provide services to a certain man who fancied him when he entered here and took a shower. Under all of the dirt, Yulian was really pretty after all. That man, after gaining a brand new broken nose, used the fact that Yulian sneaked into the academy as leverage to spread rumors about him. You don't know a broken bar. It is like a curse of bad luck had been cast on this place. The inmates are killing each other like maniacs. 13 died just last week. The guard sighed. Oh, our broken bar, you only have 10 days left, right? The guard asked as he closed the cell door and locked it. Yeah, our broken bar, I just want to pass it peacefully. A broken bar, Yulian replied as he laid back down. He slowly took a small dirty notebook from his pocket and added the name Big John to the long list on it. Those were the names of the people he planned to take revenge on when he regained his status. So that's what happened at a broken bar. Victor, who was driving, said after hearing Margaret's narrative of her dungeon dive. It was a gay door indeed. A broken bar. He nodded. He really wanted that door. That's what you care about? Can you tell me exactly what those souls were? She asked. No, a broken bar, but I can guess, he said. Those skeletons must have been experts who were sealed in that dungeon. They must have been sealed even before it became a dungeon. It is one of the demonic punishments. They lock someone up and even after he dies, their souls would not dissipate, but suffer in a dead body for eternity. A broken bar, he explained while keeping his eyes on the road. Oh, our broken bar. The seal on them must have weakened with time, and those guys took the chance to attack you when you went there. They were intending to take your body, a broken bar, but since your soul already belonged to me, they couldn't break my mark and ended up being eaten. A broken bar. Thankfully I renewed the seal that day at the broken bar. You did what? Margaret screamed in surprise, making him momentarily lose control of the car. He almost ran over a cat. Don't scream, Victor said casually. That day, I was not sure if you were a friend or foe, so I strengthened the seal on your body with my authority. A broken bar. If not, the seal would have not been strong enough to repel them. Making excuses. A broken bar. She pouted as she looked to the side. What happened next? Why did I feel pain? You just ate more than you can digest. A broken bar. If not for the seal, your soul would have exploded, he said, making her look back at him with some fear in her eyes. Really? You a broken bar, you got super lucky. After we return, I will teach you some advanced soul arts to let you slowly harvest the energy that was absorbed in my seal. A broken bar. Don't you want it? She asked with surprise. No, a broken bar, one can't eat too many souls at once, and I ate a lot lately. A broken bar. Those ones are your trophy, he said. What are souls good for anyway? She asked. The souls are everything. A broken bar, he said. It is too early for you to learn these. A broken bar. Soul arts are really scary though, and a strong soul is never a bad thing. A broken bar, he added mysteriously. You didn't tell me though. Why didn't I get any experience points after defeating them? They were already dead. The system does not recognize souls as things, so you did nothing according to your log. A broken bar, what a bummer, a broken bar. She puffed her cheeks. She was jealous of Lily and the twins, who had leveled up a lot. You were super lucky though, you got a shit ton of authority, a broken bar, Victor said, as he carefully looked at her. No, I didn't. My authority didn't change at all, Margaret interjected. You did. But you need to level up for the changes to apply. She could not see it, but through his inspection, he could see it in the log. Really? Did I get other things? She asked with a smile. You want more? That 10,478 authority points are not enough for you? You must understand that whenever a soul devours others, if it doesn't use any divine arts, there is only a 0.0001% chance that one of the 5 soul attributes can be transferred. Victor said. That thing must have had so much authority that some of it leaked to you. Oh, our broken bar soul attributes, authority, memories, fates, afflictions, and karma. Then are there things out there who eat other people's souls? She asked. They exist, like the demons who attacked Yin's parents, he said before noticing the worried look on her face. Don't worry, soul devouring is very rare. As to attack others, you first have to risk everything by leaving your body defenseless. Likewise, attacking a strong soul that is inside the protective shell of the human flesh is suicide. A broken bar for a 0.0001 chance of getting a random attribute, it is not worth it at all. Then how did the demons take the bodies of Yin's parents? She asked. They probably destroyed their souls with torture or some drugs first. A broken bar, they wouldn't even want to eat them. They needed the bodies after all. Then the one who attacked you, that dire broken bar when you saved Theta. Oh, that one was special. It uses a trick to attack when the soul is getting awakened. As a player, a broken bar, the soul would be in a vulnerable position for a few seconds at that time. He said, I took the hit for Theta at that time, so the demon tried to trick me. A broken bar. She was smart and delicious. A broken bar, he said with an evil smile. You have a method to devour souls, don't you? No comment. A broken bar, he said as he parked the car to the side in a small alleyway. It looked familiar. Stay in the car for a minute, I will need to grab a few dirty things. A broken bar, he said as he stepped down and headed toward the shabby-looking pharmacy to the side of the road. A broken bar. Young Master Victor, we meet again, the old alchemist said while rubbing his hands when he spotted Victor. This was a fat sheep that he really liked to fleece. Yaha, broken bar Master Alberta. Broken bar, nice to see you again too. Victor greeted with an awkward smile as he took out a list and gave it to the alchemist. A broken bar, he knew that this guy was a greedy bastard, but his wares were the real deal. I heard that you are getting married. A broken bar, Albert asked as he read the list, then frowned slightly. Yeah, broken bar, news travels fast these days. A broken bar, Victor said like an old man. It sure does. A broken bar, Albert said as he read the list slowly. A broken bar, windflower. A broken bar, blue rosy. Broken bar, powdered gems. A broken bar, goblin feces and slime core. Are you perhaps planning to replace the bride? Albert asked, stunning Victor. He didn't expect this alchemist to be this knowledgeable, recognizing the rare recipe of the shape-shifting pill despite the ingredients being obfuscated among others. Don't look at me like that, kid. A broken bar, when you live a long life, you see a lot, Albert said. Well, a broken bar, not the bride. A broken bar, but the bridesmaid. A broken bar, Victor replied, telling half of the truth. Oh, our broken bar, Albert nodded with a knowing smile. I have to warn you though, this recipe would only work for 3 hours. 3 hours is more than enough. The amount of the ingredients is enough for 100 pills. A broken bar. A broken bar, Neil added with surprise, then looked at Victor with a dirty smile. It was nice to be young. Exactly. A broken bar, Victor replied cryptically. Do you need an alchemist to do it for you? Nah, I already contracted one from my family. A broken bar, Victor lied. Oh, our broken bar, too bad. A broken bar, Albert said, then looked at his assistant and threw the list to him. A broken bar, get us those. Victor sighed as he watched the assistants hurry around. A broken bar, Margaret sighed as she waited for Victor. A broken bar, couldn't he confess like a gentleman? She slowly took out her phone and called her aunt after some hesitation. Margaret, why were you not answering my calls? Didn't I care for you for years, you ungrateful child? Do you know how worried I was? Her aunt scolded with a soft caring voice as soon as she answered. A broken bar. Sorry, my boyfriend forbade me from contacting my family. A broken bar, but that's no longer a problem. A broken bar, Margaret casually lied. Her aunt had been calling her lately, to ask for money, and she was totally ignoring her. Did you break up? Did he realize your true nature and dump you? Or did he finish with you and kick you to some other man? Her aunt quickly changed her tone, reverting to her true snobbish nature. Did you get pregnant? None of that. A broken bar. He trusts me now. He wants to accept me as his concubine. A broken bar. He told me to invite you to the wedding. A broken bar. Oh, a broken bar, as I expected. A broken bar. No, a broken bar. What? A concubine? Her aunt asked in shock. She could not understand what the word concubine might mean in a normal conversation. She only heard it in historical dramas. Yes, a broken bar. A concubine. One of many. I will be part of the grand wedding. What grand wedding? Mum, it's that one. Victor White. The double wedding. Lulu's jealous voice could be heard. She must have been listening to Margaret too. What? Margaret's aunt asked. Margaret, a broken bar. Are you one of the brides? No, a broken bar. I already told you. He plans to take a few side concubines in addition to the two main brides. A broken bar. He chose me. A broken bar, Margaret said with some annoyance. A broken bar. If you can't come, it's okay. Broken bar. We will come. Make sure to send us money for the dresses and accessories. A broken bar. Margaret hung up immediately while silently cursing just as she heard knocking on the window. She expected it to be Victor, but it turned out to be a stupid guy with a few piercings and dyed hair. What? Margaret, who was in a bad mood, snapped at him as she unrolled the window. Hey, dear broken bar, how about you come with me? Look at that red fire rat car. It is mine. My daddy works for White Tech as a director. I am better than that stupid boyfriend. A broken bar. A broken bar. A broken bar. Ugh! The man howled as the nutcracker who was holding a large bag of goods got to him from the back. Don't touch my toys. Victor scolded coldly as he threw the bag into the back seat and then hopped into the front. Finished already? Margaret asked as she pitied the gangster. A broken bar. He shouldn't have touched Victor's car. A broken bar. She was not a toy. She refused to be. Not really. A broken bar. Let's go to our second destination. A broken bar. Victor said. A broken bar. The second destination was, of course, the Grand White Hotel, the wedding venue. The Grand White Hotel was hosting the biggest event since its establishment 80 years ago. It was the wedding of the century, so even now, 2 weeks prior, when Victor reached he could easily notice how busy the workers were bringing objects in and out in preparation for the big event. Young master. The security guard at the door quickly welcomed Victor as he stepped inside with Margaret. Is Arya here? Yes, Miss Arya arrived 2 hours ago. The guard quickly replied. Good. A broken bar. Victor said, stuffing a tip in the guard's hand as walked into the grand lobby and looked around. This place always brought him so many memories, both good and bad. He even had to work as a receptionist here once. The family really treated its heirs differently depending on their rank. Many of the guests began to gossip when they noticed him as he waited for the elevator. He didn't care though. That's the effect he wanted. He just smirked as he took the elevator with Margaret toward the top floor, the same place where the party he attended a month ago was. That's when Victor's phone rang. A broken bar. It was Kai. What? Victor asked impatiently. Young master, there is trouble. Broken bar. Kai said. Trouble? Speak. Victor asked. Lately, everything around him was troublesome. Julian, the guy you asked me to keep an eye on. A broken bar. The guard who was on our payroll just called. Julian seemed to have beaten a man, and that guy just died in the infirmary. Bad luck. A broken bar. Find another man to kill the corpse and take the fall. A broken bar. Julian must not be affected, and his name must not be mentioned anywhere. This must be done very discreetly. Victor said. Julian must be out of prison by the time of the wedding no matter what. Victor said. Understood. A broken bar. I already prepared things. Kai replied. Good. Anything else? Victor asked as he stepped out of the elevator and spotted Arya who was scolding some workers. Yes. A broken bar. About the ticket Miss Hilda sent me. It is for a cruise trip on the grand ship the Three-Horned Dragon. A broken bar. It is set to sail for its first trip 3 months later in the South Sea. The event is sponsored sponsored by a company called Past Holdings registered in the Bluebird Islands. Get me a few tickets. A broken bar, not directly, but discreetly. I must be the naturally a broken bar. If you can't do it, find some unlucky idiot, steal his card of identity, then let him enjoy a permanent residence in the middle of the sea. A broken bar, Victor said. Understood. A broken bar, Kai said before Victor hung up. Arya, how are the preparations here? Victor asked as he looked around, observing the workers who were busy adjusting the decorations. As you can see, everything is on schedule, she said. Why are you here? As far as I know, you are too lazy to take care of trivial things? She said jokingly. After knowing Victor for more than a month, she confirmed that her first impression of him was true. He was a lazy bastard. A handsome, brave and cool lazy bastard. Did you print the invitations? He asked. Not yet, she said. Good, I sent a design to your email this morning with a list. Did you see it? He asked. No. A broken bar. She quickly checked her mail and there it was. The message contained a drawing of a strange gilded design with floating dragons. It was very domineering. A list was attached to it with many names. That many? Yup. Make sure to print and deliver them ASAP. For the names marked with an asterisk, I will deliver the invitations personally, he said. Okay. Broken bar. Anything else? I need you to make a small change in the wedding theme. A broken bar, he said as he looked around. What? Are you telling me this now? Do you know how much work we have already done? It's not my fault. I just had an inspiring moment in the dungeon when I saw the greatness of the old murals. He told a partial lie. After witnessing the great misfortune curse, he realized that his initial plan was too naive. He needed something more secure. That's why he was changing things to build plans upon plans, scattering red herrings all around for spies to latch on. What kind of excuse is that? She asked as she gestured to the workers to stop. Whatever, it is your wedding. What do you want to do? You are doing a Warren-style royal wedding here, right? That won't work for me, he said. It is totally not my style. What do you want then? What is your style? She asked with a frown, hoping that it would not be anything perverted. I want you to plan the wedding more exotically. I need a grand stage to show off. Arya frowned. Do you want a nude wedding? She asked coldly as Margaret looked at him with expecting eyes. This sounded fun. Not that exotic, he answered firmly after some contemplation, disappointing at least one girl and a few dozen workers who were listening in. I meant to do an old wedding ceremony, he said. How old? Ancient. I heard it was a trend lately to perform weddings using old ceremonies, he said carefully. A trend between perverts? She scolded. She heard about a wedding that was performed about a year ago where the couple sat on a volcano to imitate an old sacrifice ritual. A broken bar. The volcano, probably being jealous, exploded as the wedding wrapped up. I want to try that ceremony I read about in the history journal. A broken bar. What was it called? A broken bar. Yes, the Black Mountain Dragon ceremony. A broken bar, he said as he struck his hands together. Black Mountain? Arya frowned before she began to search her phone to look it up. Then she started to read as Victor watched with some amusement, carefully manipulating what she was reading to make her say what he wanted her to say. This ceremony is too old, based on an ancient folklore tale of brides being offered to a dragon. A broken bar. She breathed in relief when she didn't see the word nude anywhere as she completed the first page. A broken bar. Did Victor think of himself as a dragon perhaps? Yeah, probably. She continued to read a few more lines before suddenly stopping. This wouldn't work. Even if we ignored the restriction on the number of brides. The law of the Wyran Principality requires a priest to be present to validate the marriage. A broken bar. If you used none, that would be a political scandal, Arya said as she read the article. Father would not approve, especially after their... She didn't continue. I can throw a priest in the mix, no one would care. He just has to stand to the side. And that guy would probably sleep during most of the event anyway. Victor shrugged his shoulders. Wait for a broken bar. Are you planning to take concubines too? The ceremony requires a dragon, and at least 7 brides to complete. She suddenly asked in shock. This ceremony could accommodate up to 33 brides. What pervert designed this? Yes, a broken bar. I will be the dragon, he said, confirming her assumption. In addition to the 2 main wives Lynn and Nova, I will also marry the twins, Margaret, you, and maybe Myra or someone else see broken bar. I still haven't decided yet. I see a broken bar, 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 a broken bar. Pervert, a broken bar. Wait, a broken bar what? Can you repeat that last sentence? Arya frowned and raised her head from her phone to look him in the eye. She was unsure she heard him right. I said that, I still haven't decided yet. He said loudly. The one before it, Myra or someone else? Yes, I plan to tell Myra later. A broken bar. The one prior, Arya interrupted. Oh, that a broken bar. The twins, Margaret, and you a broken bar. Yes. You will be one of the brides. He clarified, making her gasp. Didn't you always dream of marrying me? He added as if this was an established fact. Who said that I want to marry you? She asked angrily, as Margaret shook her head. All the girls were having the same reaction. Did Victor need to do it like this, in front of all the eavesdropping workers who had nothing better to do but listen and gossip? Margaret, who was frowning, gasped as she realized something, then kept her silence. It is all your fault. You have to take responsibility, Victor said stubbornly. You told me that every time you kicked my poor balls in bed. No, I didn't. She lied with a blush. Or broken bar. She knew that she talked a lot in her sleep, but she was not sure what she could have said. You did. You have no choice in this matter. Run away. A broken bar. I already decided for you and told father. Victor lied as he turned around to make his escape. Margaret quickly followed. Bastard! Victor could hear Arya yell behind him as he reached the elevator. A broken bar. Her voice was not angry though, it was a little high-pitched with many expectations mixed into it. Many of the workers began to look at her with strange eyes after that. Find a good dress, Victor said with a smug smile as the elevator door began to close, totally enjoying Arya's appearance as she tried to look angry with her blushing pretty face. A broken bar. Margaret sighed. In the end, you were really using use. A broken bar. You only wanted to marry us now so that you can do that perverted ceremony, she said with some annoyance. As they left the hotel, she didn't notice how Victor was carefully observing the doors and windows during their flash visit here. Not really. I would have married you all later no matter what, but this ceremony has two main points. The first one is that it allows the brides to cover their faces, which will help me cover my tracks, and the second point is that all of the brides would be official brides, regardless of what the paper says. Oh, Margaret was surprised, totally unaware that Victor didn't tell her two additional crucial points that only a few knew in this day and age. This ceremony was not just a show. Like many ancient ceremonies, it had ancient roots. This one was based on a system binding marriage ceremonies. It was so binding that breaking it was impossible if it were to be done correctly. The second point to choosing this ceremony among myriad others was the fact that it was meant for dragons. In ancient times dragons were walking in this world, and this ceremony was one of the things that survived the ages. I should probably be shopping for a dress too, Margaret said after some thinking. You can do that tomorrow, Victor said casually. Today you must help me with my mission, he added with an evil smile. A broken bar. After leaving the hotel, Victor looked at his watch and confirmed that it was still 10:20 a.m., so he quickly hurried to his car, intending to go visit the crime scene and finish the stupid council mission as soon as possible. Reaching the hotel's parking lot with Margaret, he was confronted by a group of 10 hooligans hammering his car with metal bats as two young men were watching to the side. One of them was the guy with dyed blonde hair that the nutcracker kicked earlier. Several hotel security guards were standing nervously to the side watching, seemingly threatened by the other young man who wore an expensive white tuxedo. Thank you, big brother, the blonde guy said to the young man respectfully. That bastard deserves this for kicking me after I told him to give his girl to you. Is that girl really that pretty? Is she any good? The young man asked casually. The last time, the girl you got was very inexperienced. A broken bar. Her face is 8/10, but the slutty air around that girl is absolutely something big brother would like. We will see. See what? A very cool voice asked from behind the girl. A broken bar. The big brother began to speak, then stopped and looked behind to see Victor's smiling face. A broken bar. Why young ma broken bar master vi Victor? The young man began to speak, then started to stutter nervously when he recognized Victor's face. This guy was the son of the newly appointed CEO of White Investments Limited. A few days ago, his newly appointed father told him the reason for his new appointment. The old boss Alvin had seemingly been cut into pieces and fed to the fish after his stupid son offended someone from the family. After that, the new CEO showed his son the photos of two handsome youths, young Master Victor and Mistress Iris, telling him to avoid angering those two at all costs, and to find a way to gain their favor if he could. A broken bar, the one and only, Victor replied, confirming the young man's thoughts. Why are you beating my toy? He asked in a very casual voice as he looked at the poor car that was wailing non-stop for her young master to help her. Is that car a broken bar? Before the nervous big brother could reply, the blonde guy began to yell. It's his big brother, the one who kicked me. He even cursed at you, saying that you are a piece of broken bar. He screamed in pain as his big brother kicked him in the freshly healed balls. Big brother, it is him, not me, a broken bar. The big brother didn't respond. He just took a metal bat from one of his stunned men's hands and began hitting the blonde guy until he stopped moving, totally ignoring his fading out pleas and the thick stream of blood that began to seep under him. Young master, a broken bar. The big brother turned to Victor and began to speak, but was stopped by a gun barrel pointed at his head. Freeze and drop the metal bat. A group of police officers seemed to have arrived just in time and drew their guns. They were headed by none other than Officer Lee. Sorry about that, a broken bar, Lee said awkwardly as she uncuffed Victor. A broken bar? Yes, she just tried to arrest him, but that a big brother who just killed his friend quickly cleared things up, confessing that it was all his fault. A broken bar, he was the one who assaulted the poor car and his now dead friend. Victor was a victim. He wanted Victor to forgive him and hoped that his father would not end up like his predecessor. It is okay, Officer Lee, you were just doing your duty, Victor said as he casually took back his phone from one embarrassed police officer and quickly sent Kai a message to lightly punish a certain CEO, and to fire the security personnel of the hotel who failed to protect their young master's car. The young man did the right thing by acknowledging his wrongdoing. Victor liked smart bootlickers. Anything else, officer? Victor asked as he noticed that Lee was still standing next to him with a hesitant look on her face. Broken bar, just a question. A broken bar, I heard you were getting married, Lee said as she put her hand behind her back. Yes, a broken bar, my family is forcing me. A broken bar, I tried to ruin it by trying to make a scandal in that brothel, but it failed. A broken bar, he sighed as a victim. Oh, a broken bar, so that's what it was about. A broken bar, sorry for doubting. A broken bar, she said with some embarrassment. It's okay, I saw. A broken bar, he sighed. So broken bar, she hesitated. Are you still in tow? A broken barman, she asked as Margaret, who just finished inspecting the car, held her stomach and looked away to avoid laughing. I don't know anymore. A broken bar, he sighed as he shook his head. He was wondering how to get rid of this stupid girl softly. She seemed strangely persistent today. His father would definitely cut him into pieces if anything funny happened here. Broken bar, Theodore liked his offspring in proportion to how much he liked their mothers after a broken bar, and he really liked Nicole, despite her not being his wife. I decided to try different things before deciding. A broken bar, he said after some thinking. Different is good. A broken bar, she said while nodding. That's what everyone is telling me, he said. Then a broken bar, how about we have lunch together and talk about it? She asked after some hesitation. As long as he didn't have his wedding, he was fair game. She convinced herself she would definitely let him fall for her. Broken bar, I don't mind. Really? She was surprised. Yeah, broken bar, how about tomorrow? Can you bring your mother too? He asked after some thought. That would be broken bar. My mother? Why? She was taken aback. I think Aunt Nicole is a very charming, mature, and knowledgeable woman. A broken bar, I want to get to talk to her again. I may ask her about how she met my father. A broken bar, and maybe about her preference. A broken bar, Victor began to speak with a dirty smile that Lee didn't like at all. My mother is a married woman. Really? He asked with a bigger smile. So, Can you invite her? My mother is busy tomorrow. A broken bar, she said in a hurry after finally realizing what Victor meant by trying new things. That Granny's incident was not fake after all. This guy was already beyond redemption. Then how about the day after? A broken bar. Where are you going? I just remembered that I have an important task, Lee said as she mounted her motorbike and drove away in a hurry. A broken bar. This conversation went in a direction that she didn't like at all. What about the lunch? A broken bar. She didn't answer. Victor shook his head while smiling as he watched her go. He should probably find her a good husband pretty soon. Someone with enough power to satisfy her fetish as a broken bar but not too meek. A broken bar. What are you smirking about? Margaret asked as Victor walked toward her and looked at his poor car being towed. Nothing. A broken bar. He sighed as he approached the damaged car and softly patted it. A broken bar. Don't worry, I will fix you up soon. I never give up my toys, he told it softly, as he sighed in relief that he had already put the things he purchased earlier in his ring. Before entering the hotel, with the misfortune curse in the air, he needed to be careful or he would end up like this poor car. He slowly turned to Margaret. Let's go. Where? To buy a new car, of course, he said, making the just appeased car behind him start to beep in jealousy. A broken bar. Not really, the man who was fastening it to the towing truck just made a mistake. A broken bar. Being in the middle of the city, Victor didn't take long to find a suitable car dealership nearby. Unfortunately, this place didn't belong to his family, but he didn't really care and he was in a hurry. A sultry, pretty woman ran to his side as soon as he stepped into the shop. She had noticed the quality of his clothes and the handsomeness of his face. He seemed familiar, but she couldn't really remember where she saw him before. Little did she know that this one was the rumored pervert groom. But all of the images circulating in the media were slightly altered to hide his identity. This was the family protocol for elite heirs. What can I do for you? A broken bar. She began to speak then paused when she noticed Margaret, who was purposely grabbing her young master's hand. Margaret? The woman asked, making Margaret frown as she recognized this woman. A broken bar. She met her in the past at a party sponsored by her late uncle. Nadia. Broken bar. Margaret said with a frown as she looked at the woman. I heard that your uncle is in prison, Nadia said. Is he still running his business from there? He is dead. A broken bar. Margaret said. She discovered this a week ago when she secretly used the family resources Victor gave her to try and put a bounty on her uncle's head. A broken bar. Surprisingly, she was a moment too late. Someone seemed to have assaulted him in prison. A broken bar. It was very ugly, and it involved a group of no less than 9 burly men who took turns playing with him. According to Kai, it was Victor who ordered this. No one was allowed to touch his toys after all. Oh, a broken bar. I am sorry to hear that. A broken bar. Are you still taking customers? Nadia asked. She was not sorry at all. For broken bar. Is that your new pimp? She asked, looking at Victor with a fluttering look. Carefully adjusting her open collar to reveal some flesh. Margaret, who was super annoyed at the moment, was about to say yes, but Victor beat her to it. Hello, I am Victor, Lady Margaret's exclusive sugar baby, he said, rubbing himself into the surprised Margaret. She promised to buy me a new expensive car as a reward for my performance yesterday. That's why we are here, he said with a stupid smile. He really enjoyed slapping stupid bitches' faces. A broken bar. This has something to do with his misfortune past life. A broken bar. What? Nadia was shocked. She thought that this handsome man was Margaret's new rich boyfriend. She intended to indirectly reveal Margaret's dirty past to make him dump her so that she would have a chance to cling to him. Yes, I am a rich lady now. Margaret smiled sweetly as she played along, puffing her chest. A broken bar. She also squeezed Victor's butt from the back. She knew she would have to pay for this later, but she couldn't resist teasing him. A broken bar. Impossible, you are just a slut. Nadia was shocked. Who did you sleep with to get all that money? She asked, totally unaware that Victor was looking at her very coldly. Only he can call Margaret a slut. I am no longer in that line of business. A broken bar. Margaret said coldly as Victor held her hand, calming her. What do you do nowadays? She asked Margaret in a hurry. I run a business. I took the money my broken bar uncle gave me and entered the stock market. I made a fortune there. she said. This was truly the official story she was weaving. Victor told her to separate her finances from his so that she would be able to move more freely in the future. Oh, our broken bar. Nadia didn't know how to respond. She didn't like the fact that Margaret, who was way better than her in bed, was even better than her in real life. Now take us to see the cars, Victor suddenly demanded impatiently, making Nadia squint her eyes before deciding to play a little game with Margaret to put her in her place. Please follow me. A broken bar, she said, walking straight until she reached the middle of the store where a sleek high-tech car was on display. This is a silver Rossi broken bar. It is $8 million, she said, waiting for Victor to beg Margaret for it and the Margaret to refuse a broken bar, but that didn't happen. This wouldn't work, Victor said, surprising even Margaret, who liked the car and was ready to slap the woman's face and pay directly. What? Nadia asked. Show us the next near broken bar, Victor said, directly looking away as if this pretty car was not up to his standard. Then, how about this fire at ice? A broken bar, she began to explain about the next supercar. No, Victor said just as she finished. It does not suit my image. How about the flash driver? A broken bar. Ugly. A broken bar. The sky holder. A broken bar. Too small. A broken bar. I want something bigger. A broken bar. Mountain breaker. Too big. Victor, who was super evil, only said no to the cars Nadia was showing him after waiting for her to fully explain everything about them one by a near broken bar. It took them 2 hours until they finished going around the shop. Nadia was literally out of breath. I want this one, Victor said finally, as they approached a cheap black van right next to the Dura broken bar. The ebony turtle. This one is for poor people. It is only $9,000 a broken bar. It is on sale right now for $5,000. Are you sure you want this? Said Nadia, who not only wanted to make Margaret pay a lot, but gain a big commission. Selling this ugly car would only get her about $25. She didn't like that at all. She was even beginning to suspect that Margaret had been playing her all along. Yes, a broken bar. It has a sufficiently large trunk and a strong engine, Victor said as he examined the car. And most importantly, it is so cheaply made, that its entire frame is mostly made out of plastic. It is the one I need, he said with a smug smile. We will take it. Our broken bar, Margaret said as she threw her credit card in Nadia's face. Process it quickly. This young lady has a busy schedule, she demanded in a loud voice, playing her part perfectly. She had no idea though why Victor chose this car. Nadia wanted to play some tricks, but noticing the card, she didn't dare to. It was a white platinum Dragon Bank card. How did that slut get this? She wondered as she hurried to process the purchase. A broken bar. She didn't even suspect that the card was fake or stolen. No one would dare to be that stupid. The process ended in just 10 minutes. Nadia worked very efficiently. If Margaret lodged a complaint against her, she would be fired in a heartbeat. The boss, who was her sugar daddy, might even cut her into pieces. The car is yours, Nadia said as she gave the keys to Victor with a sigh. She was wondering if this sugar baby has something wrong with his mind. Good. A broken bar. Now we can talk about the other business. A broken bar, Victor said as Margaret, who climbed into the car, looked back. What other business? What other business? A broken bar. Nadia wanted to inquire too, but the answer arrived before she could ask. A bloody slap to her pretty face sent her rolling to the opposite side of the store, crashing into an expensive car and breaking its windshield. Never call my girl a slut, Victor coldly said as he slowly wiped his hand with a paper napkin, then climbed into the driver's seat and started the car. That's how you slap faces, he told the shocked Margaret as he stepped on the gas pedal and drove out of the store arrogantly, nearly running over the stupid security guard who tried to stop him. At noon, a very suspicious black van slowly parked in front of a dark side alley that was designated off-limits by a few shredded yellow tapes. A broken bar. This area was in the middle of the slums, so the black van was not a strange thing. The strange thing was the purple-haired handsome young man and the pretty red-haired girl who descended moments later. They obviously didn't fit in this neighborhood. Hey pretty. A gangster who was hanging with a few others on the side of the alley looked at each other with smirks before heading toward Victor and Margaret. Honey, that man is hitting on me. Margaret quickly grabbed Victor's arm in fear, as if she couldn't just castrate those men in seconds. Victor chuckled and looked at the man, intending to scold him, but he was interrupted. "I am not hitting on you, ugly bitch." The youth cursed at the stunned Margaret as he turned to Victor. "A broken bar, I meant you, pretty boy, a broken bar," he said, licking his lips. His friends in the back also licked their lips, and some passerby who also noticed Victor licked his lips. "A broken bar." Finally, Victor licked his lips. Bang! A gunshot passed by the man's ear. It was Victor who took out his grand silver gun in a split second and shot a broken bar. He wanted to aim for the man's crotch, but this was a crime scene after all, and he didn't want to contaminate it. "If you don't want a third butt, you better leave," Victor said coldly as the man stepped back and then looked at his friends, who looked at each other. Then one of them turned around then turned back as he took his own gun and aimed it at Victor and shot without hesitation. Bang, 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 bang. He shot, and shot but only hit the air as Victor, who appeared as if the bullets passed through him, looked coldly at the terrified men. Bang! A broken bar. Another shot sounded, but this time it was Victor who fired. The man lost his hand a moment later. "A broken bar!" the man screamed as he held his bloodied hand. "Run, a broken bar!" someone said, and the men began to run away. They had no idea what just happened, but they knew they shouldn't be here. As they got far enough, their brains began to turn and think about what Victor told them. A broken bar. What did that young man mean by a third butthole? They only had near broken bar. Bang, 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 bang. Victor, who was far from them at the moment, swiftly fixed the problem with surgical precision aim. Now each of the men, who were swimming in their own blood and urine on the ground, got a second butthole. Broken bar. Bang! A broken bar. The man who took out the gun and shot earlier got a third. The five men began to scream in pain as Victor took back his gun. He had been waiting for them to get enough from their crime scene. "Isn't this a little excessive?" Margaret was not feeling sorry for them, but she had to ask as she felt a little shaken by Victor's decisiveness. Those men are lucky I spared them. They were the ones who shredded the tape sealing the crime scene. A broken bar. They obstructed my work," he said coldly. "They must be a part of the gang whom the guys who died here belonged to." The tattoos matched the ones found on the bodies. "They must have been hanging here, wanting to find the culprit who killed their colleagues." "Oh, our broken bar." Margaret didn't really understand why this was a crime, but she just nodded and followed Victor into the alleyway, where he slowly flashed his family token toward a strange plate on the wall. It was a high-tech camera that had been placed there to monitor the crime scene. "What are we going to do here now?" she asked. "Council mission." Some brat who had just become a player, seemingly wanted to play a superhero. "A broken bar. 9 gangsters were killed here a week ago." "Broken bar," Victor said as he clicked on the plate, turning it into a screen that began to play everything that had happened since the council agent placed it here. As he expected, some gangsters seemed to have come sniffing around and had already ruined the crime scene. The plate also had the photos and reports of the crime, from the photos of the victims' charred bodies to the autopsy report. Other than that, there was nothing of value. A broken bar. Is being a superhero a crime?" Margaret asked as she also watched the photos on the plate. She was not familiar with the council's rules. She was given a book about them in the academy, but she didn't remember every rule. "No, being seen playing a superhero is a broken bar, especially if you are a player," he added as he turned off the plate. "Oh, did you find anything then?" Margaret asked. "No," he said, "but I know a few things about this case from my past life." "A broken bar. So the investigation is just a formality," he said as he began to look around. "Oh, our broken bar." She didn't expect him to tell her that. "My father took this case back then, seemingly. He fought some girl who wore a mask." "A broken bar. He was severely injured because of her, but in the end, he managed to execute her," Victor pondered. This was only her first appearance. Back then his father kept tracking her for 6 months. As she grew strong very fast. A broken bar. Her powers seemed to be his nemesis. "Do you know her identity?" "I never saw the report. All the information I got was from the curses my father threw at me when I went to check on him in the hospital." A broken bar. Victor sighed. His father really treated him rudely back then, but now he understood that this was to protect him. Theodore didn't want his enemies to try to use his powerless son against him. "Oh, our broken bar." Margaret nodded as she pondered that Victor must have been through a lot too in his previous life. Although he refused to tell her his story, She had noticed that he would reveal some things to her every now and then, and that made her very glad, as she knew that she was the only one who knew his secret. Even Lily, whom Victor adores more than anything, had no idea about her young master's secret. "So what are we going to do now?" Margaret asked. "Follow the threads, a broken bar," he said mysteriously. "Watch my back, a broken bar," he added as he activated his Fate Eye skill, and the inside of his eyes turned slowly into black and white concentric circles that began to revolve around. The world turned dim with glowing lines all around. Fate threads. Victor slowly looked at the ground, watching the threads intertwine and fade. A broken bar one, in particular, got his interest. It was a little dim, but he could see that it was seemingly severing the fading ones. It was probably the one he was after. As he could see no other interesting one, he quickly activated his fate tracking skill, locking it at the line, then turned off the Fate Eyes skills and collapsed on the ground to rest. "Are you okay?" Margaret asked. "Yaha, broken bar," he said as he got to his feet a moment later. Thankfully, with his level now, he could somehow control his fate skills without a backlash. "Did you find what you were looking for?" "Positively, a broken bar. Let's go," he said as he walked out of the alley with her. The men were still wailing. Victor ignored them as he climbed into the car with Margaret and then drove away. A broken bar. Victor slowly drove, following the black thread in his vision. This was a thread connecting a killer to his victim and the crime scene. Margaret said nothing as she watched the car go through the streets. This place was the poorest area in the city. She lived in such places for a while back then, before she met that bastard Mr. Xa. Broken bar. Victor drove casually until it stopped next to a middle school where the students were slowly walking out after a long day of doing nothing in the name of education. HSSSSSSSSSSSS. Margaret hissed as she looked at Victor in shock. "You are going to kidnap a girl," she said. "No wonder he bought this car." "Shush, or broken bar." He glared at her angrily, then turned back to look at the road waiting for his prey. "Found it, our broken bar, the pretty girl with the ponytail and red ribbon." "A broken bar," he said as he began to drive the car slowly, following the girl who was walking home. She obviously had no friends, and from the worn bag on her back, she was clearly from a poor family. Victor waited until she was far away from school to drive near her slowly. "Hey little girl." He spoke to her, as he drove beside her. She looked at him vigilantly, stepping a little away from the car, then asked, "What? Are you interested in working as an idol?" "I am recruiting for Horizons Media." "Broken bar," he said as he inspected her. "Name, Ren Stinger. Level, 0. Class, Thunder Avatar, SSS Authority, 5 Strength, 61 Agility, 63 Intelligence, 25 Luck, 17 Charm, 37 Order, 10 Skills, Avatar Insignia, SSS Thunderbolt, S Thunder Escape, S Electrify, A Thunder Affinity, A Threatening Aura, E Cooking, F Dance. F Fate Status. Fate's Power, see no defined fate. Destiny list less than 10 order points to unveil. No wonder his father suffered at her hands. This girl was an avatar. Avatars are a certain type of class where their owners have complete mastery over a certain element. They are a very troublesome bunch as they could use their element to attack and escape. A broken bar. That's not the most important thing. The really crazy thing about them is that their strength, intelligence, and agility attributes didn't depend on the system to go up. They had their own growth requirements. This really explained why his father was almost killed by a little girl back then. "That brat was using the electrical wires to move around me. I would have been killed by her, if not for George Who used his fire to melt everything in sight." That's what his father said. Victor really wanted this near broken bar. She would be a great addition to his Lily collection. Ren looked at him but didn't respond, then turned back to the road and began to continue her trip. She was not in a hurry though. She planned to test him to see if he was a bad guy. A broken bar, and that's what Victor wanted. If this girl escaped, capturing her would be a pain in the ass. "Come on girl, a broken bar, don't let that beauty of yours go to waste." Victor began to speak to her as he drove beside her. He also made Margaret secretly take a photo of her and send it to Kai. Everything about her was transferred to Victor's phone moments later as she totally ignored him and continued to walk without responding. "Can you hear me? Do you know how pretty you are, a broken bar?" I have some lollipops here, do you want one? Listen here Broken Bar, I plan to assemble an idol group, you will be number 4. Broken Bar, you must hurry and take this offer before I find someone else. Broken Bar, he began to speak as Margaret, who sat beside him, wondered if he had done this before. Broken Bar, did he have experience in kidnapping little girls? Probably. Broken Bar, idol group. Broken Bar, there are others? Ren finally spoke as she looked at him. Yes, they are as pretty as you. I am sure you would be a good friend. Broken Bar, he said with a perverted smile that fooled no one. Do you want to join them? I will give you a lot of money as a down payment. You can buy all the pretty and expensive things you want. Broken Bar, he added as he stopped his car. Aha. Broken Bar. Ren paused, then looked at him. Okay Broken Bar, but I want to see the money first. Broken Bar, she said as she approached the van fearlessly. She really thought of herself as a superhero. Hop in, Victor said as he unlocked the back door and opened it to show her that there were no other people there. Money first, she said as she stood her ground. She didn't plan to escape with the money though. Victor knew that she was planning to fry him with her thunder, so she was planning to secure money beforehand. Fine. Broken Bar, Victor said after some hesitation. He took out $5,000 from the dashboard and threw it to her. Broken Bar, she was shocked. She had never seen this much money in her life. Can you come in now? The others are waiting. Broken Bar, Victor said. Yes. Broken Bar, she said after taking a deep breath and encouraging herself. She already defeated 3 groups of gangs and bullies and saved some people. This one will not be the exception. She slowly climbed into the van's back seat and sat down and looked around, planning her attack plan. This would be her second time attacking a kidnapper in a car. Broken Bar, the inexperienced girl had no idea that this cheap van was made out of plastic. There were only a few disjointed metal parts made of aluminum. It would be very hard to escape or utilize her power in this place. Watching Ren climb into the car, Victor smiled as he started the engine. Then his phone rang. Broken Bar, it was his mother. He could only sigh an answer as he shot the ready to attack Ren, an apologizing look that stopped her in her tracks. Hi Mama. Broken Bar, he said awkwardly. Victor, why weren't you answering the phone this past week? Elena asked immediately. Sorry, I was busy doing some business. Some pervert who looked like me had ruined my reputation, so I had a lot of explaining to do, he said with a sigh, ignoring Ren's curious eyes. Your father has already told me. I almost had a heart attack when I saw that video. She sighed too. I can't believe such evil people exist. Don't worry Mother, I will find that pervert and punish Hira. Broken Bar him thoroughly. You don't need to touch such a disgusting fellow. Your father is already searching for him. I know. Broken Bar, is there anything you want? Of course there is. Why the hell are you marrying 2 girls at the same time? Don't you have any shame? She asked angrily. Why the girls are not Lily and Myra? She added. Family order. Broken Bar, he sighed as if this was not his idea. Broken Bar, did you really have to announce it like that though? Couldn't you do it secretly like your father? Family orders too. Broken Bar, I don't know what those old guys in the Elders Council are thinking. Broken Bar, he lied. Damn it. Broken Bar, Elena cursed, as she had no power in the family. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Broken Bar, Victor suddenly said, reassuring his mother. I will send you some invitation cards, be sure to give them to Grandpa and my uncles and aunts, he said. Do you really want to invite those? She said, boldly calling her family those like some species of lowly insects. Yeah, we are family after all. Broken Bar, Victor said. I will call you later tonight. Now, I'm busy scamming. Broken Bar. No. Broken Bar, doing business, he said before saying goodbye to his mother and hanging up. Broken Bar. Ren carefully watched as the handsome youth hung up his phone and then slowed the car down. She was wondering at the moment if this guy was really a recruiter or not. He didn't sound like a bad guy, except for that scamming world she might have misheard when he said goodbye to his mother. Broken Bar. She was not sure though. She looked out of the window and realized something was wrong. She was so preoccupied eavesdropping on his conversation that she didn't realize that they were now out of the city on a dirt road. When did that happen? She quickly tensed up. This was definitely a bad guy. Could it be the one she had been searching for? She had been investigating the circumstances of the disappearance of one of her friends for the last 8 months. A broken bar. It all started at that time when she followed her friend's trail into an abandoned alleyway. She was knocked unconscious by some evil guy and then thrown inside a car trunk. It just so happened that the blood trickling from her forehead seemed to have touched a strange wooden carving, causing her to gain her powers, which she accidentally used to fry the car and the 4 bad men in it. She was in shock at first. She was even terrified of her own power and the look of burning people. When she returned home, she didn't tell her parents a thing and just hid in her room. It took her a few days to realize that she had superpowers like those superheroes. Although she survived, she lost the only lead to finding her friend, so she decided to try to find her friend once again, and this time a bad man tried to assault her. She was sniffing around in some very shady places after all. Having no other choice, she unleashed her wrath on that man. She didn't mean to kill him, but he ended up as a mummy after taking only one of her attacks. She ran away as she was terrified. A broken bar. She expected him to be hurt, but not like that. She learned the truth the hard way. Cartoons didn't tell the truth. No one can walk unharmed after suffering a lightning strike. Feeling horrified, she decided to never use her power again. She didn't want to be a murderer. She was very terrified of her own strength. That's when another one of her classmates disappeared. After some hesitation, she had to put on the cloak again to search for him. With great power comes great responsibility, right? So ever since that time, she had been investigating the kidnapping gangs around the city and seeking out the bad guys. She didn't really have to actively do that. She only needed to stop being careful. Those geese seemed to be seeking her on their own, especially in the past few weeks. It was like they were on steroids. She nodded to herself as she felt the car slowly stop. The red-haired girl descended from the car and then walk away while cursing a broken bar. Why was she leaving? Why was she cursing? She turned to look at the handsome young man who looked at her with an evil smile. Then moments later he began to slowly turn into a demon. 2 long horns began to rise from his forehead and long sharp teeth began appearing in his mouth. His eyes were glowing red as he looked at her. Damn it! This was a villain. She was utterly terrified. Without thinking, she quickly tried to leave, but the door was locked. Damn it! She had no choice but to activate her power, zapping the thing with a bolt of thunder. The Lily attacked. That thing howled in pain, turning into smoke, but before Ren could sigh in relief, it reformed next to her, but it was somehow smaller. The attack was not very effective. She knew what she needed to do. She zapped it again. A broken bar. The same thing happened. It grew even smaller. She started to attack that thing again and again, with electricity, while directing some to the car's door, intending to unlock the door. The demon kept howling in pain as it tried to go near her, but the car was not affected. Ren didn't know why though. She had no time to think as she focused on the demon. She slowly began to feel tired, and her vision was getting blurry. But she kept attacking as the demon, which was now furiously trying to snap her neck or bite her, was only a few feet tall, jumping on the front seat. A broken bar. It took her another 15 minutes of attacking before the damn thing was dead and she collapsed panting. That's when out of nowhere, she felt something touch her forehead. It was that young man who was standing next to her with the car door open. A broken bar. Didn't he just turn into a demon? She tried to zap him, but no electricity came out of her. In fact, she couldn't move at all. The Lily was exhausted. Spare your energy, he said. Your mana is exhausted, and I have already locked your strength, he said as he passed another talisman on her, just to make sure. Bad luck was in the air. The Lily had been paralyzed. She was horrified. She wanted to fight back or at least curse at him, but soon she felt the world turn around her and she lost consciousness. Gotcha. The Lily was successfully captured. Do you want to give her a nickname? A broken bar. Victor sighed in relief after making sure that Ren was secured. Just as a red car stopped next to him, it was Margaret who was sent to borrow a car. The black van was out of fuel. Victor made sure of that as he didn't want anything to explode when that girl began shooting thunderbolts from her fingers. A broken bar. Although the car appeared undamaged, every metal piece in it melted under the Lily's wrath, including the cheaply made engine. Let's go, Victor said as he carried the unconscious little girl softly in his arms. Where to? Margaret asked with some annoyance. To some very shady place where young boys and girls get scammed all the time. A broken bar. Ren woke up. She was tied to a wooden chair in an empty large room, and that handsome young man was sitting behind the wooden table that was in front of her. They were alone. She immediately tried to break free and attack, but nothing happened. Her powers were disabled. Did she lose her powers? No, she could still see the strange game menu in the corner of her vision, but she couldn't attack. Save your strength. The young man said, your powers are sealed. He said. She glared at him. Do you know why you are here? Because you kidnapped me. She stated. Not really a broken bar. You are under arrest for violating the A state of secrecy. He said as he put his family token on the table in front of her with a thick document that had pictures of a burnt alleyway. She recognized this as the one she burnt with the bad guys 2 weeks ago. You are a police officer? She asked as she began to sweat. I did nothing. She lied. She had killed no less than 41 bad guys during the last couple of months. A broken bar. It was not her fault. They kept throwing themselves at her. Not really a broken bar, but in a way, I am scarier. He shook his head and then flicked his fingers, making a small flame appear on the tips of his fingertips, making her squint her eyes. You are not the only one with superpowers. You see, a broken bar, there are a lot more. I work for the guys who make sure that no one misuses their power. A broken bar. Think of it as super people's police. A broken bar, but you can call us a management committee too. She didn't understand. Weren't you a demon? She asked. That was an illusion that I cast to exhaust your powers. He said. You see, there are a lot of people like you, who gain superpowers. Some of them are good, and some are bad. We don't care. Our job is to make sure that those people do not reveal a thing. A broken bar. And you committed a crime by using your powers to kill normal men. He said. Think of it as superhero police. Those men were evil. They were kidnapping children to cut them up. She quickly began defending herself. That's not the point. The point was someone saw you. We don't care why and how, we only care about being discovered. He explained. Your crime is getting seen shooting thunder from your hands. He said. Aha, broken bar. She finally got it. A broken bar. You are not angry about those men? No, why would I? He shrugged. Now, if you didn't use your powers, I would have let you go after some punishment. But since this case reached the police, I have no choice but to proceed according to the protocol. A broken bar. He said. What do you mean? She asked as she tried repeatedly to use her powers to no avail. You have two choices, he said slowly. You can either become my slave and work for me, or I would have to let you go. A broken bar. He said, slashing his neck. Then let me go. A broken bar. She didn't get it. I meant killing you, you idiot. He scolded, making her gasp. You have 5 minutes to think this over, he said as he relaxed in his seat. I will work for you, then. A broken bar. She lied directly. She planned to betray him as soon as she was able to use her powers. This was thinking that this guy was as dumb as those villains in the comics. Good choice, he said as he took another document that was placed at the side of the table. Sign this. It is a servitude contract. From now on you will work for me, he said. It was a system contract. Fine. A broken bar. She said. Can you untie me first? You can already use your hands. A broken bar. He said while smiling, causing her to realize that her hands were truly free. A broken bar. Weren't they tied to the chair a moment ago? She quickly tried zapping the young man, but her powers didn't work. Damn it. Sign or die, he said coldly as he watched her make stupid movements. I don't have a pain. A broken bar. She said. Use your blood. A broken bar. He replied as she felt a needle prick her finger. A broken bar. It began to bleed. Ouch. A broken bar. She flinched as she looked around, but there was no needle. A broken bar. What happened just now? Sign it, Victor said, pushing the contract forward. Ren hesitated for a second then signed it. She had heard before that minors wouldn't be held responsible for the contracts signed without their parents, so she didn't really read it. She thought she was smart. The moment the contract was signed, it suddenly shone with a strange light and then disappeared. What was that? She asked in shock. A system-abiding contract, of course. If you betray me now, you would die a very gruesome death. Think of it like a contract with the devil. He smiled evilly. Now there are some things I would need to explain. What? Ren asked in shock as she felt the ropes round her come loose. She was free to move. Without waiting for a second, and totally ignoring the young man, she ran to the door. A broken bar. It was locked. She turned and tried to throw a thunderbolt at the young man and it worked. However, the thunder dissipated the moment it touched the young man, and from the depth of her soul she felt a pain she had never felt before. A broken bar. A broken bar, a broken bar, a broken bar, she screamed as she fell to the ground. That's what happens when you attack your master, the young man said coldly as the pain resided. You are now mine, he added as Ren sat up on the floor and began to breathe heavily. Don't you call me young master, he said as she felt the pain attack again. Please stop, young master, she uttered with difficulty, making the pain stop. You will be obedient from now on, right? He asked as he watched her relax. She quickly nodded. She never wanted to experience that pain ever again. Say it. Call me by my title. Yes, young master. She really learned her place. Good. Then follow me. A broken bar. I will drive you home. A broken bar, he said as he opened the door. It was not locked. Ren hesitated then followed him out. I can go alone. A broken bar. She didn't want him to know the location of her house. Idiot, I already know everything about you. Victor scolded. I need to speak to your parents about our contract, he said. He also needed to explain a few things to her. After all, my parents? Yes, I will need to make them sign a few papers. They don't know about your powers, do they? No. A broken bar. I didn't tell them, she quickly explained. Please don't hurt them. A broken bar. Don't worry, he said as he guided her through a long corridor toward a glass elevator. She finally realized that they were in a tall building. This place is Horizon Media. It's a media production company I own. From now on you will work as an idol here. This would be your cover, he explained. Cover? She was shocked. Was the idol thing real after all? Yes, it would be a waste not to use a powerful player like you. But you are still too young, so you would need a cover to move freely. He said, you will be like a real superhero with a hidden identity. In the morning you will be a schoolgirl and a famous idol, and at night, you will be a secret agent.